There are a lot of them, they really hold a grudge. Roland was surrounded while standing on a slightly raised patch of grass. Around him were 3 knights from an order that he knew well, each with their own unique combat styles and specialties. The animosity radiating from one of them was palpable and the tension in the air was rising. Well, if it isn't Assistant Professor Wayland. Seems your luck has run out. Elithys Baskerville started the conversation with an intentional taunt. A smirk of superiority was plastered over his face. Roland didn't respond but instead took his time to analyze the situation. He was surrounded by his current adversaries who came in a large group. Besides the Tier 3 knights who each were on a knight commander level, there were around 30 lesser Tier 2 knights. This was quite a significant threat even to him, and one person was still missing. The mage that interfered with the siege spell previously was not there. He must be hiding somewhere either far away or using a very potent concealment spell. I should probably try to stall them. I need more time. Elithys, Roman, and Andreas Baskerville. I didn't expect Cerberus to make a move for me. I feel flattered, but are you sure about this? Huh? You said that this guy was just some random adventurer. Elithys. Roman Baskerville asked his brother while keeping his eyes plastered on Roland. So he knows our little nickname, what of it? Elithys replied while seemingly not making a big deal of it. Roland knew of this trio due to his old ties to the Arden estate. Everyone there was told to be wary of these 3 half-brothers who were quite famous even 10 years ago. Back then they were known as the mythical monster Cerberus. It was a play on them being guard dogs of the Castellane household. What of it? It means that he might be connected. A commoner would probably not be as well informed. Don't worry, whoever is backing him won't matter if he is dead. Right? Can't argue with that. The two conversed animatedly while the third guard dog, Andreas, maintained a stoic silence. His calm demeanor suggested he would serve as the primary distraction. Roland quickly discerned their potential strategy, a frontal charge with the armored Andreas leading the way. Roman would likely follow closely behind, with Elithys utilizing ranged attacks to keep any counterattacks in check. Then, the hidden mage would go in for the kill when he was least expecting it. The other knights, with their distracting maneuvers, were positioned to further disorient him and to create a further strategic disadvantage. This might not be their first rodeo, and the rumors about potent knight commanders and adventures going missing might have been their doing. Roland was at a clear disadvantage, but this didn't mean that he would be defeated. Even during this little chat, his mind was going into overdrive with many orders to his own reinforcements. The hidden spellcaster was a problem, but with the help of his skills, he didn't truly need to know his current location. Save the chit-chat, Wayland. We're here for a reason. A reason? So you lose once and bring your older brothers to finish the fight for you? Aren't you being too pathetic for a knight? Do you have no sense of honor? Honor? A bastard adventurer wants to talk to me of honor? Without using those trees as cover, you would have never won our previous encounter, and you know it. It seemed the grudge from their previous encounter was still fresh in the knight's mind. The half-elf was clearly enraged by the previous defeat. Everyone knew that an angry enemy was an easy enemy. Letting emotions affect a battle was a recipe for disaster, and the other members of the Knight Order knew it. Hey Elithys, he is just trying to rile you up. Calm down, he has nowhere to run. You're right, just do it. The two nodded at each other, and it was clear that the conversation was over. Before attacking, he noticed that Roman tilted his head at the other lesser knights. It was an obvious signal for something. The knights executed tactics specifically designed to counter mages and confirmed Roland's expectations. Anti-magic powder, just like that time with Agni. It was a fundamental strategy often employed to subdue magical beasts or mages. Just like the time back in Albrook, the knights brought out pouches filled with powder and quickly flung them in his direction. Once this powder entered the surroundings, it would make forming spells and using mana difficult. Although it also affected their own mana users, such as Elithys, he still possessed his regular swordsmanship skills, something that regular mages didn't have. Good tactics. For normal mages, they still think him just some regular rune mage. Roland was far from being normal, and even if the powder could mess up runic equipment, it needed to be placed directly over the rune. However, if a high enough concentration of it filled up the air around them, then eventually his equipment could become worthless. This was probably what his current adversaries were expecting, that with time he would become unable to cast spells and they would be victorious. After his previous encounter, he had done extensive research on antimana. He had also looked into a few books that were in the institute to further his knowledge. The powder worked by jumbling up mana in the surroundings, as well as the ones forming from people's spells. Even when someone had enough MP to cast a spell, it would not be able to form out in the open, but there were ways of going around it. One way to go around this issue was to assemble the spell structure beforehand. After the spell had been formed, it was still possible to discharge it. Another way was to escape the range of the anti-magical effect. It was still just powder that could not cover everything unless it was a closed space. This swampland was not a very good place to use such tactics. Nevertheless, his enemies were trying to end it quickly, and Andreas Baskerville was already charging at him with his halberd raised. At the same time, Roman Baskerville took off and started running. His body vanished behind his larger armored brother, and it seemed as if he had vanished. Elithes unsheathed both his blades and launched a magical attack from afar, while still unaffected by the powder. The other knights were equipped with crossbows, which they quickly pointed in his direction. From his perspective, everyone besides Elithes was a distraction. They were trying to get him to focus on Roman, who was staying behind Andreas. Then, after he had defended himself from the initial onslaught, his main enemy, the magic swordmaster, would descend upon him. The man clearly had a chip on his shoulder and his pride was hurt. It was plausible that he would want to deliver the finishing blow, and his allies agreed to oblige. "You should really watch where you are standing," Roland replied as Andreas slammed into a thick shield of mana that stopped his charge. At the same time, quite a light show was taking place around this area that he had prepared previously. His recently gotten imbued rune skill was becoming one of his favorite ambushing tactics, as spreading it around an area like this was just too easy. The swamp water covered up the rocks that he used, and including the ground with just his feet, was also possible. The moment the large man collided with him, a series of explosions rocked the entire area, with him remaining protected behind a large dome of mana. He had assembled it before the anti-magic powder could fill out the air and keep him from forming the spell effect. Then, with the help of the ensuing shockwave, everything was blasted away in a huge inferno. "Shit! Push through!" Roman called out to his brother, who attempted to force his way through the magical shield. Some cracks appeared on the surface, but Roland didn't panic. He just took this chance to take out a deck of cards from his belt and instantly threw them up into the air. The cards started glowing with magical energy and instantly activated the magical effects they were scribed with. "Haven't used scrolls in forever." With the help of the explosion that went off at ground level, most of the anti-magical powder was blown away. Even scrolls would not activate if the powder was spread fully, but as long as it was kept at bay, it was possible. His scrolls had been miniaturized to the extreme and now had the size of regular playing cards. Soon, an explosion of various homing attacking arrow spells took shape, and they all headed towards the lesser tier 2 knights. Take cover. It was pandemonium, as the knights tried to shield themselves from the unexpected magical assault. The arrows of magical energy homed in on their targets, creating chaos within the ranks of the Baskerville Knights. Roland took advantage of the confusion and began the next phase of his battle plan, which was to escape to a safer location. "Stop that bastard! He is running away!" Elithes shouted from afar while launching a series of ferocious magical attacks. Yet in the chaos of magical explosions and attacks, he was unable to connect with the escaping Roland. His armor shone with various runes as he buffed himself up several times. Confronting his enemies in this place that was filling up with anti-magical powder was still unfavorable to him. He needed to get away first before confronting them again. With the help of his enhanced speed, he now had the agility to weave between the trees and swamps. The magical arrows from the homing spells continued to wreak havoc among the Baskerville Knights and created enough chaos to distract most of them. However, the lower-tier spells that he had used could not halt the charges of the knight commanders. Andreas Baskerville was rushing at him from behind like a mad bull and surprisingly building up speed. "He can keep up with me?" It was clear that he was using some sort of skill. The way he was running reminded him of a hoplite warrior charging with a spear. The trees and objects that Roland was dodging with some finesse, this man just bulldozed through. Some sort of barrier was surrounding his body, and the more things he hit along the way, the faster and more unstoppable he seemingly became. In an attempt to stop the charging man, he left a few explosive runes behind, however. This seemed to enhance the charge, as if he was absorbing the kinetic energy from everything around him to gain more power. If hard objects can't stop him, what about something softer? The ground here is already quite soft and muddy. After a few adjustments, the runes left over on the ground embedded themselves in the mud. Once triggered by the charge, they did not explode but created a quagmire area into which his legs began to sink in. At first, the man was able to push through, but eventually, his body began to sink in and his momentum was finally stopped. He had become stuck, but the chase was not over as Roman, who continued to shadow his brother, now jumped out and Elithes was not far behind. "Stop running, you coward!" "Coward? I'm not the one trying to assassinate someone inside a dungeon," Roland retorted while taking the two on a tour through the swamps. Roman, who was trailing behind Andreas, used his agile movements to navigate through the swamp. Elithes, on the other hand, continued to cast magical attacks from a distance, trying to hinder Roland's progress. There was no anti-magic powder at work here anymore, but one problem still lingered. If I'm correct then, where is that rat hiding? Is he using a concealment spell? He shouldn't have enough time. Shit, did he go run to the dungeon exit? Quick, we must hurry. The three Baskerville knights nodded at each other before bolting towards the entrance of the dungeon. However, while they were away, the person that they were trying to locate just walked out into the open. Those three are competent fighters, but they have no tracking skills or methods. Roland had managed to lose his three pursuers, but they headed for the dungeon exit. It would be impossible for him to sneak past them, as they probably had people guarding that area. Will they give up if I just hide for a while? The planned ambush had been a failure, but he wasn't sure if his enemies would just give up now. They were aware of his recording technology. If they let things go now, they were going to get exposed to the Institute. The only way of getting away would be to kill him and let his body be absorbed by the dungeon. If I don't take care of them here, they'll probably call for more people. It wouldn't be strange if they had others waiting above ground, perhaps even platinum adventurers. Things didn't look well, as he could see his enemies overpowering him eventually if he didn't do anything about it. However, before he initiated a counterattack, he was still waiting for one thing to resolve itself. For this reason, he had returned to a specific place within the dungeon and was waiting. "Wayland, what's happening here? Professor Ulfine? What are you doing here?" "Well, I felt bad for leaving you here to take care of the anomaly, but then I saw all of those magical explosions. What is going on?" Professor Ulfine replied with concern in her voice, and Roland quickly explained the situation. He detailed the encounter with the Baskerville brothers and their attempt to assassinate him. She listened intently, and her expression grew more solemn as Roland recounted the events. "They attempt to assassinate a faculty member of the Institute? They are taking us lightly." Roland nodded at the seemingly enraged Ulfine. He then turned around to look out into the distance. There was something not quite right with this situation, and he continued to peek at his mapping device that was showing him something peculiar. "Indeed. But now tell me something, Professor Ulfine. Where did you leave your tamed beast behind?" "Oh, Thunderclaw? He remained with the students." "Is that so? Then why is he 100 meters to the east of here?" "Huh?" Ulfine was stunned, but her surprise didn't take long as a large hammer collided with her face. She had been right behind Roland when they were talking and was quite surprised by the unprovoked attack. The flat end of the weapon collided with her face, sending her into the distance. She collided with a nearby tree and bounced off it before landing on the ground. Her neck bent at an impossible degree. Not quite human. The woman's neck was clearly broken, but she did not die. Only after Roland followed up the spell with a burst of flames did he receive the confirmation from the world system. A doppelganger, huh? But the original isn't far behind. Reveal yourself. I know that you are there. He shouted out while pointing eastwards before firing a burst of magical energy. Instantly, a powerful growl echoed from the distance, and the beast known as Thunderclaw appeared with its master. Oh my, I guess you've seen through me what gave me away. Nothing really, but it was obvious that only a professor from the institute would be able to interfere with a siege spell in such a way. What about Erna's? He was also there. Yes, but he doesn't have tamed beasts who can interfere from a distance and then hide themselves. Doppelgangers were creatures that could take on the shape of almost anyone. When in disguise, they became able to use skills and even spells of who they were impersonating. It was a monster that could be tamed by a magical tamer, which Ulfine was. It was probable that the creature cast the spell from quite a distance and then transformed itself into one of the dungeon monsters. You got me, but even though you discovered my little secret, you won't be able to escape this place alive. Ulfine's words were followed up by various growls from the distance. Various other tamed monsters and beasts appeared out of the shadows. Then, to make things worse, he could see the 3 night idiots appearing as well. He was back to square one and surrounded yet again. However, this time he would not be holding anything back, as his trump card could be finally activated. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm not the one that won't be leaving this place alive, he replied while looking to the spot where he had previously discarded his original shield. It was near his location, and soon various runes were starting to glow over its surface. Ha! Listen to this guy. Does he still think that he has the upper hand? Commented Roman to Roland's reply, and everyone besides Elithis chuckled. In their eyes, this man seemed finished. He was surrounded by 3 knight commanders who had the support of a high-level magus. While their plan with the anti-magical powder failed, they still held the upper hand. It seemed like an easy victory for them. Even though he was at a higher level and possessed superior artifacts, it made no difference. As long as the close-range fighters contained him and provided their mage with some breathing room, Ulfine and her beasts would unleash deadly magic upon him. Eventually, his mana would dwindle and he would falter. They had no doubt in their minds that they would emerge victorious. Be careful, don't underestimate him. Let's go at him together. If you say so. Roman replied to Elithis, who was seemingly taking this confrontation a lot more seriously. He had already tussled with the man known as Wayland the Enforcer and knew that he could not be taken lightly. His 2 brothers, on the other hand, felt like this was over. They had him on a silver platter. However, just as Andreas was getting ready to charge, a voice resounded from behind them. Wait, he is doing something, this mana. What is it, mage? Don't call me that. I have a name. Just spit it out, what is it? Roman turned around towards Ulfine, who told them to not engage yet. She looked maddened by the tone of the knight, but then quickly continued talking. The mana around him. It's strange. He is trying to do something. Oh, you can feel it? Replied Roland, who was getting stared at from all directions. While Thunderclaw was the biggest tamed beast, there were other feline types here with him. It seemed that Ulfine tended to recruit feline monsters. Their fur sported a variety of colors, and most of them resembled panthers or tigers. You have gathered quite a group against me, but you're not the only one that has helpers. He continued talking while something started to rise out of the swamp water where he had discarded his shield. The trio looked there to see a rune-covered cube rising up into the air, but it wasn't alone. A spider golem followed suit after, as it had been lying dormant within the swamp. Golems? Is that if? What could a few measly GOL? Ulfine commented with a smug look plastered over her face as she watched the 2 magical automatons rise. Everyone here knew that Roland could use golems, but they didn't think that they would pose much of a threat, not with so many magical beasts around. In their eyes, they had the numbers as well as quality behind them. However, they did not expect that the numbers of these golemic creations would continue to increase. Hey, aren't there too many golems? How did this bastard get so many of them in here? You never said anything about this. Roman turned his head towards the mage that was also confused by the sheer amount of metallic spiders coming out of the woodwork. Some had been hidden in the swamp waters while others lay dormant behind trees and in the bushes. The fog in the swampland hid them well, and now they were becoming surrounded. He used a few in the academy. This is more than a few. Did you lie to us? Why would I do that? I already lost my doppelganger. Those aren't easy to tame. You better pay what you're owed after this is finished. Stop arguing and focus. They are just stupid golems. He might be able to control a few, but the rest should be easy to destroy, Roman. Fine, I'm on it. Mage, lend my brother some of those beasts. The rest of us will focus on that bastard. Elithes, who seemed to be the leader of the group, gave Roman an order. Ulfine seemed still dejected, as she wasn't given a name, but after clicking her tongue she nodded. It was common sense that even a rune mage had limits when controlling a vast quantity of golems. It wasn't wrong to assume that he would be able to only control a small group that was around him, but they did not account for Roland's true class. Well, I got them here now, but will this be enough? Roland had let his shield fall into the swamp on purpose, and that purpose was to spread his golems through the dungeon. After he was gone, his shield was activated, and the storage space within expanded to allow a vast quantity of golems to emerge. One by one they emerged and quickly hid in various places. When dormant and without any magic flowing through them, they were quite difficult to spot even for people with tracking classes. They were not living beings but inanimate objects that moved with the help of runes. Without mana flowing through them, not even a mage would be able to tell that they were there. Only after he arrived here and jolted them awake with his own skill did they come to life once more. This was made possible by his weekly research into spatial runes and by his enemies underestimating him as always. He took them on a wild goose chase through the dungeon while his army rose out of the altered shield. With the help of the Institute Library, he was now able to expand the exit from his spatial runes further and could even sustain it while he wasn't there. He even knew that in the future, it would be possible to further augment this magical technology that would allow him to call his army forth without any outside preparations. Good that I stored all those golems for the trip. Before heading out, he had stored as many golems and parts into his spatial shield. The space inside was quite large, and it was previously strenuous to remove items from within. Before coming here, he stashed this space to the brim with hopes of being able to expand on the removal process later. Only after further research into dimensional magic, which was very prevalent in the whole institute, could this portable storage shield become a true asset. With his golems now surrounding him, Roland felt a surge of confidence. The Baskerville brothers and Ulfine, along with her tamed beasts, did not outnumber him anymore. While numerous spider drones lingered around, Roland's true numerical advantage lay in the vast quantity of floating cubes comprising his golemic army. Hovering in the air, these cubes awaited the command to unleash beams of condensed magical energy upon his foes. Sometimes, simplicity proved to be the strongest design, and Roland knew that these floating squares of death would likely be the key to securing victory in the battle ahead. Soon he gave the order, and they scrambled up into the air before launching bright blue rays of light at the timed beast. The battle had now started only after the Overlord had received aid from his trusted mechanical troops. As the light show took over the place, he took some time to glance at Ulfine's status screen. Name: Ulfine L201. Classes: T3 Master Beast Summoner L51. T2 Beast Summoner L50. T2 Summoner L50. T1 Magic Contractor L25. T1 Mage L25. Now that she became his enemy, there was no reason for him to follow the Institute's rules. To no surprise, she was a summoner, someone who could conjure up and tame beasts. This large pack of murderous felines had not been there before. It was clear that she had summoned them while he was battling the knights. With the floating cubes raining down beams of magical energy upon Ulfine's tamed beasts, chaos ensued. The powerful creatures roared and snarled as they attempted to evade the deadly onslaught, but many were struck and their bodies disintegrated into nothingness. This confirmed their status as magically summoned creatures, as they would not leave behind corpses. Instead, they would turn into particles of mana and fade away to the place they were summoned from. Roland remained focused, his multiple minds calculating and strategizing as he surveyed the battlefield. The Baskerville brothers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Roland's golemic army. They had trouble coming to terms with the sheer amount of magical missiles coming their way. Even though they quickly regrouped, they were still forced to retreat from the onslaught. From above came the cubes. They fired self-homing mana arrow spells that were spiraling for added power. A few hits from those attacks were enough to destroy any of the summoned Tier 2 felines. To make things worse, the golemic spiders were doing the same from the sides. Their beams were more concentrated and precise, but hitting the target wasn't that easy. Rune, who was given the order to contend with the golemic onslaught, targeted the spiders first. Ulfine, on the other hand, focused on the large group of floating cubes and ordered Thunderclaw to engage as well. Elithes also saw the army of golems as troublesome, so his wind slices were focused on dispatching them first while his brother Andreas charged at Roland. So this guy will keep me busy while the others take care of the golems? Their plan was obvious, and perhaps if they were up against a regular rune magus, then it would have worked. They didn't know that battling the army of golems was quite pointless, and that by sending this man after him alone, they were just weakening themselves. Just like before, he activated a skill that gave him a boost in speed and momentum. Like a train on rails, Andreas shot towards him with his shield guarding his body, and halberd pointed forward. Roland had a few ways of going around this problem, and he chose one of the more extreme ones. Instead of continuing to implement his magical shields for defenses and using long-range spells, he just closed the distance. In a way, he mirrored the stance of Andreas, just substituting the halberd with his own magical warhammer. Both of them gained more speed and eventually collided to create a massive collision which sent a shockwave in all directions. He overpowered Andreas? The two other Baskerville hounds were shocked as they saw their brother being flung back after the exchange. His shield had a dent as it was struck by the runic hammer Roland was using. They couldn't fathom the combinations of spells that were used, but they could generate an immense impact, not something a mage should be able to produce during a close-quarters confrontation. They saw Andreas flying back and tumbling around, but he seemed mostly uninjured. However, his opponent's weapon looked to be damaged. The large hammer Roland used was filled with cracks, and some parts were even missing. It was clear that even though the shield took a lot of damage, the weapon was unusable. Ha! Good going, Andreas. As long as his weapon is damaged, he won't be able to use it. Now let us clear out these golems. At first, it looked like their brother had failed, but the exchange was a loss. Roland's magic hammerstaff had been damaged and looked unusable. Roman gloated from afar while dispatching multiple golems by himself, his tier above the capabilities of these simple magical automatons. It looked like they were quickly turning the tide in their favor. The golems and floating cubes seemed powerful at first, but they were easy to dispatch. Even when a lot of the summoned creatures were defeated in the initial ambush, as long as the golems were defeated, then so would they master. With this thought in mind, the Cerberus Knights continued, but something was strange. Their adversary wasn't doing much. What's going on? Did he give up? Is he giving up already? Pathetic. Roman gloated while Elithes was puzzled by Roland's lack of response, as the man was being quite passive. After the initial clash with Andreas, he remained somewhat passive, turtling behind some remaining golems while using ranged spells. These clashed with Ulfiness and her beast, but besides the lesser feline summons, no one was really getting injured. Only after all the golems were gone and none of the summoned beasts reminded did Elithes realize what Roland's true plan was. What kind of skill is this? How is this possible? Suddenly, after all of the magical automatons were destroyed, they all started to rise up again. The metallic bodies that were cut into smaller pieces by both Roman and Elithes were mending themselves. The cubes came back together and continued to float, their magical batteries still mostly full. What is this sorcery? Elithes exclaimed in shock as he witnessed the golems repairing themselves. It was as if their destruction had been nothing more than a temporary setback. Roman paused in his assault, his expression twisting into one of frustration as he realized their efforts had been in vain. I don't know, I never heard of such a skill. This is not something a rune magus should be capable of. Who said that I was a rune mage? Roland replied with a somewhat nonchalant tone, as there was no use hiding it anymore. He was able to keep his status screen hidden and was able to trick his enemies into focusing on the golems. They did not realize that his main targets were the summoned creatures that were now all gone. Thunderclaw was the only one that remained, and finally, he had the numerical advantage. Look, his weapon is reforming itself. Damn. Focus everything on that bastard. There is no use in attacking the golems. The Baskerville brothers quickly redirected their focus towards Roland, realizing that he was the true threat. They launched a relentless assault, combining their skills and magical attacks to overwhelm him. At least they tried, but the small golem army that had managed to restore itself blocked their way. While they couldn't cause much damage to the Tier 3 class holders, they could keep them busy while their lord did most of the heavy lifting. The onslaught of magical attacks intensified and gave Roland some space to maneuver. An aura of purple energy surrounded his armor as he activated both the Mana Overflow skill and the Overlord's Might skill. Now armed with a tremendous boost to all of his stats and an almost bottomless reserve of mana, it was time to make his stand. His first target was the enemy's support unit, which in this case was Professor Ulfine. Defeating the enemy magician was one of the most basic tactics. With a burst of speed and coated in various buffing spells, he shot towards Professor Ulfine in a similar fashion to how Andreas charged at him. Thunderclaw, her tamed liger, stood in his way, but he would not be enough to stop him. Even though he growled and created a torrent of storm energy to block his path, it could not stop him. Roland's eyes narrowed as he closed in on Ulfine, his warhammer crackling with magical energy, and his shield producing a veil of mana that could not be pierced through. In a burst of speed, he appeared before her, his hammer swinging from the side and aimed directly at her body. Just like any other mage, close-ranged combat was not her forte, and her only choice was to activate protective artifacts. Using non-runic artifacts was a good idea, but you miscalculated slightly. And no, with a swift motion, Roland swung his weapon, which unleashed a devastating shockwave of electrical energies. Ulfine expected it to collide with a layer of magical shields, but for some reason, they weren't working. Even though all of them prepared countermeasures against a rune mage, he was still able to affect their enchanted equipment. It was as if all artifacts were forced to do his bidding. Thunderclaw the Liger tossed himself to protect his master and received the hit directly for her. Instantly, a massive magical discharge shook the entire dungeon and even caused the high ceiling to tremble. Ulfine watched in horror as her beloved Thunderclaw had his head turned to mush by the magical weapon. The ensuing blast caused a lot of residual damage which fully engulfed her unprotected body that was heavily electrocuted. Roland stood amidst the aftermath, his chest heaving with exertion as he surveyed the scene before him. Ulfine lay unconscious on the ground with her body smoking from the magical discharge. Thunderclaw's lifeless form was sprawled nearby to his master, who was on death's door. Well then, only 3 remain. The Baskerville brothers turned in dismay at the display of magical might. Their mage helper was down on the ground and clearly defeated. The number advantage that they once held had now crumbled, leaving only the 3 of them to face off against the formidable runic overlord and his army of magical automatons. As Roland stood there, surveying the aftermath of his devastating attack, the Baskerville brothers faced a grim reality. Their confident demeanor was shattered and replaced by a sense of uncertainty. The balance of power had shifted in favor of the man in the runic armor, and they knew it. With Ulfine incapacitated and Thunderclaw slain, the brothers were left to confront Roland alone. Despite their prowess as knight commanders, they were facing an opponent with a self-restoring golem army. He had also managed to outmaneuver them at every turn and potentially had another ace up his sleeve. Roman, Elithes, and Andreas exchanged wary glances, silently communicating their next move. They knew they couldn't afford to underestimate Roland any longer. Despite their numerical disadvantage, they had to find a way to overcome this formidable foe. Their lives depended on it, and they had to give it all. We need to come up with a strategy. This isn't someone we can defeat without proper tactics.
What do you propose?
We can't let him dictate the pace of this battle. We need to find a weakness and exploit it. He's a mage but casts spells without any chanting. He doesn't seem like he lost much mana since the battle started. Does that monster even have a weakness? The 3 were starting to realize that their opponent wasn't quite normal. He was certainly not a regular rune mage. More than likely he was a special class holder that they had no information on. They had made a blunder by not doing their research and believing in their skills a bit too much. He is still at the same tier as we are, and we outnumber him. Those golems are nothing more than a distraction. We need to aim for him, even if it will cost us. You mean? Elithes nodded at Roman, who had a disgruntled look on his face. It seemed that he knew what his brother was insinuating. They needed to focus all of their best skills and techniques on a single opponent. Fighting the golems first would be a mistake as they didn't know how many times they could be restored. Fleeing was also not an option as the man already showcased his recording technology. If word got out of what they did, the ramifications of their actions would be dire. Fine, but you better pay for the elixir after this is over. Andreas, take the lead. He'll be right behind you and we'll do it together. The third brother didn't even nod and remained silent. It seemed that the three had some sort of plan, one that would put two of them in danger. Andreas, the youngest brother, stepped forward with his halberd held firmly in hand. His eyes locked on his target, an armored man surrounded by a purple haze. Rune followed closely behind, his body vanishing as the charge commenced. The two were met with a salvo of energy beams from the reformed golem army. The darkened dungeon that was filled with swamp water and mist was now illuminated. Even if there were a few dungeon monsters there, they were instantly eradicated by the constant rays of concentrated mana. Yet, they were not enough to stop the advance of these two men. Andreas, who was like a bull, continued to charge while allowing himself to get hit by these projectiles. At first, it seemed that they were hitting his body, but instead, a strange phenomenon was taking place. The projectiles bent at the last moment and collided with his shield. It was as if they were being sucked into it through the use of some kind of skill. The shield, which was thick and sturdy, was robust enough to take hundreds of magical collisions. Rune, on the other hand, used a different approach. His speed was extraordinary and he continued to evade each attack with graceful movements. He weaved between the beams, relying on his agility and reflexes to dodge the onslaught. His strategy was to get close enough to Rune to unleash his most devastating techniques and keep him busy long enough for their plan to work. As the two Baskerville knights charged, their leader remained standing in the background. He was also getting some attention from the golems, but not as much. It was clear that he was waiting for his two allies to give him an opening, and only then would he utilize his strongest technique. While this plan was quite rudimentary and their opponent had mostly seen through what they were up to, it didn't mean that it would fail. Are they finally started to take me seriously? Rune thought to himself while accepting the challenge. At this point, he was mostly aware of their capabilities, but he couldn't relax. He was still going up against 3 Tier 3 class holders who were older and more experienced than him in combat. While it seemed that he had the upper hand, the moment could be fleeting. His golems were a nice distraction, but they couldn't really critically injure any of these people. They were just not strong enough for such a feat. There were a few ways he could go about this situation, as running was still an option. However, he didn't want to take up too much time. While he had managed to knock Ulfine out cold, she could wake up at any time. Then there were also the Tier 2 knights that he had lost within the swamp. While they would probably not be able to pass through his golem squadron, they could still aid his enemies. It was better to take care of them in a swift fashion, and for that, he might have to take a few hits. Thus, while in his strongest form, he charged forth with his shield raised. He wasn't only a mage, as his sturdy armor along with his skills would allow him to exchange blows with close-ranged fighters. The world was already filled with particles of blue light as he was looking at his enemies' mana phantoms to predict their next move. At first, it seemed that Andreas would try to lock him down with a charge, but to his surprise, Rune was the one to appear first. Through some type of hastening skill, he closed a gap of tens of meters in an instant. His blade shimmered with magical energy as it slashed through the air, aiming directly for Roland's exposed flank. Roland reacted swiftly, bringing up his shield to intercept the blow. The impact reverberated through his arm and was dispersed with the help of his runic magic. His opponent was quite swift and attempted to slash at him multiple times, but before he could, a spiky pillar made of rocks erupted from the ground. He gracefully retreated by performing a backflip and simultaneously sliced at the rock to cut it in half. Andreas closed in and his halberd swung with deadly intent. However, just as the weapon was about to strike, Roland sidestepped with surprising agility for someone in heavy armor. He countered with a powerful kick to Andreas' midsection. The knight managed to block the attack with his shield, but the force of the impact sent him sliding back. Now that the two men were forced to retreat slightly, Roland unleashed a barrage of magical spells. With the addition of a couple of floating golemic cubes around him, The two were forced to either block or evade. Roman didn't let up as he continued his relentless assault, his blade dancing with deadly grace as he tried to find an opening in Roland's defenses. Meanwhile, Andreas regrouped and charged at him once more. A battle of unprecedented proportions between the two knights and the runesmith ensued. Both parties' weapons collided with each other and generated shockwaves from each exchange. The ground became riddled with holes from the magical attacks, and trees fell by being cut by blades or pierced by a polearm. Neither side was letting up, but the man in the middle seemed to push back the duo who was barely holding it together. The battle raged on, but the third knight Elethes continued to watch from a distance. He was getting ready and trying to time his grand technique with his two partners. The golems continued to assault him from all directions but didn't pose a threat to a magical master swordsman. At most they could distract him. "Now!" he shouted while vanishing from sight through unknown means. The golems that were shooting at him were unable to detect him but suddenly collapsed after something cut them into multiple pieces. His form had vanished from sight, but it was obvious where he was going. Andreas and Roman knew that it was time to finish this and continued with their plan. First, the larger of the two abandoned his weapon and performed a strange grasping motion toward their armored opponent. A strange set of semi-transparent chains erupted from his whole body and in the direction of their opponent. Even when blasted with spells or blocked by a mana veil, they continued to move as if they were on a different plane of existence. Roland found himself being bound by this strange skill, and his movements became sluggish. The sudden restraint caught Roland off guard, and he found himself ensnared by these strange ethereal chains. Meanwhile, Roman seized the opportunity, his blade glowing with a brilliant light as he lunged forward with unmatched speed. His blade bent at strange angles and looked like a snake going for his side that he was holding his hammer in. This seemed to be the crux of their plan, to restrict his movements from both sides for even a split second. Roland already saw what was coming, and there was not much time for him to make the correct adjustments. He would not be coming out from this battle unscathed. However, he didn't panic. Pain was not something that he feared at this point, he just needed to survive. His enemies have gotten quite close to him, and they were in range for some punishment. He had two options, one riskier than the other, but it would end the fight right then and there. There was no time to contemplate the issue, and in that split second, he made up his mind. Instead of turtling up and defending himself from their blows, he would fully go on the offensive instead. The two men that were trying to hold him back gave it their all, but instead of struggling further, he let go of both his shield and hammer. Instead, he just opened up his palms to point at the two. The runes on his armor began to shift and glow bright purple. At the same time, all the golems reacted to his call. They all turned their weapons in his direction and quickly discharged all of their energy. While they were aiming at the two men on both sides, Roland was still in the middle. The combined assault from both the golems and Roland himself created a cataclysmic explosion of magical energy. The shockwave rippled outwards, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon and sending debris flying in all directions. Roman and Andreas were engulfed in the blast, their bodies thrown backward like rag dolls, and their forms became obscured by smoke and dust. However, this was within their calculations. Even though both his palms created a swirling magical blast that collided with the two, this was not the end. As Roland was discharging his energy, something collided with his helmet, something that he had expected. The force was immense, and he could only contort his body backwards to keep himself from losing his neck. It was the third Baskerville knight who was coming for his head. He had used his allies as a distraction to propel himself at perhaps the speed of sound in his direction. If it wasn't for the mana phantom that this skill produced, Roland would have not even known that it was coming. Luckily, calculating the trajectory and timing with the help of mathematics was a possibility. Roland's mind raced as he attempted to slip through this deadly attack. However, this was easier said than done as the blades sunk into his armor and were able to cut through it. He felt pain surging through his entire body as something entered his body. His left shoulder took the brunt of this impact along with his face as his helmet was dislodged from his face. The collision was fierce, and it sent even more ripples and echoes throughout the whole dungeon. But suddenly things went quiet, and only the sound of a few crumbling rocks from the dungeon's high ceiling could be heard by the survivors of this clash. On one side lay a large armored man with a gaping hole in his chest, something created by the massive palm blast he received while holding his enemy down. On the other was another. He was not dead, but his sword arm was missing, as he had tried to deflect this surge of magical energy but had been too late. Then in the middle was the man that they tried to defeat, his forehead bleeding and a sword embedded in the left side of his chest. Only one person was standing among the rubble, and he belonged to the Baskerville Knights. In his left hand, he was holding a sword that looked quite similar to the one that was now embedded in Roland's left chest area close to his shoulder. For a moment there was a smile on his face as he assumed that he had been victorious, but before he could celebrate he noticed some movement. His enemy was still alive. A feint for the head, but the true strike aims for the heart. Not bad. I didn't actually think that you'd be able to pierce me, though. Roland's voice sounded as his body started moving. He was in a lot of pain, but he had managed to survive the exchange. His left arm hung limply at his side, the pain throbbing through his body as he grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in his chest. With a grunt of effort, he slowly pulled the blade out and blood started to gush out from his wound. Despite the agony, his expression remained stoic as this was not quite over. I don't know how you've managed to survive that, but it matters not. It'll just end you now. Will you now? You think that you can fight me with one arm and an injury like that? Just give up and save yourself some face. You mean this little flesh wound? Look, it's already getting smaller. Huh? How is that? What are you? The Baskerville Knight's eyes widened in disbelief as Roland stood before him, seemingly unfazed by the grievous wound. To make things even more disheartening, the large wound he created with his sword was mending itself before his eyes. The man was still glowing purple, but there was a tinge of gold radiance there, as if a priest was healing his wounds at a rapid pace. Elithes was positive that he did not have any time to drink an elixir or healing potion, but somehow, he was regenerating like some kind of monster. You fought well. Roland cracked his neck in an intimidating fashion while his armor started to reform itself. The hole that had been created mended itself as if it was also affected by a healing spell, and soon no visible damage on the armor could be spotted to the naked eye. But without your little helpers, the victory belongs to me. The abandoned hammer along with the shield flew back to him, with the only exception being his helmet, which had been flung into the distance and out of range of his skills. Elithes did not believe that his enemy was uninjured by his attack and steeled his resolve. Quickly he plunged himself into the fray. Even if he only had one sword, he did not want to believe that his opponent was uninjured. As Elithes charged in once more, Roland met his blade with his shield. Despite the injuries he had sustained, Roland's movements were still fluid and calculated. At first, it seemed that he was wavering, but as the moments passed it became clear that he was recovering. His opponent, on the other hand, was now alone to face the army of supporting golems and their master. The clash between Roland and Elithes intensified, the sound of their weapons echoing through the cavernous dungeon. Yet, even though the magical swordsman attempted to shift the tides of battle, the longer it took the more obvious the result was. Soon his blade was flying through the air as his side was met with a hit from a magically enhanced hammer. His body flew to the side like a rag doll, and he ended up submerged in some swamp water. And oh, this can't end like this. Who are you really? Me? I'm just a simple runesmith, Roland replied while approaching, his large hammer planted over his shoulder as he strode toward his enemy. The battle was over and Elithes was quite shocked. His face had gone pale and he was clearly fearful of what was about to come. However, before the final blow could land, Roland stopped for a moment as his adversary seemed to recognize something. You that face, are you actually? Roland paused mid-step, his hammer still ready to strike while Elithes's words hung in the air. The Baskerville Knight's eyes widened as he came to some sort of realization, and his face was a mix of disbelief and anger. Are you actually? A question was thrown, and it indicated that his opponent knew something. His face had been revealed, and there was an implication that came with it. He had never met this person without wearing his suit of armor, nor did anyone know how the missing Arden sibling. However, there was one particular thing about his family that set it apart from the others. It seemed that their father's genes took over when it came to male offspring, but when it came to females, they took the mother's side of the family. This was also the reason why his brother Robert instantly recognized him a few years back. Why, you're one of them, right? Why, you must be Robert? Now this all makes sense. It seemed that this man had come in contact with his family members, and this was not anything out of the ordinary. The Baskerville Knight family in a way took over the responsibilities of the Arden estate that was previously also one of Castellane's guard dogs. Even after Wentworth Arden rose to his position of proper nobility, the Baskerville Knights continued to maintain a close relationship with them due to their shared history of loyalty and service. When he was between the ages of 5 and 10, he had witnessed them as well, and through those exchanges, he came to know of the 3 Cerberus Knights. It wasn't strange to assume that this person had seen either his eldest brother Rainer or the second Edwin. He didn't seem to know Robert at all, but the resemblance was there, and it seemed that his identity as one of the Ardens had been exposed. No, how could you be Robert? This strength, not even the firstborn was this capable could you be. What does it matter who I am? Roland stopped for a moment but then resumed his approach. He knew why Elithes was confused, as Roland's power was just too high. At most, he could assume that he was some bastard who had been born before Rainer. It wouldn't make sense for Robert to be strong enough to take out the Cerberus trio on his own. No, wait. If you're from the Arden family, please reconsider. Do you want a war to break out between the families? Do you think you can win against the Castellane house? Roland paused once more, but his hammer was still clenched tightly. The mention of potential conflict between the Arden and Castellane families made him contemplate the issue. It was true that any action he took here could have negative repercussions, not just for himself but for his family as well. He had raised his hand in opposition to Viola Castellane and already killed some of the Baskerville Knights, with Andreas being the most prominent one. While the other side started the conflict, some might say that he had overreacted. You tried to murder me and Lucien Arden as well. Now that you are defeated, you seek a truce? Elithes struggled to rise from the swampy ground, but he seemed to be trying to make amends. Please, my friend, think about it. I had no choice in this matter. I'm sure that you understand. People like us have no choice in these matters. I was just following orders. Roland's expression remained unreadable as he listened to Elithes's plea, but his mind was racing. There were potential consequences of continuing with his actions now. He understood the balance between the noble houses and how they would probably not let this issue rest so easily. It would be clear to the Castellane household that he was the man responsible for all of this. But what are the other options here? If I let this bastard go, he will report all of it and they might just come back with more forces or even hire an assassin. If one strategy didn't work, it was useful to use another. While it was true that the Baskerville and Castellane families would probably back off for a moment, they would hold a grudge. The issue could potentially be dropped as it would put the other families in a bad light. The only thing that nobles feared than the higher nobility was bad rumors. There was a possibility that they would halt their advances and even issue a public apology. However, after the overreaction he witnessed today, Roland wasn't sure if they would honor anything. I understand your predicament, but it doesn't sound very genuine when you're just trying to distract me. Did you think I wouldn't notice? For a moment he did give it a thought. Revealing himself could potentially have this whole thing end without any future bloodshed. While he didn't see the Castellane family apologizing for this issue, it was possible to make amends and form some type of binding contract that would safeguard his sister. Both sides would come to some kind of agreement and let things rest, but it wouldn't be so, as the surviving Roman had been lingering in the background. Shit. Roland had managed to rip off this man's arm, but he was still a Tier 3 class holder. With enhanced bones and internal organs, even without an arm it was still possible to move around. People at this tier had advanced from being regular humans and were closer to monsters. It seems that you wish to negotiate with your swords raised? Roman didn't reply as he used his legs to toss himself in Roland's direction. His body was fast, but his movements lacked finesse due to the missing arm. Despite this, he managed to close the distance between them surprisingly quickly. With his remaining hand, he wielded his sword with murderous intent and attempted to aim it at his exposed throat. However, Roland had already seen this movement thanks to the mana phantom, and before the strike could connect, it was sidestepped. His opponent tried to quickly gather himself, but it was too late. His overlord's might skill was still in effect, and it gave him a clear advantage over this injured knight. He bashed the man with his shield to knock him off balance, then followed up with a swift strike from the spiky side of his hammer. While the man was wearing some armor, he was still able to puncture through it. Then, through this opening, he directly injected a large quantity of magical energy into the man's body. Even though he was a Tier 3 class holder, his insides started to rapture. Roman convulsed in agony as his insides were liquefied in an instant. His body flew into the distance and landed in a shallow puddle filled with swamp water. There it started spasming before his life finally came to an end. Elithes had managed to gather himself off the ground, but his legs were shaking. He found himself surrounded by a large group of golems that had managed to restore themselves. All of them were pointing their eyes and cannons in his direction. Wait. Do you really want to start a war that you can't hope to win between the families? Think rationally. Oh, I am quite rational. What war? What families? You assume that I'm part of the Arden estate, but am I really? What proof do you have? What? And if I was, I would be quite justified in defending my sister's honor, wouldn't I? Roland pointed at the man with his hammer, which was already glowing. The large group of golems did the same as they aimed at the injured knight. Soon a salvo of beams exploded from all directions, all aiming at the lone knight in the middle. While he tried to evade them, he found himself unable to due to the sheer volume. Yet, they were nothing more than distractions, with the glowing hammer being the true ray of death. No, please, spare me. I swear to keep silent about everything that happened. The man cried out in pain as multiple energy bolts bounced off his body. Due to his Tier 3 prowess, they just created shallow wounds and pain. However, eventually, a bright flash ended him as Roland's swirling attack connected with the man's chest cavity and drilled right through it. The dungeon fell silent once more. The only sounds echoing through the cavern were the crackling of fading magic and the distant drips of water. Roland stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, his expression quite solemn. The Cerberus knights that were famous within this region lay defeated, and their bodies were without any signs of life. After taking a deep breath, Roland let the tension drain from his muscles. Despite this victory, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The consequences of his actions could be dire, as the men here were important figures within the kingdom. Their disappearance would be noticed, and many new foes could appear on the horizon. They didn't really leave me a choice here. There were other knights within the dungeon, and he knew that it would probably be impossible for him to get to all of them. It was also probable that another unit was waiting above ground, waiting for the report from their leaders. There was no reason to chase any more people down, nor did he want to shed more blood on this day. Killing didn't bring him much joy, and he knew that everyone was just following orders. He also knew he had to tread carefully from here on out. The Baskerville Knights were a powerful and influential family, and their demise would not go unnoticed. The Castellane household, too, would likely seek retribution for the loss of their knights. Luckily, they all would think twice about attacking him again after this fiasco and would likely forego any immediate future attempts at his life. I'm sure it'll be public enemy number 1 for them at least. They probably won't care much about Lucien past this point, nor do they really know who I am. While his face was similar, there was no real proof that he was part of the Arden estate. Nor was the conversation here revealed to anyone yet. As long as he kept silent about everything, no one would be the wiser. The Baskerville Knights would probably also not disclose any information, as it made them look bad. They were unable to defeat a lone rune magician after ambushing him in a dungeon. Not something they would want to be spread around. However, at the moment his mind was deliberating something else. While the 3 knights had been vanquished, there was a 4th person involved, Professor Ulfine. She had been knocked out by him before he dismantled the trio, but was still alive. His instincts were telling him that perhaps killing this woman would be a wise choice, as she might have caught the conversation that could expose his true identity. She was nothing more than a hired goon in his eyes who tried to murder him and his sister, not someone he would lose much sleep over. While eliminating her might seem like the logical choice to tie up loose ends, he also considered the potential consequences of such an action. Killing her might attract unwanted attention from the institute or other powerful entities she might be affiliated with. On the other hand, letting her live would also pose risks. Would the other teachers from the institute even believe him? It was possible that once she awoke, Professor Ernest would swoop in to aid her. He did not know who he could really trust, and if she was allowed to talk to anyone, then perhaps the whole academy would go after him, even before he could show them any recordings that would absolve him of any crimes. Roland weighed his options carefully while one of the golems returned his helmet to his side. With the help of the mage hand spell, the helmet seemingly floated up and descended onto his head. It had been broken in a few places, but with the help of his skill, it was reformed once more and quickly magnetized itself to the rest of his armor. With his arsenal now fully restored, he deliberated this issue further but was unable to come to a decision as some other trouble made itself known. "Young man, how about you leave that one to me?" A new voice sounded from the side, something that he didn't expect. Even though he had lost his helmet with the main monitoring system within, his senses were sharp. Unless it was some type of assassin of Tier 3 or up, he would have probably noticed something. His golems had some detection capabilities, but this person was right there, just a few meters from the position he now stood. "Who are you?" He quickly turned in the direction of this voice to see a peculiar phenomenon. At first, it looked like a person, but something wasn't right. They weren't really there. It was some kind of illusion or magical body. The figure before Roland seemed to be a manifestation of mana, but it was somewhat different. His eyes of mana skill was still active, and it was giving him some conflicting information. Wait, is this spiritual energy not mana? It looks like a mana phantom. Could this person be? It finally hit him. This person was not an illusion, nor was it a hologram. It was a specter. Roland recalled the description that Arion had given him of the Institute's spiritualist, and this old lady fit the bill. She wasn't very tall and hunched forward while holding a cane in her right hand. Her nose was somewhat large and elongated. Her face had several large warts, and she was also wearing a large hat which made her look like an evil witch from old fables. It's just how Arion described. I thought he was exaggerating with the description. How rude. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first, young man? My apologies. I am Assistant Professor Wayland from the Institute. He mentioned his current hidden name, but he wasn't sure how much this person had heard of his conversations with the now-past Elethes. Considering that he was talking with a spiritualist who could talk with the dead, this was troublesome. Was his secret exposed already? Or would it be soon after? "Oh, you're that new fellow from the Institute? What brings you here? The advancement classes?" Oh right, there was that. It seemed the spiritualist, despite her eerie appearance, was not immediately hostile towards him. However, letting his guard down was not an option. She clearly came out from hiding to keep him from sending Ulfine into the afterlife. It seemed that she wanted to protect this woman who had wronged him. "I must say, you made quite a mess inside the dungeon," the old woman commented while looking around. The bodies of his 3 enemies were still there and the blood was quite fresh. "I was just defending myself. They initiated the attack, and I had no other choice." "Oh, don't worry, young man. I'm not judging you, but next time try to keep it down. It's hard to concentrate while the spirits are in such disarray." "Sure." He wasn't sure what to make of this old lady. She seemed unperturbed by the circumstances that led to the deaths of these men. "What are your intentions, Professor Fortuna? I assume. I guess I don't need to introduce myself then. My intentions? Well, isn't it obvious? I'm here to ensure that justice is served, young man. But it didn't look like you needed any help, so I just waited." "You waited and justice? If I may ask, what are your intentions with Professor Ulfine?" Professor Fortuna let out a cackling laugh, which echoed eerily in the cavernous dungeon. "Oh, my intentions with dear Ulfine? Don't worry, young man. She won't be bothering anyone anytime soon." Roland couldn't help but feel suspicious of the old spiritualist. The lady was giving him goosebumps for some reason, and it felt like she was quite dangerous. While they were talking, a large quantity of will-o'-the-wisp spectral monsters appeared around the area. Their numbers were quite large, but this wasn't all. This woman's spectral avatar was quite something too. The magical fluctuations it was giving off were tremendous. It wasn't hard for a mage to measure their opponent's strength through the spells the other party was using. This person he was now up against wasn't simple and potentially had more mana than even he had. Considering that the Institute let her live in the dungeon and even allowed her to ignore meetings, made her probably into a special existence. She was perhaps someone quite powerful, maybe even someone that he wouldn't be able to go against. As Roland stood there, facing the enigmatic Professor Fortuna and more precisely, her strange spectral manifestations, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Her presence here was quite unsettling, and he couldn't even measure her strength properly, as she was nothing more than a conjured phantom made from spiritual energy. Professor Fortuna, if you intend to intervene, may I ask about your stake in this matter? He posed his question while the will-o'-the-wisps around the area increased in numbers. Roland wasn't sure what to think about this old lady's involvement. If she witnessed the whole fight from a safe distance, it was probable that she saw his face and knew about his true identity. What she would do with this knowledge was unknown, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to stop her if she chose to leak it. You wish to know my reasoning, young lad? How about we change our location? This isn't really the greatest place to have a chat. Would you join me for some tea? Some tea, Professor? That's right, I'm sure you'll enjoy my special brew, young man. It was quite a surprise that he was invited to go to her abode. Roland knew that the spiritualist from the Institute lived in the dungeon, so this was a chance to get what he came here for. His main goal was to meet this woman and analyze her spells to help him with his Phantom Rune Limb project. Already, as he was looking at the strange energies, he was making recordings for future use. Professor Fortuna was not an ordinary figure, and Arion had already informed him about her. Considering that she was left alone to live in this dungeon made her unique, and he wasn't sure if he could refuse her request. The magical energies around him were starting to gather, but luckily their aim was not him but Professor Ulfine, whom he knocked out. The will-o'-wisps that had been intensifying in the area gathered around her body and began to lift her up. It looked like she was floating on a cloud made from spiritual energy that pulsated from time to time. It was clear that this woman didn't account for his opinion in this matter, and killing Ulfine to tie up this loose end would probably be impossible. Yet, for some reason, he felt like she wouldn't leak any incriminating information. Special brew? I'll accept the offer then. Wonderful. Please follow me then, it won't take long. While Roland didn't really want to follow this old woman to her lair, he needed to see what she would do with Ulfine. Considering her reputation, it was probably safe, but if not, then escaping would probably always be an option. Arion would have not lied to him, and she wasn't known for being openly hostile to other Institute members. Thus, after considering his options and the possibility of making a breakthrough with his research, he decided to go with her. With a nod, Roland followed Professor Fortuna as she led the way deeper into the dungeon. The will-o'-wisps floated around them, casting an eerie light that danced along the swamp water and trees. Roland remained vigilant, his senses on high alert, but the old spiritualist seemed nonchalant, as if they were simply taking a leisurely stroll. As they walked, Roland couldn't help but notice the strange fog gathering around them. It had encompassed them fully and made seeing anything past a few meters impossible. Only thanks to his enhanced mapping device was he able to keep track of his position, which his golems that were outside were keeping track of. However, in just a second something happened that jumbled up his entire map. Dimensional shift? Oh, you're quite a perceptive young man. The Institute must be glad that such a youngster is one of their professors. The old lady chuckled as he blurted out the sentence out loud. A dimensional shift had occurred, which meant that he had gone through something similar to a teleportation gate. After going through the Institute that was filled with dimensional magic, he became quite sensitive to the changes. He had also included sensors in his armor to feel out for such magics. That was some high-level magic. I only noticed it once I was passing through it. I should be really careful here. All sorts of red flags were going off in his head, but he needed to continue. It was now too late to turn back. Even more so now that he found himself without his golems that had been left behind on the first floor of this B-rank dungeon. The signal isn't coming through. Either there is a magical barrier around this place or I'm really deep underground. He was certain that he had been brought to one of the lower levels of the dungeon where Professor Fortuna's home was. The moment he saw it, He was even more reminded of old fables from his original world. This woman already looked like some type of evil but her home also filled the bill. They were still inside of a swampland, and before him was something that looked quite interesting. She's not going to throw me in the oven and try to eat me, is she? While having some intrusive thoughts, he looked at the hut that was perched on a small island in the middle of a murky swamp. It was surrounded by a large quantity of vines and twisting trees. It exuded a strange aura of ancient magic and had various symbols etched into the wooden walls. Many glowing orbs floated around the water, and he could see some strange apparitions within the depths. Here we are, young man. Welcome to my humble abode. Yes, it certainly looks welcoming. Roland hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the rickety wooden bridge that led to the entrance. His armor wasn't the lightest, so the wood creaked beneath his weight and added more to the eerie atmosphere. As he approached the hut, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was putting himself in danger, but at the same time, it was too late to retreat. He could only steel his nerves and try not to offend this witch-like woman. Professor Fortuna seemed entirely at ease as she opened the door and beckoned him inside. Roland followed with his senses on high alert and ready for any sign of danger. The interior of the hut was dimly lit by flickering candles which cast shadows across the wooden walls. "Please, make yourself comfortable and he'll have that tea ready in no time," Professor Fortuna said, gesturing to a wooden chair by a small table. Roland nodded warily, but before taking the seat, he looked at the second guest, Professor Ulfine. She was still being transported by the bunch of glowing orbs and being led to what seemed to be the cellar of this witch-like hut. "What are you going to do with her?" "Don't you worry, young man. She will be dealt with according to the Institute's rules, and don't worry. Your little secret will be safe with me." The apparition of the old woman chuckled a bit before vanishing from sight. Roland was skeptical of the whole situation, but at the moment the woman had not shown any animosity towards him. It was better to remain a good guest and ask about his research. The only problem was bringing it up. He wasn't really sure why she invited him here in the first place, which made him a little bit nervous. Once the spirit version of the witch was gone, he was left to his own devices inside of this strange hut. To not push his luck too much, he decided to just take a seat on the chair that was presented to him and wait. The dimly lit interior of the hut, coupled with the strange atmosphere of the swamp outside, made him want to leave. Minutes passed and he could hear some strange creaking sounds of wood below him, probably where Ulfine had been carried out to. Her fate was something he was interested in, but the woman already assured him that she would be dealt with. Finally, the sound of footsteps broke the silence as Professor Fortuna returned now in her true corporal form. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and a couple of cups that were floating around her. "My apologies, these old bones don't move as well as they used to." The woman looked almost identical to the spectral form she presented herself as. Her skin was wrinkled and weathered, but her eyes shone with a sharp intelligence, and her smile held a hint of mischief. Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in her presence, but he remained composed while trying to think of a way to ask her for some insights into spiritual magics. "No need to apologize, Professor Fortuna. Thank you for the tea." Roland replied politely, trying to maintain a respectful demeanor despite his reservations. The old woman poured the tea into the cups and handed one to Roland before taking a seat across from him. Instantly, he activated his helmet to make a chemical and magical analysis of the brew. While his system wasn't perfect, it was capable of identifying compounds that could cause harm to his body. Luckily, this brew didn't seem to be anything more than regular green tea, so he chose to take a sip. "So, young man, you wish for me to help you with your research?" That is correct, but how did you?" Before Roland could finish his question, Professor Fortuna chuckled softly, interrupting him. "My dear boy, I am a spiritualist of the highest order. I see and understand much more than you may realize, but in this case I had some help. Do you perhaps remember the book that our headmistress lent you?" "That book? Yes. I was the one that wrote it." Roland had been given the book by the Institute headmistress Yevena Arvandis. The book was quite old, but so was this woman. It seemed that she was the author. Sometimes books could have tracking spells placed on them and would inform authors of their location. Perhaps this was the case, and when he started his research into spiritual mana, She had been informed about it. "Ah, I see, so you wrote that book. It was quite insightful, I must say." Roland replied, carefully choosing his words, "But indeed, I am glad you found it helpful. But it seems you have questions beyond what the book could offer. However, before we go down that road, could you answer one of my questions?" The old woman's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned forward and started performing some type of magical skill. He could tell that she was focusing her mana into her eyes and performing some sort of identification incantation. It was different than a regular analyzing skill and filled with that unique spiritual mana he was trying to research. "A question? Of course, as long as it's something I can answer," Roland responded while trying to keep his tone as polite as possible. He didn't want to reveal any personal information, but it seemed that this old woman had something entirely different in mind. After leaning back into her chair, she posed her question. "Young man, tell me, how did you end up with a soul like that? How is it devoid of this world's blessing? Are you not of this world?" This was not something that he had expected. The question took him by surprise. He had no idea what she meant with the world's blessing, but he could somewhat tell what she was implying. "The world's blessing. I'm not sure I understand, Professor." For the time being, he decided to feign ignorance as he wasn't sure where this was going. It seemed that something about his soul was indicating that he was not a person from this world. While this was obviously true, he was not expecting anyone to actually be able to see through his origin. He had been transported to this world through strange means and put into the body of a dead Roland Arden. If he was exposed as some type of specter possessing his body, this could very well bode his end. "You don't? Well, that's not surprising. Not many mages practice spiritualism nor are even interested in anything besides binding souls to their will. Let me explain then." The old woman sounded quite cheery, but he wasn't sure what her intentions were. The amount of mana permeated the walls in this strange hut, and he could feel another shift coming. Before him, space started to vanish, and it was replaced by a black void that started to fill out by what seemed to be stars. Yes, this is the emptiness that surrounds our whole world. It's filled out by many celestial bodies. Soon the planet he inhabited had shown itself, and it was quite a detailed representation of it. He could even see the continent this kingdom resided in quite clearly. However, this didn't seem to be the focal point of the presentation as the planet started shrinking down. Not many know this, but our world is protected by the gods and spirits. Nothing can slip into it without their knowledge. Something akin to a force field appeared to surround their globe along with the moon surrounding it and moved even further away to engulf the sun. It encompassed the whole solar system along with several other planets that were part of it. At this point, this was nothing that he didn't know, as these were all facts documented within scripts. However, the strange barrier was the focal point, and he was not sure what it was for. Our realm isn't the only one. There are also other ones like the spirit realm or the demonic void, but I'm sure you're aware of this. Yes, every child knows the legends of how the world was created and how the gods separated our realms. How wonderful! But did you know that whenever a new soul is born, it receives the blessing of the spirit tree? A blessing? No, I don't think that such an event was ever mentioned in the texts or legends. In this world, there were multiple deities like Solaria and even evil gods like the one from the abyssal cult. After death, it was said that a person would be sent to heaven representing the god that they worshipped. Depending on the god it differed, and if a non-believer existed, they were said to be reincarnated into another being with their previous memories being erased. Roland wasn't sure if he fit in either category, as he was a person from a different world, and it seemed that this woman was trying to imply this. Each of our souls receives the blessing of the spirit tree, imbuing each of us with a unique color. Every living person with a soul possesses one, or at least should. It seems that your soul lacks the blessing. Quite intriguing. Yes, quite, but I don't really have an answer for that question. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. The old woman paused, her gaze glued to Roland's form as if she were trying to decipher something. Roland was unwilling to inform her about his true origins, and he wasn't sure if anyone would actually believe him. There was also no way of knowing what would happen if the truth came out. Would he be seen as some sort of anomaly and studied in a lab? Or perhaps seen as a demon that needed to be killed? That was a lie, wasn't it? You do know. Suddenly the candlelight flickered across the old woman's face that became more dastardly. The shadows seemed to accentuate her sudden change in demeanor, making her features seem more demonic. Roland felt a chill run down his spine. There was something wrong here, and perhaps he had made a mistake by coming here. Suddenly, as he tried to stand up, he felt himself unable to. It was as if a few tons were weighing him down. "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Professor. It might be better if we postpone this conversation." "Oh, but my dear boy, I think that we could chat some more. What secrets are you hiding?" The woman's voice became more commanding. It was as if the sweet grandma's personality was just a facade, hiding something much darker beneath. Roland realized he was in a precarious situation, trapped in this strange hut with a powerful spiritualist who seemed to be a tier above him. Her mana was suppressing his, to such an extent that he couldn't even budge from this wooden chair. However, just as everything seemed to have gone wrong, something strange occurred. A greenish haze of energy encompassed him, and suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a mass of strange vines that were seemingly protecting him. The vines twisted and writhed around Roland, forming a protective barrier between him and Professor Fortuna. They seemed to emanate a soothing energy, countering the oppressive force that had been weighing him down moments before. Roland looked around in astonishment, unsure of where these vines had come from or how they were aiding him. Luckily, soon a small figure formed from within these vines and started speaking out. "Old hag, what do you think you are trying to do?" Of course, it had to be you, ancient fossil. Old hag? Ancient fossil. It was instantly clear that these people knew each other and had some history. The spiritualist lady wasn't pleased with the appearance of the vines and was staring daggers at the small figure that was speaking. The facial features weren't quite well, but he could recognize that this person was the Institute headmistress, Yevena Arvandis. He was not sure how and why she decided to aid him, but he was grateful nonetheless. Power seemed to be returning to his limbs, and he could even use his mana now. "I was just having a friendly chat with our young professor here. No reason to be rude and interrupt." Professor Fortuna leaned back in her chair while trying to act as if she didn't just disable Roland's whole body. It seemed like she was about to perform some strange experiments to see how his soul ended up in the state that it was. "Friendly chat, you say? It seems to me that you were about to do something rather unpleasant to our young colleague." Yevena retorted with her voice being stern, while Roland remained silent. He was unsure how to interject in this conversation between two seemingly powerful Tier 4 class holders. From his perspective, it was quite hard for a Tier 3 to just disable him even if they were close to ascending further. His mana was like a toddler's compared to these two, and the atmosphere was growing increasingly more charged with magical energy. "Is this how you repay an old friend, Yevena? By interfering in matters that don't concern you?" Fortuna spat out her words in anger while the whole hut began to shake. The will-o-wisps started turning red and shifting chaotically. It seemed that they were reacting to their master's mood swings. Roland could feel the magical energies crackling around him as the two powerful mages faced off. However, it was clear that the witch-like Lady Fortuna had the advantage, as this was her lair they were in and not at the Institute. "I'm not here to argue with you, Fortuna, and if you continue, then I'll be forced to intervene directly." Yevena was probably feeling that her power was wavering, but she didn't relent. The vines around Roland started to shift to create a strange structure. They started to form something in the form of an oval with a magical surface within. Roland could feel what type of magic was taking form there, and it was identical to the portal gate he had seen in one of the magical towers. As the vines continued to weave together to form the portal-like structure, Professor Fortuna started to waver. Her expression, which was scrunched up with animosity, began to show signs of softening. At first, it seemed like the two were on equal footing, but the moment Yevena expressed her willingness to come here directly, the atmosphere in the room changed. The red soul orbs returned to their previous form, and eventually, the hut also stopped shaking. Now, my dear friend, don't do anything hasty." Professor Fortuna's tone had shifted from aggression to one of caution. Her eyes darted between Roland and the portal forming before them. It was evident that she had weighed her options and concluded that having the headmistress arrive here in person wouldn't be wise. "Have you come to your senses, Fortuna? Or must I pay you a visit to refresh your memory about who enabled you to exist in that humble swamp of yours? While Roland wasn't sure about the history of these two powerful mages, it was clear that the headmistress held more power. Considering Fortuna's status as a Tier 4 class holder, it seemed plausible that she enjoyed certain privileges within the institute. It would also explain why she wasn't reprimanded even when she didn't attend the faculty meetings, nor did she seem to hold any classes either. He remained seated and silent as the situation was resolving itself by itself. It would be possible for him to activate his armor now and attempt to escape, but he still needed something from this old woman. While he had been constantly scanning this area for spiritual energy, it would be better if he had some samples he could examine for a more prolonged time. Eventually, the portal materialized and sprang to life. Within it, he could see the woman that he had met previously. Though uncertain of the mechanism, it seemed that during his visit to the headmistress's tower, she had somehow marked him. Perhaps some plant matter the size of mushroom sports had made its way onto his armor and remained dormant. Through them, she was able to control the plants in this hut and created the portal thereafter. It was a magical feat beyond his current comprehension. Yes, yes. You have made your point, dear headmistress. Don't worry. I will treat your precious faculty member with respect. The portal remained in place while Fortuna scrambled around. She was clearly panicking at this point and fumbling her words around. The woman on the other side of the portal observed with a stern expression, not convinced by Fortuna's sudden change in demeanor. I know. This fine young man had come here to research the spirits. How about... After thinking for a moment, Fortuna conjured up a spell to order one of the spirit orbs to fly over to the table. Along with it was a large flash into which the soul orb squeezed into. This wasn't all, as various other old books and texts about the subject matter Roland was researching flew over. How about this, my lad? It should be enough, right? It was as if the old lady was now pleading with him instead. Roland remained silent for a moment while looking at the items on the table. There was a lot of research material there, and along with it a will-o-wisp in a flash. With all of this, he was certain that he would be able to make a big leap in his research of analyzing the soul and mana relation. There wasn't really more that she could offer him, and it was better to get out of here before these two powerful mages changed their mind. Yes, this will suffice, Professor Fortuna. See? The young lad thinks it's enough. Now can you just leave me alone? The old lady was quite annoyed with this situation but had also resigned herself to her fate. The tension inside this wooden hut was starting to dissipate. The portal through which the headmistress was peeking in started to tremble, and it would probably close soon. Yevena Arvandis watched the exchange with a scrutinizing gaze, but she seemed satisfied with the outcome. I'm glad that we could clear this matter up, and I expect you to attend the next meeting at the Institute. We need to speak about a few things. Understood. You want me to attend that? Boring. Fortuna frowned and returned to her previous self, but quickly resumed her docile act the moment she saw the Institute leader frowning through the portal. Yes, of course. I'll be sure to be there. Not a problem at all. Good. I'm glad that we could resolve this issue. Now I'll be taking my leave. But remember, Fortuna, I'll be keeping an eye on you, and as for you, Assistant Professor Wayland, please come to my office when you return. Ah yes, of course, headmistress. He wasn't that taken aback by this order, as he was certain that the headmistress wanted to know about what happened in the swamp area. It was also something that could perhaps keep him safe again, as Fortuna needed to let him be if he ever was to reach Yevena's tower. With that warning, the headmistress withdrew from the portal, and it dissipated soon after. The wooden plant matter that it was created from wilted away into dried-out husks of its former self. He was now left alone with the woman who tried to use him as a lab rat. After glancing at her, he could hear her awkwardly clearing her throat. Ahem. Well then, young man, it seems we've come to the end of our little adventure. It would probably be better if you left now. I think so too. After slowly standing up without making any sudden movements, he took the research material that he had come here for. The old woman raised an eyebrow as he slid the items into his armor, where he was hiding a spatial compartment in. However, right before he left, the woman left him with a few words. I don't know what you are hiding, young man, but your soul is certainly unordinary. And it's not only the color. There is something underneath it. Underneath it? Indeed, if you wish, you could stay here and we could get to the bottom of this very interesting issue. No, I think I should go back and make a report to the headmistress. The old woman had a strange glint in her eyes as she continued to mention his soul. She was probably not willing to prod any further without his consent, but he could always stay here and have her do it willingly. Roland knew that he was a denizen from another world and would rather keep that secret. There was a possibility that he would be turned into some sort of lab rat if this truth came out. Are you sure? Well, you can come back here if you change your mind. I'll keep that in mind. So did his strange journey to get more research material for the runic prosthesis finally end. Once he found himself outside the witch hut, everything started to fade away into fog. After walking for a few minutes, he recovered the connection to his golems that quickly rallied around him. The bodies of the 3 knights he defeated had begun to be absorbed by the swamp, which would hinder him in recovering their gear. Well, that happened. The battle was over and he had managed to level up multiple times as his 3 enemies were many levels above his. While it wasn't as much as he had received from battling the pseudo-tier 4 horror at his home, it was enough to make him progress fast. Name: Roland Arden L196. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L21. Primary. T2 Runesmith Lord L50. Tertiary. T2 Runic Engineer L50 Secondary. T1 Mage L25X. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. HP 41278/46278. MP 72127/89275. SP 62524/63544. Strength 308. Agility 252. Dexterity 343. Vitality 322. Endurance 355. Intelligence 406. Willpower 392. Charisma 21. Luck 12. Besides the few levels and stat increase, he had managed to acquire 1 new passive skill. Overlord's Resilience. Passive skill. Heightens the resistance to almost all forms of mental attacks and lowers the willpower required to resist them. It was a nice addition to his passives and seemed to help out during stressful situations. It looked to be an all-encompassing skill that boosted his resistance to anything that would attack his mind. This probably included magical attacks as well as ones through other skills or concoctions. Perhaps if he had this skill before entering the hut, he could have resisted the strange paralysis he suffered. Interesting. But what now? The gravity of the situation that he had been through started to set in. He had just destroyed a whole platoon of knights and 3 knight commander-level enemies. Their bodies were sinking into the swamp and would be soon erased. However, he didn't fool himself into believing that this event wouldn't reach others. Some knights had escaped during the chase and some others were probably stationed above ground. Once he left the dungeon, they would be there to confirm that he was still alive. There is no way those Baskerville bastards won't know that I did everything here. Roland started thinking, was there a way to spin the outcome in his favor? Perhaps he could claim that the supposed Tier 4 spiritualist came to his aid and took care of the trio. However, he had already made his recording technology known and it clearly showcased that he had been the one doing the slaying. If it ever came to a confrontation in the noble court, he would have no way of getting away from the situation. To make things worse, Professor Ulfine was one of them and her fate was unknown to him. He did not know what Fortuna would do to Ulfine, and he was in no position to ask the old woman for it. At most, he could go to the headmistress to inquire about the woman's fate. If for some reason she was let go, then it wouldn't be strange if she reported to the Baskervilles who contracted her. He was now between a rock and a hard place. One hit on his life had already been carried out and he had no reason to believe that those people would stop. He would probably be thoroughly investigated by his new enemies, which could even end up in Albrook. His identity was in real jeopardy now as he had made his power known. Then to make things even worse, There was his little sister who was in the middle of this whole mess. Things are getting out of hand. What should I do? For the time being he believed that he would be safe for some time. It wasn't plausible for the Baskerville Knights to go directly after him after failing so miserably. The same could be said for his sister. He could use this time to prepare for the worst, but what could he do? The only people that he could think of were Arion, Thorn, and perhaps the headmistress. If he could get more help from them, then perhaps they could take care of Lucien in his absence. Now that he had all this research material, he could try to make a prototype prosthesis, the true reason that he was here. Once back in Albrook, he would be mostly safe, as even the Castellane house wouldn't dare to send assassins into the Valerian territory. The only loose end would be his sister and what would happen when he was gone. First and foremost, he needed to check on his sister, Lucienne. Despite the chaos surrounding him, her well-being remained his top priority. Professor Ernest left with all the other students to let him analyze the anomaly. He wondered how he should explain this issue to the man who was probably tasked by Delauder to observe him. For all he knew, they were all in on it. She could be in danger. I need to return. Having remains of the knights in his spatial bags would probably make things only harder to explain, so he decided to leave the non-devoured equipment alone. It was nothing that he couldn't recreate himself, so it was not worth the hassle. Their bodies would soon vanish from here without a trace, so it didn't matter that much. He had previously taken his own dimensional shield back from within the swamp area and quickly ordered his golems to return to it. After around 5 minutes, he was ready to leave. He could only hope that his sister was indeed safe and that Ernest wasn't another mercenary for the Castellanes. Thus, with a quickened pace, he made his way through the swamp that was surprisingly devoid of adventurers. As he arrived at the stairs, going up, his mind was abuzz with multiple countermeasures. The encounter was fresh in his mind, and he hadn't fully recovered from the clash with the 3 Knight Commander-class enemies. His armor had also been damaged, and the runes on it had slightly deteriorated. If another enemy of the same caliber was waiting above ground, then he would have his work cut out for him. After taking a deep breath, Roland ascended the stairs cautiously, his senses heightened, and his eyes glued to his minimap. Every step was a planned motion, and he was readying himself for resistance once he arrived at the next destination. The path leading out of this dungeon was devoid of any signs of life. It was clear that every adventurer had fled due to the ensuing confrontation between him and the Knight trio. Roland was afraid that the confrontation wasn't entirely concluded. Once he arrived outside the dungeon, another assault might be imminent. A large group of knights and adventurers might have been waiting for him, with an order to end the mission that Cerberus had failed. However, as he neared the exit, a wave of relief washed over him. To his surprise, the dots on his map painted a different picture. Those don't look like soldiers. Did they flee? Or did they hire more adventurers? Once he was close to the exit, he noticed a lot of dots on his minimap. It reminded him of the Old Lich incident, when the dungeon had been evacuated and left many adventurers lingering outside the entrance. Despite the abundance of dots, they belonged to weaker individuals, many of whom were mere Tier 1 class holders, not something he would ever worry about. He expected something like a coordinated attack, but there were too many prying eyes out there. There was a reason that he had been ambushed inside a swamp dungeon with limited visibility. Even though he was up against knights and nobility, they still couldn't directly assassinate faculty members from a magical institute. It seemed that they decided to do the sensible thing to pull their forces back. At least that's how it looked at this moment. What should I do? Roland asked himself while getting ready to make his way outside the dungeon. The individuals outside were mostly Tier 1 class holders, but there were some stronger groups. They were more than likely platinum adventurers, and for those he needed to look out for. Eventually, he steeled his resolve and finally emerged before the large group of people who instantly noticed his arrival. Hey, look! Someone is coming out? That robe, is that person with the mage school or something? Then what's with that suit of armor underneath? And why is his visor glowing? Once he was outside, the people started whispering. His identity was obvious to the others as he had put on the institute robe again. However, he was stuck scanning the area with his skills, which left his helmet visor glowing and prompted some of the onlookers to back away. Yet, some pressed forward, a group of Tier 3 class holders, likely platinum adventurers judging by their equipment. Roland remained calm, his demeanor composed despite the tense atmosphere. He knew that any sudden movements or signs of aggression could escalate the situation further, and he had no desire for unnecessary conflict. His eyes scanned the approaching group that was composed of multiple Tier 3 holders who didn't have any notable strengths. They reminded him of the group involved with Rastix, not anyone who could threaten him. A mage from the Institute? Could you enlighten us on what kept you there for so long? The dungeon has been sealed due to an unusual monster spawn. Roland didn't reply as he took in the information of this group of 5. It seemed the disturbance in the dungeon was attributed to a rare monster appearance, something similar to what transpired when the Lich appeared in Albrook. They were even in the process of creating a makeshift wall with large logs to keep the dungeon sealed. Perhaps later his death would have been attributed to the rare monster spawn. They must be working with the guild or at least someone that can force a fake report. It was obvious what was happening here, and he had to give it to the Baskerville family who prepared a plausible alibi. A seemingly strong mage like him would not go down without a fight. This dungeon was rated as something that had strong Tier 3 creatures on the lower levels, and if an anomaly appeared, it would potentially be able to dispose of him. One man approached him. He seemed to be the leader of this group of platinum adventurers and could potentially be in on the whole grift. However, it could be one of the higher-ups like the city's guild master. There was no telling who was his enemy or ally in this situation, so it was better to treat them all as the former. Move! What? I said move. Runic suppression was activated by him to weigh down on the lesser Tier 3 class holders. This skill was quite handy when going with the might makes right approach. While he wasn't a fan of it and had usually found himself on the receiving end of such suppression, he understood its utility in situations like this. The platinum adventurers, now under the effect of his runic suppression, seemed to struggle. While they could resist it to an extent, they were below him in strength and this skill was there to showcase it. What is this? What are you doing? We just wanted. The leader of the group stumbled back, clearly caught off guard by Roland's sudden use of such a skill. To make things worse, a ball of crackling energy appeared in his hand to make the situation even more dire. It was clear that there was no room for talking here and the 5 started to quickly spread out. Humph! After snorting audibly, Roland took advantage of their confusion and swiftly made his way past them. His eyes were stuck to his minimap as he scanned the surroundings for any other threats. The lesser adventurers were already stumbling back, terrified of a potential fight breaking out between Tier 3 class holders. It was quite the sight which made him look like the villain, but he didn't care. He needed to get back to the city to check on his sister. It was a strange feeling. He had mostly lived his new life here in fear of potential repercussions. Even now, pushing these platinum adventurers away without an explanation felt a bit surreal. However, the truth was obvious as the problem had been resolved instantly. Everyone was scared of the strange, unknown mage and unwilling to confront him. He was able to easily move through the group that spread out to the sides. I could get used to this, but I'm sure they will report this to their guild master. While it was true that this could cause an incident later, there was no time to lose. He needed to get back into Hazelfront. Professor Ernest was with the students and he wasn't sure if he could be trusted. While he didn't spot any lesser knights at this location, there was a possibility that they were up to no good in the city. So he needed to hurry. Should I try that? The dungeon was near the city, but it still took around half an hour to get there. If he buffed himself and started running, then he would probably cut the time down to 10 minutes, but there was another way. Instead of following the winding path back, there was an option to go back in a straight line if he moved from above. It would undoubtedly be faster than navigating through the winding paths of the swamp, but it also came with its own set of dangers. He had been slowly delving into flight technology by examining flying ships and books regarding this issue. There was one tool that he could use to propel himself forward without relying on his armor. There were many complications when attempting to use his armor for pure flight. Constantly using the flotation spell and another propulsion spell was quite draining. Then there was also the issue with landing and keeping balance. However, There was one way to do it that seemed plausible, and the idea came to him when he observed the floating platforms in the institute. Getting his hands on the design wasn't that difficult, and after going over the runic code, he managed to adapt it. I guess if I fall down then, I'll just run the rest of the way. Eventually, he concluded that it was probably better to just go for it. The people at the dungeon entrance would probably also try to follow him, so putting as much distance between them as possible was crucial. Thus, it was time to use his shield once more. It was quite thick, large, and something that he could easily stand on even with his armor on. After placing it down on the ground, the large mithril shield started glowing and slowly rising into the air. It was a somewhat awkward ascension, and at first, he had some balancing issues with the shield tipping almost over to one side. But Roland quickly adjusted his stance, finding his equilibrium as the shield lifted him higher into the air. The balance seems to be in order. From his back plate emerged exactly 3 of his floating cubes. They slowly floated under the shield and attached themselves to it through means of magical magnetism. With them in the back, it was ready to attempt his sky surfing attempt. Soon the cubes started glowing red and produced enough propulsion to push him forward. "Hey, what is he doing? Quick, we need to." Behind him, the group he strong-armed had finally arrived. They were just in time to see red magical flames appear from behind the shield that jolted him forward. Due to their involvement, he lost a bit of his concentration and almost tipped over. However, after stretching his arms to the sides and using his palms to shoot out bursts of air, he managed to stabilize himself on his flying shield. As Roland soared through the sky, he couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration mixed with a tinge of anxiety. This was his first time attempting such a feat, and the idea of falling into the depths below was not a comforting thought. However, he pushed those concerns aside and focused on maintaining balance, which wasn't such an easy feat. Only if he concentrated was he able to keep himself steady, but eventually his speed began to increase. I should install a speedometer on this next time. How fast am I even going? Despite not knowing his exact speed, Roland could tell that he was moving significantly faster than he would have on foot. The wind whipped past him, ruffling his robes while his armor kept him safe from the strong winds. For a moment he forgot why he was speeding towards the city as the world from above looked beautiful. He could see everything zooming beneath him. A long winding river cut through the landscape. The lush greenery of the surrounding forest and the city of Hazelfront that he was quickly approaching. I can't get distracted by the view. I'm not here to test out new prototypes. As he approached the outskirts of the city, Roland began to slow down, gradually decreasing the propulsion from his floating cubes. He wanted to land safely and, if it was possible, with some discretion. However, once he approached the city gates, he noticed many people looking up at the strange sky-surfing armored man. If it's like this, his previous plan had been to land near some trees where no one could spot him and then approach the city gate without making a fuss. The topography of this place was mostly unknown to him, and he was too focused on steering his new creation, which exposed him to some onlookers. The robe that he was wearing over his suit of armor was clearly from the Institute. Thus, under this guise, he decided to just continue flying forward. The Institute was highly regarded within the city, and he assumed that no one would stop a flying mage. As Roland approached the city gates, he could see the guards looking up to see what the commotion was. Their expressions were a mix of confusion but also awe. The unconventional mode of transportation was probably nothing that anyone here had ever seen. With his robe fluttering in the wind and his armor gleaming beneath, he was not stopped or even shouted at, something that he had expected. Instead, the guards scrambled to make way for his approach, uncertain how to react to his unexpected arrival. Roland had lowered his speed, which allowed him to stand up straight. He attempted to seem like an imposing mage who didn't have a care in the world. As long as he made it seem that he was allowed to do this, then he knew that these people wouldn't react. Roland slowly passed through the upper side of the gates while trying not to make eye contact with some archers on the guard towers. Then eventually he started to descend in an attempt to make a proper landing. With a soft thud, he finally landed just outside the gates, his shield gently settling onto the cobblestone street. For a moment, The city fell silent as its inhabitants stared in wonder at the mysterious mage who had descended from the sky. Their eyes darted to the strange shield he was standing on and bulged out once strange floating cubes moved into his backplate, seemingly disappearing into nothingness. Roland, without uttering a word, used his mage hand spell to slowly take the shield from the ground and quickly slipped towards the bustling streets of Hazelfront. Well, everyone saw that, so I bet it won't take long for everyone to become aware of my presence. I need to find Lucien. Once inside the city, he started to blend into the crowd. When his armor wasn't glowing, he didn't look much different than any other eccentric adventurer. His destination was clear, as the small spider drone was still in his sister's possession. It had not been destroyed, which meant that she was probably safe. While he didn't know the city, maneuvering through it wasn't that hard, and eventually, he arrived at his next destination. This is a restaurant. To his surprise, once he was there, he found him before an expensive-looking building. Seemed to be a high-end restaurant, with polished wooden doors and large glass windows. The sign above the entrance bore the name, the Golden Goblet. It was a place Roland had heard of before, and it was known for its exquisite cuisine and elegant atmosphere. This place, think Erna's mentioned it before. Without thinking much, he stepped forward, his map quickly searching through the database to identify the mana patterns inside. To no surprise, he was picking up all the students along with other faculty members from the institute. They were all in this singular building, but before entering through these polished doors, he needed to handle the bouncer. "Ah, you must be from the institute, please come in." He just nodded as the burly-looking man identified him by his mage robe. Once the doors were opened, he stepped through to arrive inside the lavish interior of the Golden Goblet. The atmosphere was sophisticated yet inviting, with dim lighting casting a warm glow over the finely decorated space. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air as he tried to ignore it to find his sister. As he made his way deeper into the restaurant, he noticed several familiar faces among the patrons. Professors and students alike were scattered throughout, engaged in lively conversations or enjoying their meals. Roland's gaze settled on a group of students sitting at a table near the back, their laughter filling the air. It was Lucienne, who was together with her two friends Atasuna and Marlian. "I guess I was worried for nothing." It finally dawned on him that there was nothing to worry about. It seemed that Professor Ernest had just brought everyone here and was spending the Institute's funds on lavish food and drink. A sense of relief washed over him as he saw everyone safe and sound. However, this was not the end of everything. There was a lot of explaining left to do, and judging by the signals from outside this place, someone more formidable was approaching. All seemed well as Roland spotted his sister nestled in a corner with her friends, indulging in some overpriced delicacies. Ernest, on the other hand, was a level above, sitting in something that resembled a private booth. It was hard to see from Roland's current vantage point, but the man indulged in some fun with unknown women. Presumably, it was to fill the void left by Ulfines's departure. While relief washed over him seeing everyone safe and sound, Roland couldn't shake the feeling that the ordeal was far from over. Are they the Baskerville Knights, or an entirely different faction? One individual within the group caught Roland's attention. Their level was notably higher than his own. While he was not a Tier 4 class holder, he surpassed the trio he had faced earlier. To make things worse, he was not alone. There were multiple other Tier 3 class holders of lesser levels, which together would pose a threat even to someone like him. His armor had been damaged and restored, which lessened its quality already. If another fight broke out, he wasn't sure of the outcome. I should probably relax. Even if they are bought out by the Baskervilles, they will probably not attack a professor from the Institute. With this thought in mind, Roland took a moment to compose himself before approaching not his sister's table, but the one where Ernest was. While the man would probably not help him, he had an item that could allow him to get out of this predicament without a fight breaking out. His current goal was to quickly return to the Institute, as staying in this city for another week was not the best idea. After making his way up the stairs, he was hit in the nose by a sweet scent. It permeated the upper area of this restaurant and laughter echoed through it. The moment he arrived here, He knew that this place was nothing a child should be in. That Ernest decided to come here with his students was questionable, to say the least. There were even red curtains dividing the booths up here, with alluring noises coming from many. I shouldn't be surprised they let me go into a dungeon when I was just 10. As Roland approached Ernest's booth, he noticed the man engrossed in conversation with the women accompanying him. They were laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Roland hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. He wasn't particularly fond of Ernest, but he needed his help. After clearing his throat, Roland spoke up, trying to catch Ernest's attention amidst the loud chatter. "Professor Ernest, may I have a word with you?" Ernest turned towards Roland. A look of mild surprise but also annoyance crossed his features. He was together with two human women, both quite charming but more than likely escorts. "Ah, assistant professor, what brings you here? Have you already resolved that anomaly? If so, would you mind taking the students back to the inn? It's probably already too late to continue the advancement classes for today." The ladies laughed as Ernest continued to smile at them and rest his hands on their hips. It was clear that this person didn't want to continue his conversation with Roland, instead opting to continue his day of entertainment, which would probably turn into a nightly encounter if he was left to his own devices. He was wearing his helmet, so his expression of disdain was hidden. Ernest's dismissive attitude was quite maddening, and he wished to do nothing less than to smack that grin off his face. However, he knew he had to maintain his composure, as his next plan wouldn't truly work without this man's help. "I'm afraid there's been a somewhat unfortunate incident within the dungeon, Professor." "An unfortunate incident? Can't you take care of it yourself?" "That will be hard. We will need to cancel the advancement classes and we need to contact the institute immediately." "You want us to do what?" Preposterous. The response was what he expected. Roland was just a new assistant professor with no real power. This man also belonged to Delauder's department, which he had a feud with. Roland took a deep breath, trying to maintain his patience despite Ernest's dismissive attitude. "Professor Ernest, I understand your reluctance, but the situation in the dungeon is more serious than I initially thought. There's a possibility of danger not only to our students but also to the city itself. We need to act quickly and inform the institute about what transpired." Ernest scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as if brushing off Roland's concerns like pesky flies. "Nonsense. You're overreacting, assistant professor. What do you exactly want me to do? Call the headmistress?" First off, before Ernest could berate him and prod for information concerning this incident, Roland interjected. "Yes, that exactly. Let us inform the headmistress. She probably already knows what has happened." "She knows? What happened, exactly?" The moment the headmistress was mentioned, Ernest started to straighten up. "That doesn't matter. You need to contact the institute, and for that, we need the transmission tool that you have." This was the crux of the problem. Ernest owned a special communication device that could even contact the headmistress's office directly. It was given to the leader of this academic expedition. If something out of the ordinary happened, he was given the right to call up forces from the institute that could aid them if something bad happened. Usually, it was used to contact someone in a higher position to ask for instructions whenever something unique transpired. In this case, Roland wanted to contact the headmistress, who would be able to order them to return. During the incident with the spiritualist, he didn't have an opportunity to talk things through, and it didn't seem that she had reached out to Ernest. The man would probably contact someone else like Delauder or the vice-headmaster, who could turn down his plea to postpone things here. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? HM? Was that downstairs?" Before this conversation could be concluded, the people from outside the restaurant finally decided to show themselves. A commotion broke out a level below. One of the other faculty members was shouting at someone. Roland could see that the dots that had been standing outside had moved inside, at least the Tier 3 class holders. The rest encircled the whole establishment as if they were trying to apprehend a criminal. As Roland peered down from the upper level of the restaurant, he could not see any familiar faces. These men were not part of the Baskerville Knights, nor did they seem as part of any particular force. They were clearly adventurers. Their strongest member was a large man with unkempt hair and a bushy beard. It wasn't hard to identify who he was as he wore the symbol of the Adventurers Guild on his clothes. That's probably the guild master of this city. He seems to be around the same level as Orden. There was a reason why they were here, and it was him. He could only assume that either one of the knights that escaped ratted him out or that they were on the Castellane payroll. However, Roland couldn't afford the risk of falling into the hands of these individuals. The consequences of capture were too unpredictable, as he couldn't predict what they might do to him and his sister in his absence. "Professor Ernest, we need that." "Can wait, what is all of this shouting? Someone give me an explanation." Before he could wrestle that device out of Ernest, the man charged out of his booth. It was clear that he had identified the voice of the person and he was part of his department. Roland could only give out a sigh and walk after him, hoping that this whole thing wouldn't escalate any further. As Roland followed Ernest downstairs, he found chaos unfolding. The faculty member who had been shouting was now in a heated argument with the adventurers who had entered the restaurant. The guild master stood at the forefront, his imposing presence commanding attention. "What's going on here?" The man who seemed to be the adventurer guild master moved forward. Around him were other armed men who were probably all platinum adventurers. They had their hands near their weaponry and were quite ready to attack. Roland hoped that this wouldn't escalate into anything, as there were many underage students around them. With powerful magic involved, it was very dangerous for the children that were low-leveled. We received reports of a disturbance in the dungeon nearby. Witnesses claimed to have seen a mage emerging from the dungeon. It was clear that they were here for Roland, and all of them were gazing in his direction. Ernest followed their gaze and instantly identified their target, which was Roland. However, to his surprise, the words that left his mouth were not what he expected. "A disturbance? Surely there must be some mistake. My students and I were merely enjoying a meal. I assure you, no one from the Institute has been involved in any such incident, and even if they were, what of it?" The guild master narrowed his eyes, clearly unsatisfied by the answer he had received. Roland expected Ernest to rat him out instantly, but it seemed that this man was similar to nobles. Even if they had issues with each other, they would band against common threats. In this case, it was mages from a prestigious school going against adventurers who were nothing more than ruffians in their eyes. "I don't buy it, Professor," replied the adventurer leader in a mocking tone. "We have credible witnesses who saw him leaving the dungeon. Some people have gone missing. We just want to ask him some questions. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be." Ernest was not pleased and quickly retorted, while trying to keep an authoritative air around him. Roland wasn't sure why he was so adamant about this, but at least he wasn't budging. "Who do you think that you are to be ordering me around, adventurer?" As the standoff escalated, Roland realized that it was perhaps better to defuse this situation before it spiraled out of control. These men were in a sense doing their job and were probably being backed by some nobles. Each side felt that their side had more power, and without the leaders of each side intervening directly, no one would probably budge. The people that were stuck in here were starting to panic. Whenever Tier 3 class holders and above argued, they would increase the pressure, similar to Roland's suppression skill. All the exits were being blocked as well, so fleeing was not an option either. To resolve this situation, some more drastic measures needed to be taken. "Hey, what are you? Just let me use this." This city's guild master had an oversized sword instead of an axe, and he quickly went for it. Roland decided to do something more drastic and activated the communication bracelet that Ernest was wearing. It was attuned to the man's mana pattern, but getting through enchantments was something that he had already specialized in. "Let go of my hand. What are you doing? Just stay still for a moment so we can resolve this, huh?" While Roland intended to go through the magical locks and activate the device, it sprung to life on its own accord. It produced a cone of light that shot up, and within it, a figure started to appear. This magical artifact worked similarly to Roland's holographic devices and could also produce the image of the person on the other side. Assistant Professor Wayland and Professor Ernest. Headmistress, I didn't want to. This hoodlum forced me to. The artifact was meant for emergencies, and a person holding it would be punished if they used it without a proper reason. It was for this reason that Ernest was panicking, as it was given to him for safekeeping. The magical image of the headmistress appeared before them. her expression stern but focused not on the man who was panicking but Roland instead. "Assistant Professor Wayland, I forgot to ask you about a few things, but first let us resolve this issue." Roland planned to either contact the headmistress or someone high-ranking enough to have the issue with Erna's resolved. He did not expect the institute leader to activate it from her end. It was as if she knew the exact right moment to intervene. Of course, headmistress. She talked while the adventurers surrounded her holograph-like image. At first, it seemed that they would charge forward, but once they saw the person that they were talking to, they were forced to stop. Xander's Institute of Wizardry was located quite close to this dungeon city, and the visage of their leader was quite known. Yevena Arvandis, or the Lady of Thorns that many called her, was someone that people feared within the whole kingdom. These gentlemen must be. She turned towards the adventurers who seemed like they were ready for some action. Luckily, their leader had some sense and quickly raised his hand to stop them. "They are adventurers from the guild and are investigating the recent dungeon irregularity," replied Roland, while Ernest seemed surprised that his lesser co-worker was managing to speak to the headmistress in such a relaxed tone. "Amicham, bring me over to them." Roland along with Yevena paused for a moment before Ernest realized that this was the cue for him to start moving. The bracelet was still stuck to his arm and the technology wasn't too perfect. There was a need to bring it closer for her to hear the replies of the adventurers. "Ah, of course, headmistress." Ernest finally complied, albeit reluctantly, and moved closer to the group of adventurers. "Young man, you seem to be in charge." "Young man? Yes," replied the guild master in a confused fashion as he looked like a man in his early 60s. However, he was talking with someone who was an elf who could very well be many times their senior. "There seems to have been an issue inside your dungeon that concerns one of the members from my institute. Worry not. I will personally question the person involved in this matter and inform you of our findings. In the meantime, I ask for your cooperation and patience." The guild master exchanged a glance with his companions and was clearly not happy about the statement. Roland wasn't sure if his plan was the right one, but it seemed that the headmistress was on his side. He expected the proud mages to wish to resolve matters in their own way and behind closed doors. While he would be questioned later, it was better if it happened at the institute than here. "Wait, you can't expect us to just be fine with this?" "I can't? Do I have to remind you of your position, Guild Master?" The Guild Master was not pleased by how this situation was turning out, but the headmistress didn't seem too concerned and instantly shot him down before turning back to the two professors. "Professor Ernest, Assistant Professor Wayland. Return to the institute. The advancement classes will be continued inside our training grounds, and when you return, Assistant Professor Wayland, report to my office immediately. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, headmistress," Roland replied, his voice firm and respectful. Ernest, who had been visibly flustered by the sudden appearance of his boss, was quick to follow up. "Yes, headmistress, right away." With that, the holographic image of the headmistress dissipated, leaving Roland, Ernest, and the group of adventurers standing in the tense atmosphere of the restaurant. The guild master grumbled something under his breath, clearly unhappy with the turn of events. However, he knew better than to challenge the authority of the headmistress of Xander's Institute of Wizardry. He could only glare at Roland, who just stood there and recorded the man's mana pattern for further use. "Let's go." Eventually, the adventurers exited the restaurant and the tension started to dissipate. The students began whispering, and some of the patrons that had been stuck here started to quickly leave. Roland's eyes remained on his minimap as he wasn't sure if these people would just give up like this. "Wayland, HM?" However, his thoughts were interrupted by Ernest, who for an obvious reason, was sweating quite profusely. "What are you waiting for? We need to get back to the institute." The man wasn't even interested in hearing about what happened to Professor Ulfine. Instead, he urged everyone in the restaurant to gather up and the other faculty members to count the students before departing. It seemed that he was unwilling to make the headmistress wait for even a millisecond. "Things worked themselves out, but I still need to report to the headmistress. His sister was safe and they were going to return to the institute soon. With Yevena Arvandis' name protecting them, there wouldn't be many who dared to stop them. Yet it was he who was tasked with making the report, not Ernest. It was evident that her assistance wouldn't come without a price tag attached, and it was something that he needed to prepare for. Hurry up, everyone. You've heard the headmistress. We will be returning now. A group of bewildered students and faculty members from the Magical Institute found themselves being hurried through the streets, escorted by knights who sternly pushed back any onlookers. Despite the curious stares of passers-by, they swiftly pushed to the ship docks, where they wasted no time in boarding the waiting flying vessel. Are all of the students here? Yes, everyone is accounted for, Professor Ernest. Roland confirmed the headcount that was made simple thanks to his mana pattern-saving capabilities. Before they departed the institute, he made sure to put every student into his database. It made the counting rather efficient, perfect for situations like this when rushing was required. As the ship took off, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. They were finally heading back to the safety of the institute, away from the chaos of the dungeon here. He glanced at Lucienne and her friends who were confused just like the others, but at least they were safe. Thanks to the headmistress, they could perform the advancement classes within the training facility, which was a much safer option. They don't even know what happened. It would be better to keep it this way. Disclosing that one of their teachers had gone rogue and tried to kill another one would only cause unnecessary panic. This crisis had been dealt with, but more trouble could lie ahead. He had no way of knowing what the Baskerville Knights and their handlers, the Castellane House, would do. They had failed miserably, but he could not see them leaving it at this. I was lucky that they underestimated me, but next time I might be so lucky. Roland didn't fool himself into believing that he was some kind of undefeatable being. This was made painfully clear by the Tier 4 spiritualist who had managed to disable him. While he didn't fully exert his options back then, the only thing he could probably do was escape. His strength was tested, but he came out of it unscathed only thanks to someone else. Without the headmistress' involvement, things could have ended badly. Eventually, the flying vessel soared through the skies towards the safety of the institute. Despite the immediate crisis being averted, there were still lingering questions and potential threats. He wasn't sure how to handle this situation anymore, but at the moment, focusing on his research was one of the priorities. All the materials that he needed were in his inventory, and he could proceed with a prototype. He'll need to see the headmistress first, and then I can start. Lucienne should be safe for now, but what about Robert and the rest? There was one big question hanging in the air that he wanted to have answered. His family had not shown themselves, and this incident would probably be swept under the rug. No one would know that an attempt at his sister was conducted, as the siege spell incident was something only he saw through. The headmistress was still a big unknown, but perhaps she could become his ally. As the ship journeyed on, Roland found himself lost in thought, contemplating his next course of action. The journey proved mostly uneventful, with Ernest appearing less than well throughout the voyage. They eventually arrived back at the institute and disembarked from the vessel. The other students, along with his sister, made their way back to their respective dormitories, while Roland and Ernest headed towards the main administrative building. Professor Ernest, could I have a word with you? While Roland was on his way toward the headmistress's office as he was ordered, Professor DeLauder was there to meet his protégé. The two elemental mages gave him the side eye before departing on their way. Roland was sure that Ernest would inform DeLauder about what had transpired. Ernest doesn't know the whole truth, but it wouldn't be strange if DeLauder knew something about this. Roland wasn't a fan of Ernest, but he didn't seem to have been involved in this incident. Ulfine was guilty of that, and perhaps he now needed to watch out for the summoning department leader, Professor Amari. He might have gained a set of new enemies by his actions, but it couldn't be helped. I heard that you've returned. What happened? He was not alone, though. Just as DeLauder arrived to see Ernest, Arion was here to greet him. His feline friend proved himself as a loyal companion, always by his side in times of need. Roland greeted the cat with a nod before informing him about the situation. There was an incident in the dungeon, but I need to go to the headmistress's office now. He'll tell you everything once I'm back. Dear me, the headmistress wants to see you? And an incident in the dungeon? Are you going to be okay? He'll survive, I think. Well, I wish that I could come with you, but I don't think our headmistress would appreciate that. I know. Yevena Arvandus was the bogeyman of the institute, and all the mages here feared her wrath. Unless someone was directly called into her office for an audience, it was impossible to get in. In the past, someone had attempted this feat and was met with some thorns and a rash that lasted for years afterward. Before I go, can I ask for a favor? Sure, if it's within my power. I wish to use the forge for my research. The forge? I don't think there will be a problem with that. The other runesmiths seem to favor you as well. Thank you. Roland wanted to move towards making that prosthetic arm for Bernier as soon as possible. The longer he stayed at this institute, the more things started going out of hand. It was better to pack up and leave after he was done, but he wasn't sure if it would be that easy. With a nod of gratitude, Roland bid farewell to Arion and headed towards the headmistress's office. Just like last time, the path near the gazebo opened up for him, and he spent the rest of his time walking. Now that he was somewhat aware of this woman's capabilities, he started paying more attention. He noticed that there was something in the air here, probably partially responsible for her appearance in the dungeon. The woman appeared to be a superior plant mage of the highest caliber. It occurred to Roland that his armor might have been covered by small spores or other plant matter during his time in this mage tower. Thinking back, he realized there were small gaps in his suit that he would need to address when crafting a new model. His current suit lacked waterproofing and wasn't fully sealed from the outside world. It was only when he activated his mana veil that he was truly safeguarded from external threats. Assistant Professor Wayland, please have a seat. To his surprise, the headmistress was not on the top floor like last time. Instead, he found her reading a book in the library position of her mage tower. She was being illuminated by the setting sun while sitting in a somewhat cushy-looking armchair. There was a small booklet in her hand that didn't look like research material but instead something akin to a romance novel. It was a strange sight to behold. Despite her status as a powerful Tier 4 being, the woman appeared rather like a couch potato in this setting. Curled up into a ball on the large armchair, her feet were not even touching the ground. Adding to the oddity, she wore an oversized sweater, into which she had somehow managed to tuck her legs while engrossed in her book. Thank you, headmistress, but I'll just stand. Suit yourself. Roland was a bit too nervous to take the woman up on the offer. The encounter with Fortuna also showed him that unsuspecting chairs could hold him down in place. This greenish elven woman was probably more powerful, and he would certainly not be able to resist her, but perhaps if he was quick, he could make it out the window. Now then, about the incident in the dungeon. I've already received a brief report from Professor Ernest, but I'd like to hear your perspective on what happened. Leave nothing out. The headmistress's tone was calm and composed, but there was an underlying seriousness to her demeanor. Roland took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before he began recounting the events that had transpired in the dungeon. Well, headmistress, it all started when one of the students, Lucien Arden. He decided to leave a few facts out, the main one being his identity, which he wasn't sure the headmistress was aware of or cared for. It didn't change the fact that a student was attacked and some of the faculty members were involved in the attack. However, Roland couldn't gauge how much concern the headmistress harbored. It seemed that she had ways of spying on people and probably knew many of the schemes that went around in the institute. Yet, she didn't act out on that knowledge and perhaps wanted to bury such knowledge. Throughout his explanation, Roland couldn't help but feel the weight of the headmistress's gaze upon him. He knew that she was analyzing his words, perhaps even probing his intentions. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he couldn't shake the feeling of being read like a book. If not for his armor, multiple beads of sweat would have become noticeable. Once he finished his account, there was a moment of silence as the headmistress absorbed the information. Roland waited anxiously for her response, unsure of what judgment awaited him. Finally, she put her booklet to the side and responded in a composed fashion. Thank you for your report, Assistant Professor Wayland. It seems you handled the situation with some competence and proper discretion. Roland wanted to breathe out in a sigh of relief, but he wasn't safe just yet. That being said, there are still lingering questions that need to be addressed. This is quite a worrying matter. It is headmistress. Nobles colluding with faculty members and trying to carry out their agendas, attempted murder and bribery. The woman appeared lost in thought and was reflecting on the current incident. It seemed as though she was reluctant to involve herself in the situation. Given that similar incidents had occurred before Roland's arrival, it was plausible that she preferred to maintain a neutral stance. The vice headmaster often made decisions that left her seemingly uninvolved. However, her decision to assist Roland during his encounter with Fortuna came as a surprise and hinted at a willingness to deviate from her usual stance. Maybe this event is too big to ignore? Roland could only assume that she was fine with a little bribery and mistreatment of the lesser mage caste. However, someone had retaliated against a faculty member with deadly force and even involved the uninvolved young students in their ploy for revenge. If she allowed such a thing to go through, then in the future people could become more brazen. Headmistress, if I may? Go ahead. For some reason, the headmistress seemed wishy-washy. However, perhaps he could convince her to act in his favor. Even if it was the Castellane house, they could not ignore a Tier 4 class holder like her. Thank you. I understand that this is a delicate matter, but I fear that if we do not address it appropriately, similar incidents may occur in the future. Our students' safety and the integrity of the institute are at stake. He knew that he had to advocate for justice, as his current persona was geared toward. You raise a valid point, Assistant Professor Wayland. However, this issue can't be taken lightly, and we must not forget that all of this happened right when you arrived at my institute. Quite interesting, isn't it? Could there be something that you aren't telling me? Everything seems to revolve around you and that one student. Lucien Arden, was it? The headmistress's mention of his family sent a chill down Roland's spine, stirring up old traumas he had tried to bury. Despite his efforts to move past them, something within him still held him back. Identifying himself as Lucien's older brother might offer a resolution to the issue at hand, but it also carried the risk of bringing trouble to his family's doorstep. Headmistress, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives in this matter. My only concern is the safety of the students and the integrity of the institute. Roland replied and decided to stick to his act of just being a concerned teacher. It still seemed that Yevena had not gone through his status, as otherwise she wouldn't have been asking these questions. Rest assured, I wasn't accusing you of having ulterior motives. Very well, Assistant Professor Wayland. I will consider your words. For now, return to your duties. Roland acknowledged the order with a nod and turned to leave the headmistress's office. He recognized that this decision might not have been an easy one for her, but he hoped she would continue to support him. Nonetheless, he understood that ultimately, it fell upon him and the Arden estate to resolve this matter. Despite the protection afforded by the Institute's walls, both he and Lucien would eventually need to leave this place. I think I'm getting too old for this. Can't those brats just let an old woman rest? Once Roland had left the office, only Yevena Arvandis remained. She glanced to the side as a bunch of branches appeared. They were holding a large mirror in which Roland's form appeared. She could see him slowly moving down the stairs of her mage tower and eventually disappearing through the connected portal. Soon after, another set of branches materialized and coiled around the elven mage's form. With gentle yet firm movements, she was lifted up into the air and then gently deposited back onto the ground. It appeared as though the woman couldn't be bothered to stand up from her seat using her own 2 feet. As she settled back onto the ground, the oversized sweater she wore rolled down, reaching all the way down to her knees. Now what should I do about this? Her words were not answered as there was no one else inside this large library. With a sigh, Yevena Arvandis closed her book and set it aside. The events of the day had left her weary, and even if she didn't want to, something had to be done about this situation. She knew that nobles were an unreasonable bunch and they would keep coming. Maybe they will resolve this issue by themselves? Or will it only get worse? For times like this, an assistant is needed, but I don't have one. She advanced forward and eventually arrived at her main office where some parchment and a quill could be found. With practiced movements, she began to write her thoughts focused on the peculiar young man who had recently arrived at her institute. Things seemed to go awry when around him, which made her think of someone from her past life. The boy was quite resolute in keeping up that farce, but I suppose he had a good reason. And then we have Lucien Arden. She recalled the name of the girl who was involved in the recent wave of unfortunate events. It reminded her of something from her past and made her summon the help of her vines. The magical plants rummaged through some hidden compartments to reveal a large tome and brought it over to their master. Where was it? I think it should be here somewhere. Yevena began flipping the pages that were not filled with much writing but something similar to photographs. While such technology did not exist in this world, there were ways of producing magical paintings or drawings that had similar clarity to modern world photography. There you are, I don't really see the resemblance. To the side, another mirror appeared this time with Lucienne Arden's face on it. The young girl was chatting with some of her friends and quite unaware of the plants that were allowing the headmistress to see things inside the whole academy. I wonder. Her gaze moved back to the person that just left, the man called Wayland. He was presumably an adventurer who had arrived at the institute through strange means. I could probably use this. I haven't had an assistant in years, and this boy looks fun. Yevena chuckled for a moment before grabbing the magical quill. Her hand moved in a rhythmical motion as she showcased a devious smile. Great. The moment I try to leave, I'll probably be attacked by a bunch of assassins or ambushed by a mercenary group. Then if I actually manage to get back in one piece, Lucienne will be all alone and something might happen to her. I've been trying to contact Robert for weeks already, and even Lucille isn't responding. Just great. Roland wandered through the institute halls as he returned from the visit to the headmistress's office. His mind was a whirlwind of worries and uncertainties. As he walked, he couldn't shake off the feeling of impending danger looming over them. Almost everything he had hoped to avoid during this trip had already happened, and he wasn't sure what to do about it. I need to make the prototype first. While there was a lot on his mind, he couldn't give too much attention to everything at once. His priority now was to focus on his research and develop the prototype for the prosthetic arm he had promised Bernier. With the materials he had gathered and the Institute forge at his disposal, he could at least start working on that aspect of his plan. As long as I'm in here, the nobles can't get to me, but can I trust that headmistress not to sell me out? The encounter with the Institute's most influential figure, Yevena Arvandis, proved to be rather perplexing. It appeared that she didn't display much concern for the events occurring within the Institute. On one hand, she seemed to prefer not being bothered, but on the other hand, she did intervene to aid him when he was captured by Fortuna. She remained quite the enigma, but for some reason, Roland felt inclined to believe that she was on his side. With these conflicting thoughts swirling in his mind, Roland finally arrived at the workshop he would be using for his prosthesis project. It was a spacious area filled with all manner of tools and equipment for crafting magical items. Other runesmiths and apprentices bustled about, making this a more novel experience as he would need to share his workspace with others. Throughout the years, Roland had become accustomed to crafting his own tools and working within the confines of an enclosed space. Even Bernier, who collaborated with him, had his own separate workshop that was insulated. But now, in this shared environment, Roland had to adapt. Greeting the other runesmiths and apprentices with a polite nod, Roland proceeded to set up his workspace. Fortunately, being a Tier 3 class holder, he had already earned the trust and respect of the craftsmen in the workshop. They eagerly followed his instructions and even began to anticipate what new invention he would conjure up next. The runic puzzles he created for the mages had piqued their interest, and now many onlookers were curious to see what he was working on. I guess I'm popular with older men. I want to go home. Despite his desire to depart, Roland knew he couldn't leave just yet. Before he could, a prototype needed to be made. There was a chance that once he returned, he wouldn't have access to any research materials. He might need to make trips to the library or seek advice from Arion or the other smiths in the workshop. Now then, I want to imitate a hand, so first, he was making a prosthesis that would read the mana phantom and move on its own. This was his main goal, thus first he needed to get something that looked like a person's arm. Luckily, this was a true forge and had some old golem parts that could be repurposed for this task. He had taken such an apparatus that looked like a basic human arm. It was made from a magical steel alloy similar to the ones that he had worked with in the past. It was an empty shell without any runes and perfect for a prototype. Even though it was a fully sized arm, it didn't need to put runes on the entire structure. For the time being, he decided to focus only on the index finger. If he could get it to wiggle, then he would have all the data he needed to make it function for the entire arm. Arion said that he would help me with the runic operating system once I figured out how to interpret the mana phantoms, but first let me try to attune it to regular mana. Research for such a thing already existed. Rune mages of the past created systems that interpreted mana hand spell usage that could be superimposed onto golemic limbs. It allowed them to use these robust metallic creations while using a basic spell that mimicked limb movement. Once this was created, he would just need to make it react to the mana phantom instead of spells that could only be created by mages. With his plan set in motion, Roland began the intricate process of attuning the golemic arm to regular mana. He carefully inscribed a series of runes onto the arm, each one designed to interact with mana in a specific way. It was a delicate operation, requiring precision and finesse, but Roland was no stranger to such tasks. I guess I should go to work, but before that, Roland glanced around and could see many people looking in his direction. While he understood their curiosity about his work, he was reluctant to reveal his entire work process to others. This space was open and everyone had their own workstation, but it was possible to hide himself with the use of spellcasting. Thus, after pulling out a few runic batteries and placing it inside a specialized runic device, the space around him started to shift. The other runesmiths and their helpers started frowning as the area around Roland began to turn into a dark color, successfully concealing him from view. Satisfied with his new gained privacy, Roland returned his focus to his work on the golemic arm. After arriving at the forge clad in his armor, Roland realized it was ill-suited for runesmithing work. The bulky gauntlets restricted his movement, and he was reluctant to further degrade the runic structures adorning it. This armor stood as his primary and sole true defense, and should it fail, he would find himself severely handicapped. To address this, he had prepared a lighter version specifically tailored for this work. While lacking the battle features of his main armor, this alternative provided everything he needed for crafting. It was made of fewer components and lacked anything below the waist. It prioritized mobility and functionality for his craft, but also left him unprotected during his work. However, with the shroud of blackness around him, no one would be the wiser. Typically, softening metals required heating them up inside a proper forge. However, with his current skill set, Roland had become a forge unto himself. It was a simple task for Roland to elevate the temperature surrounding the metal arm, allowing him to forcefully inject the runes directly into the metal without requiring a proper smithing hammer. Although this method consumed more mana than necessary, Roland no longer needed to concern himself with such limitations. His skills had ascended to a level beyond that of master runesmiths, who could only dream of achieving such control over metal. All his worries seemed to fade away once he engrossed himself in work. He had spent multiple weeks absorbing knowledge and thinking about runic theory, but deep inside, the process of crafting was what he truly enjoyed. What had begun as a means to an end gradually transformed into something akin to meditation for him. In the act of creation, his mind cleared, and he found a deeper sense of peace. Hours passed by in a blur as Roland lost himself in his craft. The other runesmiths and apprentices in the workshop had long since ceased their curious glances and returned to their own projects. They understood the need for focus and concentration when delving into the intricacies of runic crafting. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of meticulous work, Roland stepped back to admire his creation. The once lifeless golemic arm now pulsed with magical energy. The runes he had inscribed glowed faintly in the dim light of the workshop. He cautiously extended his mana toward it, and the apparatus reacted to his mana hand spell. Even though it's just a single digit, this should do. What would have previously taken him days or weeks of research and experimentation now could be accomplished in a few hours. The index finger that he had focused on was moving up and down in tandem with his mage hand spell. It read the input from his mana pattern correctly and reacted just as he expected. With this out of the way, he could move on to the hard part, making it react to his spiritual energy that took on the form of the mana phantoms. From within his storage space, Roland retrieved all of his current research material, including a floating monster soul encased in a glass container. This soul served as the primary focus for the prototype. Roland hypothesized that if he could synchronize the movements of the finger-wiggling golem arm with his spiritual energy, it should, in theory, begin to react accordingly. What is spirit energy and how do I use it? He gazed at the will-o-wisp before him to get an idea of what he was dealing with. His eyes along with the visor in front of them started glowing as he activated his skills. Runic Eye of Truth along with his Eyes of Mana skill to get an idea of what he was working with. With both skills activated, he was presented with a peculiar sight containing runes that he had never seen before or knew how they functioned. For a moment, Roland pondered the nature of this energy. Unlike mana, which was a tangible force that could be harnessed and manipulated through runes, spiritual energy seemed to exist on a more abstract level. It was deeply intertwined with the essence of living beings, serving as the foundation of their consciousness and vitality. This is going to be more challenging than I thought, but the basis is there. First, he needed to understand the nature of spiritual energy more thoroughly. With the help of the many thick tomes that he had assembled, the task was doable. Roland delved into the study of spiritual energy and its interaction with magical constructs. He spent hours poring over ancient manuscripts and contemporary research papers, absorbing as much knowledge as he could. As he delved deeper into his research, Roland began to grasp the intricacies of spiritual energy. Unlike mana, which flowed through the world in a tangible form, spiritual energy was more elusive, existing on a metaphysical plane. This was something akin to a separate realm and was not something that usually seeped into the real world by itself. Maybe if I create a rift in space to access this metaphysical plane? But the mana usage will be astronomical. Can I go around this process in some other way? Roland mulled over various possibilities, weighing the pros and cons of each approach. Creating rifts and using dimensional magic was one such possibility, but considering that his Eyes of Mana skill could pick up the energy signature without such a drastic measure, there had to be another way. From one of the ancient spiritualist tomes he received from Fortuna, there was a certain passage. It described a technique used by ancient mages to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical realms. It involved the creation of a conduit that allowed spiritual energy to flow into the physical world in a more controlled manner. A conduit, I don't really need for it to flow into the material realm, I just need to be able to read the movement, but a rift, a conduit, or perhaps something that brought the two together. Considering that mana phantoms could be seen through skills, it was possible. Perhaps by creating a temporary conduit or rift to measure the initial spiritual energy from a person's soul and attuning it to the prosthesis, he could achieve the desired effect. He would need to form a somewhat permanent connection between the physical and metaphysical. With this idea in mind, Roland set to work on designing a rune array that would serve as the conduit between the physical and metaphysical realms. In theory, he just needed to grasp the spiritual energy pattern through this conduit for only a second. Once this was done, it would be feasible to establish a permanent connection to the soul, which then could be interpreted through the runes in a similar way as his Eyes of Mana skill was doing it. Now that he had a thesis that he could work with, it was time to put it to paper. Creating a schematic for the runic structure wouldn't be easy and impossible for anyone who wasn't at least a master runesmith. It was something that he needed to do alone, but once complete, Arion would probably be able to assist him in fashioning the control program for the limb movement. He just needed to fashion the runic array that perceived the mana phantoms, and once that was completed, the rest would be much simpler. Every line, every curve, and every rune component placement had to be precise to ensure the success of his endeavor. He pored over the parchment, his mind fully focused on the task at hand, as he sketched out the blueprint. The days moved by quickly, but no one dared to interrupt him, and his sister was busy with her advancement class in the training area. Both of them were hard at work, and before long, their efforts would yield something grand. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of labor, Roland stepped back to admire his handiwork. The schematic before him depicted a complex web of interlocking runes, each one carefully positioned to form the spiritual conduit. With the help of his debugging skill, it was perfected quickly, and it was a testament to how far Roland had come. You have gained a new title, Rune Savant. Well, that was unexpected. Roland had devolved into a research frenzy and was unaware of how many days he had taken to achieve this breakthrough. The completion of this process granted him an unexpected reward. Rune Savant. Title. This title is bestowed upon only the most distinguished runic scholars and pioneers in runic research. There were no bonuses listed, but he knew that it would probably allow him a better class choice down the line. From the description, it seemed that he had created something that had previously not existed in the runic world. Considering that he had not heard about runic prosthesis existing before, it was something no one had ever truly made, and he was a pioneer. There is no time to celebrate, but if I received this title, then this rune has to work. Once the theory was out of the way, he needed to inscribe everything onto the golemic arm, a process that could also misfire. Roland took a deep breath and focused his mana into his fingertips. Carefully, he began inscribing the intricate rune components onto the surface of the golemic arm. Each stroke had to be precise, each rune placement had to be exact. One wrong move could potentially render all his efforts futile. He wasn't sure if it was thanks to the new title, but his mind felt a lot clearer than before. Even though he was tired and sleep-deprived, the rune crafting process went by smoothly. At this point, the process should have been mentally exhausting and tedious, but he was not faltering. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of meticulous work, Roland stepped back to admire his creation. The once lifeless golemic arm now pulsed with magical energy. The intricate runes glowed brightly in the dim light of the workshop. It was a sight to behold, a true testament to his skills as a runesmith. Now, for the moment of truth, wiggle your finger. As Roland uttered those words, he extended his hand towards the newly inscribed runes on the golemic device. His heart raced with anticipation as he awaited the response. For a moment, nothing happened, and Roland felt a surge of anxiety grip him. But then, slowly and steadily, the index finger of the golemic arm began to move. It was a small motion, almost unnoticeable at first, but it was there. The finger twitched, responding to Roland's manaless input. Without the use of a mana spell and only charged by a runic battery, it was reacting to his finger movement. A smile crept onto his face as he watched the success of his creation unfold before him. He had been successful, and Bernier would soon have his arm. "What's all this fuss about?" "It's the new assistant professor, Chief. He said he didn't want to be bothered. I reckon it ain't a GUID idea to." "A GUID idea? Hey, they forgotten who's the head honcho o' this forge? Why'd ye numbskulls let this slip by? I'll step out for a couple of weeks, and this is what I'll come back to." "Chief, you were gone for more than 2 months.
Shot Yartrap.
"Aye, Chief." An old dwarf was berating one of the other runesmiths present here. The old dwarf, known simply as Chief among the runesmiths, was a grizzled veteran of the craft. His presence commanded respect, but on this peculiar day, his authority was being questioned. A strange black barrier had been erected in his private crafting area, preventing him from entering. "What's why this barrier here?" "The assistant professor is doing his experiments there." Professor Arion said no to disturb him. The old dwarf, Chief, grunted in irritation, his bushy white eyebrows furrowing deeply. He was not accustomed to being barred from any part of the forge, especially not by someone he deemed as a mere assistant. "Assistant professor, ye say? Humph, he's no more than a greenhorn, and he's barricading himself in ma forge? Not on ma watch." With determined strides, Chief approached the barrier, his thick hands clenched into fists. He wasn't about to let some upstart scholar dictate the use of his workshop. "Stand aside, lads. Chief's comin' through." The other runesmiths exchanged nervous glances but knew better than to challenge their chief's authority. Many received some bruises from those large first of his. They hastily stepped back, giving the determined dwarf space to approach the mysterious barrier. However, before the man could approach the black barrier, something strange transpired. This strange black barrier was taking up quite a bit of space, but suddenly, it started to expand to the sides. At first, it looked like a balloon being slowly inflated, but eventually, the surface started to ripple and expand chaotically. Chief halted his advance, his eyes widening in surprise as the barrier expanded before him. What in the blazes? Lads, get back. It didn't take long for him and the others to realize that something wasn't right here. While they weren't mages, they could feel a tremendous amount of magical energy leaking out. Whatever was happening inside was going to erupt, and they needed to escape. With a chorus of hurried footsteps, the runesmith scrambled to retreat to a safe distance and quickly grabbed various protective tools that would shield them from magical explosions. The barrier continued to swell and distort, its inky blackness pulsating with an otherworldly glow. Then, just as suddenly as it had expanded, the barrier popped. A surge of magical energy erupted upwards and collided with the forge's ceiling. The chief and the other runesmiths stumbled backward, shielding themselves from the debris that scattered in all directions. A shockwave was sent in all directions and rippled through the workshop. Luckily, most of the magical force was aimed up into the air where no living being resided. Chunks of stone and metal rained down upon the workshop as the magical explosion shook the very foundations of the building. The chief stood his ground through the chaos, his rugged features showing a scowl. As the dust settled and the echoes of the explosion faded away, the runesmiths cautiously emerged from their makeshift shelters. What they beheld left them dumbfounded. Where once stood a black barrier and an enclosed workspace, now there lay a gaping hole in the ground, surrounded by scorched earth and twisted metal. In the epicenter of the explosion stood a lone man. His clothes had all been burned by the magical eruption, but a few metallic parts remained, like the strange runic helmet that he wore. His whole body was covered by black soot, and some strange runes emanated from the armor parts he was wearing. "Wah! What in the name of the forge is going on here?" Chief exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief and anger. The other runesmiths murmured amongst themselves, exchanging bewildered glances as they tried to make sense of the spectacle before them. None could comprehend how the man had survived such a powerful explosion unharmed, let alone caused it in the first place. Sorry. I want ye to kick this man out of the institute. Did ye see what he did to ma poor forge?" A few hours later, Roland found himself in the vice-headmaster's office with the forge master of the institute. The man was an older dwarf with a long white beard and a stern expression. Roland felt a hint of guilt and apprehension after his experiment had gone awry. It seemed that experimenting with dimensional runes and rifts was quite volatile. While he had succeeded in creating a prototype, he had gone overboard with a few settings, causing a magical meltdown. "Forge master, please calm down. From what I heard, it was an unfortunate accident." "An unfortunate accident? There's a hole in my forge big enough to fit a dragon through." Roland decided to remain silent for the time being, as he was unsure of what to say. He couldn't deny his responsibility for the massive explosion inside the man's forge, but fortunately, no one had been hurt. In a way, it was also this man's fault for taking such a long break. As someone responsible for the forge, he seemed to be absent far too often. "Well, it doesn't really matter if they kick me out now. I've gotten what I came for. An explosion like that will not happen again," he thought to himself while the man continued to shout. With this breakthrough, a lot of capital could be made. There were no working magical prosthetic limbs that could work for non-magicians out there. It would take some time to refine it, but now that he worked out all the theory, implementing it would be easy. It was evident that this breakthrough in runic engineering, as confirmed by his newly gained title, held great potential. There was a strong possibility that this was groundbreaking technology, with potential applications beyond mechanical limbs. While initially intended for such prosthetics, Roland could envision its use in various other fields. Having devices react to a person's movements hinted at the possibility of creating another technology that he had been pondering over. "Well, before I do that, I'll have to get out of here. But they might have me pay for the damages to their forge." His budget was large, but he wasn't sure if they gave him a fair price. The technology he created would probably take some time before it was implemented on a wider scale. However, he did make a mistake, and it was normal for the master runesmith to be angered. His mind was made up, and Roland decided to take responsibility for the accident that he caused. "Forge master, I apologize for the damage caused to your forge. It was indeed unfortunate, and I take full responsibility for it. I assure you, I did not intend for things to escalate to this extent, and I am fine with reimbursing you for all the damages." The forge master grumbled, clearly still upset, and quickly responded, "Ye mages are the same. Thinking ye can fix your problems, why gold." It seemed that the forge master was unwilling to relent and sought a different form of punishment, likely involving Roland's dismissal from the institute. Under normal circumstances, he would be fine taking it, but the situation with his sister made it an unacceptable option. Now, forge master, please calm yourself. I've noted your complaints. How about you let me chat with Assistant Professor Wayland for now?" Before he could come up with a good enough rebuttal, the vice-headmaster decided to intervene. The old mage was a good listener and seemed to be neutral about his situation. Soon, the angry dwarven craftsman was instructed to leave the office, allowing Roland to have a private conversation with the vice-headmaster. Roland knew that according to the rules, this man and the headmistress had the power to make a decision. Then, if things escalated further, another hearing was also a possibility. "Assistant Professor Wayland, I understand that the incident in the forge was unintentional, but it cannot be denied that it resulted in great damage. The forge master is adamant about taking disciplinary action against you, and I'm afraid that I also agree. Luckily, no one got hurt, but what if they were?" It appeared that the vice-headmaster intended to indict Roland for the potential danger he had caused to the workers, rather than focusing solely on the actual damages that had transpired in the forge. He had to acknowledge the seriousness of this situation. Roland expected this much, as the magnitude of the explosion was great. Losing himself in his research and forgetting about the people around him was his mistake, and he needed to face the consequences for it. "I take full responsibility for what happened, vice-headmaster. I am willing to accept any punishment deemed appropriate." "I appreciate your willingness to take responsibility, assistant professor. Thus, I'll have to propose." From the words the vice-headmaster was forming, it seemed that he was going to get expelled. However, before he could judge him, someone intervened. A strange leaf floated from the open window on the side and transformed into something that looked like an official piece of parchment, which Master Rathose quickly read through. What could that be? Master Rathose, who usually looked jolly, seemed to be confused and even slightly angered for some reason. Roland couldn't help but wonder what news had prompted such a reaction. Had something unexpected occurred within the institute, or was it related to his current predicament? After a few moments of silence, the vice-headmaster lowered the parchment and regarded Roland with a more thoughtful expression. "It seems that you have earned a promotion, Assistant Professor Wayland? Or should I call you Deputy Professor Wayland now?" Deputy Professor? Roland had gone extensively through the laws of the Institute and knew what this peculiar position entailed. It was quite special, as the Deputy Professor was someone who only answered to the Institute leader, which in this case would be Headmistress Yevena. This spot had remained vacant for a while, and for some reason he was given it. "It seems so. It would be better if you report to the headmistress with this issue. As the vice-headmaster, I'm unable to punish a deputy professor. That is something only the headmistress can decide now. However, do keep in mind that this promotion comes with added responsibilities and expectations. You will be expected to maintain a higher standard of conduct and professionalism from now on." Roland nodded, still processing the sudden turn of events. A promotion to deputy professor was not something he had anticipated, especially not in the midst of a disciplinary issue. "I understand, vice-headmaster. I will make sure to fulfill my responsibilities to the best of my abilities." For the time being, he decided to stay calm. This allowed him to avoid punishment while also granting him a higher position within the institute. This unexpected turn of events could help him keep his sister safe and gave him some perks. These would probably come at a cost, as there was probably a reason why he was promoted. Everything comes with a price, and the deputy professor role is a bona fide secretary for the headmistress. He had apparently become the assistant to the headmistress without agreeing to it. While normally he would have declined the offer instantly, at this juncture it allowed him to get away with his little mishap. The vice-headmaster seemed slightly angered, as one of his eyes was twitching around, but he could do nothing about it. "Well then, excuse me. Roland left the vice-headmaster's office while still trying to process the situation. The master runesmith that he had angered was luckily not waiting for his arrival, so he could make his way towards the headmistress mage tower. This needed to be dealt with as he wanted to plan his departure. Now that he was able to read the mana phantom, he needed to go back home, and the only thing holding him back was Lucien. As Roland made his way to the mage tower where the headmistress resided, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. He wasn't sure what that woman wanted from him, but he wasn't sure if refusing was an option. If he declined, the vice-headmaster would likely follow through with the punishment, making this potentially the only remaining option for him to return to the institute later on. Just like twice before, Roland ascended the spiral stairs all the way up into the headmistress' office. This time around, she wasn't lazing around in the library but sitting behind her desk. Her gaze was rather lax, and she seemed to be examining his robe that he borrowed from Arion after the accident transpired. "Good, take this. I'll call you when I need your assistance, so keep it on you at all times." She gestured towards him with a finger, conjuring mana that soon materialized into a floating object heading his way. As it drew closer, Roland realized it was a new badge, replacing the old one. It signified his new position and likely granted access to areas previously off-limits. With this new emblem, he could potentially enter all the mage towers in the Institute and even assert authority over department heads if he desired. His new position was indeed special, and it seemed his new boss had no obvious immediate demands, something that was quite odd and suspicious. In addition to the new emblem, Roland was also rewarded with a brand new mage robe. Unlike the ones worn by regular enforcers, this one came in a striking crimson color, marking his distinct status. Various enchantments had been placed on it through means that he wasn't familiar with. "Thank you, headmistress. I will make sure to fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities. But, could you give me an explanation? Why did you choose me for the deputy position, and what are you expecting from me?" While he was talking with a scary Tier 4 class holder and didn't want to pry too much, he also needed an answer. There was a reason why he was given this opportunity, and a clue was all that he needed. The headmistress responded to his inquiry with a cryptic smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "You've shown promise, Assistant, pardon me, Deputy Professor Wayland. As for what I expect from you, let's just say, I have a few tasks in mind that could benefit from your unique talents." Roland couldn't help but feel some apprehension at the vague response he received from the headmistress. It seemed there was more to this promotion than met the eye, and that all the perks would come at a price. He wasn't sure why she was so trusting. If he left the institute now, there was no proof that he would ever come back. Was his connection to his sister discovered? "Understood, headmistress. I will await your instructions. I'll take my leave then." With a dismissive wave of her hand, the headmistress indicated that their conversation was at an end. After making his way back to his quarters, Roland pondered his next steps. He needed to tread carefully, especially now that he held a position of higher authority within the institute. Whatever tasks the headmistress had in mind for him, he had to approach them with caution and ensure that they didn't compromise his current goal of protecting his sister, which was now the crux of his problems. Upon leaving this place, Lucien would be left alone with no protection. His brother Robert was not responding, and he had no idea if his father even knew about the situation here. He could only hope that the nobles would leave her alone after the two disastrous incidents, but life was not that simple. Roland stood at a crossroads with two paths. One led him home, away from this institute and all the trouble the nobles residing there brought to him. The other pointed him in the direction of his family members and his responsibilities as deputy professor, entwining him further into the complex web of politics and intrigue within the institute. He knew that whichever path he chose, there would be consequences. "I need to decide now. What path should I take?" He pondered the potential future outcomes of his decision. Returning home to perfect his prosthesis was the safest choice, but he had already initiated a course of action for which he needed to take responsibility. A strange sense of duty towards his sister continued to tug at his heartstrings. Lucien's safety was his responsibility now, and leaving her vulnerable to the whims of the nobles was not something he could accept. "I guess it's not much of a decision, but How should I go about this? A decision had been made and a plan needed to follow soon after. If he was given this new position, he was determined to use it to his advantage. Perhaps this headmistress already knew about his desire to go against the nobility and had just given him the means to do so. What do you think? The calculations should be correct, but if you see that something is off, then tell me. You want to know what I think? Yes. Then, wouldn't it be better if you just take an airship back if you need to return? I don't feel comfortable with the other method. Something could always go wrong. What if you end up inside a flock of wyverns or in the middle of the ocean? That's why I'm asking you to go over my calculations. I'm sure we both won't make the same mistake. Fine. A floating cat grumbled while moving large pages of papers to look through the numbers presented on them. Behind him stood a man wearing a newly gained crimson robe that now presented his new position of deputy professor. Someone that had a special position within the institute. It seems correct to me you should come out at those coordinates, but why do you wish to place yourself in danger? Doesn't this seem a bit too extreme? Perhaps, but I don't have the leisure of time. Time? The floating cat raised an eyebrow, its tail twitching with curiosity. You are always in such a rush. Are you in some sort of hurry? Or trouble? Roland hesitated, reluctant to divulge the complexities of his chaotic life to his friend. While Ariane was aware of certain aspects, he remained unaware of critical details such as Lucienne being Roland's sister or his role in the demise of 3 higher-tier knights during the recent dungeon incident. The Institute had decided to craft a narrative, portraying the events as if a formidable monster had emerged within the dungeon. They would blame the disappearance of Professor Ulfine on it and not even mention the Baskerville Knights. Well, let's just say that I have some urgent personal matters that need attending to. You probably don't want me to bore you with the details. The cat's eyes narrowed again as he tried to decipher the hidden meaning behind those words. The two had known themselves for a while, and he could sense that there was something that Roland wasn't telling him. Nevertheless, he was not one to push for answers when others were trying to change the subject of a conversation. Personal matters, you say? Very well, I won't pry into your business. Just be careful, Wayland. Whatever you're up to, and make sure you don't get yourself into more trouble than you can handle. If there is anything that I can help you with, don't be a stranger. I appreciate your concern, Ariane, but I assure you, I've got everything under control. Ariane simply nodded, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his eyes. Roland could sense that his feline friend wasn't fully convinced by his explanations. In truth, he remained uncertain about his next course of action. While his instincts urged him to return to Albrook immediately, leaving behind the complications of his current situation, he couldn't shake off the lingering concern for his sister's safety. He hadn't anticipated encountering this problem upon arrival, and now he was feeling conflicted. It would have been ideal if he could delegate this responsibility to someone else, but for some reason, his older brother wasn't answering his calls. On the other hand, Lucienne probably hadn't divulged any information about the incident at the Institute. He was sure in his belief as he had kept his spider golem around her to keep watch. She never attempted to contact her family members, and the likely reason for this was her character. She appeared to be the type of person who didn't want to burden others with her problems and instead kept everything bottled up inside. Even when the bullying began, she didn't reach out to anyone outside or confide in any of the teachers. She clearly hoped to resolve the matter by herself without bothering anyone else. But there is one thing you can aid me with. Oh? What is it? There is one thing that you can help me with. You already know the student by the name Lucienne Arden, right? Sure. She was part of that hearing you were in. What about here? Yes, her. Could you watch over her while I'm not here and inform me if something out of the ordinary happens? I don't think there should be a problem with such a task. Roland couldn't simply depart and leave his sister without any form of support. While his spider drone was with her, it had very limited defensive capabilities. Ariane would probably be a better option to ensure her safety within the Institute. He didn't believe that she would be put in harm's way, at least not until Viola Castellane arrived back from her suspension. It had been nearly 5 weeks since Roland's arrival, and the girl remained barred from returning for almost a month. This provided him with some time to craft a thorough plan and repair his armor, which had begun to fail him. Great, I'll leave her up to you then. You'll be easily able to keep watch thanks to one of my golems and the many more that are going to be placed throughout the institute. Quite, was that a perk of becoming a deputy professor? It seemed that Arion was about to push the issue further but quickly decided to change the subject. I'm not sure. Thorn seemed to like the idea and they finally decided to go ahead with it. Roland's monitoring devices were eventually approved by the institute, but in truth it was all thanks to the headmistress, who had the final say in the matter. Many other faculty members opposed the idea, fearing it would infringe on their privacy. However, with the excuse of the numerous recent strange incidents, their objections were disregarded in favor of implementing the runic camera system. This was also one of the main reasons for the return of the Forge Master, as he would be responsible for producing this technology based on Roland's schematics. Hope you have a safe journey then, but I hope that you plan on returning soon. The whole department has been steadily growing since you appeared. I even got a few interviews that I need to attend to. Interviews? Indeed. The runic department is now getting more funding thanks to this project, and the amount of students attending has tripled ever since you introduced that novel method of study. Well, glad that I was able to help. You did more than that. You practically saved it. Arion was delighted with the developments of the past month. The runic department had become the center of attention at the institute, and with Roland's promotion to deputy professor, his former assistant professor position had opened up. It was likely that whoever sought to fill the vacancy had ulterior motives. Given Arion and Roland's positive dealings with the headmistress, it was a business opportunity for networking and Arion would need to watch out for it. After finishing things up with Arion, he decided to take his leave. Once outside, he could feel many gazes coming his way. This robe that was coupled with the new emblem was the reason for it. People identified him now as a person with a lot of prestige, and he could tell that some even wanted to come closer and chat. Luckily, his runic armor and helmet under the robe gave him an air of mystery and intimidation, dissuading others from approaching him without reason. However, Roland couldn't linger in the institute any longer. With his decision made, he needed to begin preparations for his departure. For this exact reason, he had taken some research papers to Arion as he would be traveling through one of the mage towers and not any airships. The math had been complete, but considering he would be doing this type of magic for the first time, it was still nerve-wracking. All of his belongings were inside his storage space and it was fine for him to leave. He already contacted Elodia that he would be returning soon and was informed that Agni was eagerly waiting for his return. The journey ahead could be dangerous, but he was mostly sure that he would make it back in one piece, and if he was correct, then perhaps in less than an hour he would be back in his old workshop. As he made his way towards the Mage Tower of Fire, the same one he had previously visited with Arion's help, he could not help but glance at his display screen. There he saw through the eye of his spider drone his sister Lucienne, who was chatting with some of her friends. Ever since he cleared out the incident with Viola and several smaller ones, she had started to enjoy her school life in this institute. So she really did get it. Name: Lucienne Arden L26. Classes: T1 Mage L25. T1 Clairvoyant L1. It wasn't difficult to access her status screen, and she had indeed acquired the unique clairvoyant class, just as he had suspected all those years ago. She was now on the path to becoming an oracle, with the ability to foresee the future to some extent. Oracles were often deployed to crime scenes to deduce what had transpired, or used to locate people or hidden objects. As her brother, it was likely that she would eventually uncover his true location. Something like that won't probably happen until she is at least a Tier 2 class holder, but how long would that be? Roland's obsession with keeping himself hidden from his family members had been part of his life ever since he fled over 10 years ago. Even now, as he was a full-blown adult, he still had second guesses about his involvement with his sister. If he hadn't acted out against Viola, then now he would have probably been leaving the institute to never return here again. However, being an adult also meant that he needed to take responsibility for his actions. An adult, huh? What should an adult do in such a situation? He arrived before the Tower of Flames and slowly ventured inside. The path to his next destination lay open before him, yet he hesitated, halting himself from taking another step. There were lingering concerns weighing on his mind, ones that extended beyond just his sister to his brother Robert as well. It had been a large amount of time since their last conversation, and even he was starting to worry. Robert had made the decision to journey northward into the war-torn zones where the three nations frequently clashed. To make things worse, it was an area teeming with dangerous creatures. It was a place where one could sharpen their combat skills, but also where one could swiftly meet their demise. Nevertheless, given that he was the son of a decorated general, Roland anticipated that he would have a fair amount of assistance. Or could Daddy Dearest have had some enemies that would target his son? The possibility was there, but he wasn't really in a position to help. Heading there would do no one any good, and his presence could only make things worse. His other contact that had previously held the Runic Department Assistant Professor title, Lucille de Vere, was nowhere to be seen either. He wanted to get to the bottom of this mystery, but there was only one way, and that was through his sister. While Roland and Lucien were half-siblings, Robert and her were true ones. They both came from Francine, the second wife who was very overprotective of her children. If something happened to Robert, then she would probably know. Going through his sister would perhaps offer him some sense of closure. For that to happen, he would need to confront her, which was the crux of the problem. If I add my previous years, I would be over 40 now. What am I still afraid of? It had been many years since his last interaction with his father and his other siblings. The home that he left behind was not something that he missed. There was also the failed assassination attempt that prompted his initial escape, but as things stood now, he had grown in strength. Confronting his old fears wasn't easy, but he needed to get past this old trauma and face reality. The longer he hesitated, the worse the situation could become. Am I really going to do it? He stood before the platform that would transport him to a higher level of the Mage Tower, but decided to turn away. After retracing his steps outside, he made his way toward the park area where students often gathered to rest. There, a small spider drone awaited him, its temporary owner arriving out of breath as she had chased after it. With her were a few other female students who shared the same dorm room, and all of them stopped the moment they noticed his conspicuous form. "Why did you suddenly run off?" "Oh, Assistant Professor Wayland. Good day. Good day." He replied to them, but had only intended for his sister to arrive here. Nevertheless, he had already made a decision about this issue, so he wasn't about to let a few random people ruin this moment. "Lady Lucienne, please come with me. I need to discuss something with you, in private." "Something private?" Lucienne's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled by Roland's sudden request. She exchanged a glance with her friends, who shrugged in confusion, before turning her attention back to Roland. Sure, Assistant Professor Wayland." Following the Viola incident, Roland had managed to earn her trust to some extent, especially after saving her during the dungeon explosion. She and her friends held a favorable opinion of him and were unaware that he was actually her brother in disguise. "Return to your classes and inform your teachers that Lucienne might miss some of her classes. If they ask for a reason, just say that the deputy professor needs to discuss some urgent matters with her." "All right, will do." Her friends nodded in understanding and quickly dispersed, leaving Lucienne alone with Roland. She followed him without question. Curiosity was evident in her gaze, but he decided to head to a certain place in silence. There was a reason that he lured her into this garden where the entrance to the headmistress tower was, as it also happened to be the palace where his own office was. There was another perk of becoming the deputy professor, and that was that he received a place of his own. With his badge that had the depiction of a large tree on it, he could open a path to a hidden location. It wasn't far from the gazebo he used to enter Yavena's tower and didn't look any different from a tree's. However, once he approached and injected some of his mana into the emblem, the entrance started to shift. The once ordinary-looking tree shimmered and transformed, revealing a hidden doorway leading into a spacious chamber. Roland gestured for Lucienne to follow him inside, where they were greeted by mostly old books and cobwebs. "You'll have to excuse me for the way this place looks. I haven't had the time to tidy it up. Please have a seat." Lucienne hesitated for a moment, glancing around the dusty chamber with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Despite its neglected appearance, there was an air of mystery and importance to the place that intrigued her. It was a large office area with an even bigger desk at the end. To the sides were various tomes about magical incantations, but the most eye-catching of all was a large portrait hanging on the wall behind the desk. It depicted a stern-looking man in mage robes, his gaze piercing and commanding respect. "Is that arch-wizard Xander?" "Yes, that's an old portrait of him." He responded to the question, but the atmosphere quickly grew stale. Roland seated himself behind the large desk, feeling uncertain about how to begin. This wasn't part of his original plan. Revealing his true identity, which he had concealed for over 10 years, wasn't going to be easy. "Lucien, I need to talk to you about something important. How do I put this?" His voice wavered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. "What is it, Assistant Professor Wayland? Is this about the golem?" She replied with a smile on her face, something that she was devoid of when he arrived at this institute. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. There was no turning back now, and instead of using his words, he decided to break the ice in a different fashion. His head was covered by the robe's hood, which could be magically concealed. He wished it to be so, and it retracted itself into the magical fabric. His hands then moved towards his mithril helmet that always concealed his face. Lucienne seemed confused, but she remained quiet. Roland's grip on the piece of metal was unsteady, but he already made a decision. Slowly he removed the magical effects that kept his helmet steady, and finally, his face was revealed. "Assistant Professor Wayland?" She didn't catch on immediately, but as she continued to stare at his face, he could see her emotions shifting. It began with a look of confusion, which then turned into contemplation, and finally, denial. However, eventually, 2 words escaped her lips, which he confirmed with a resounding nod. "Brother, Roland. See that face? Could it really be you? But how? Professor Wayland is Brother Roland." A confused expression painted her features as she struggled to comprehend the revelation. Roland sighed heavily, somewhat relieved that he was able to reveal the truth, but quite anxious about Lucien's reaction. He was not sure how he should continue this conversation, but for now, he decided to feel it out. "Yes, Lucienne. It's me, your older brother. I'm glad that you still remember my name." He tried to speak as softly as he could, hoping to ease the shock she must be experiencing. Lucienne remained silent for a few moments, her eyes locked onto his face as if trying to confirm the truth through sheer observation. After a few moments, she started approaching him without muttering a word, and he allowed it. Soon he was looking down at his sister, who was at least a head shorter. It was quite uncomfortable to be stared at so intently, but Roland allowed her in this emotional moment. There was nothing strange in being shocked by the appearance of a long-lost brother. However, something even more peculiar happened next. She raised her right hand into the air and clenched it into a fist. "Remember your name? You." Roland's senses were quite enhanced compared to someone like his sister, who was only a Tier 1 class holder. Nevertheless, he was taken by surprise by her actions as she launched a punch in the direction of his face. This brought back memories of his initial interaction with the adult Robert, who had reacted similarly with anger. At first, Roland considered dodging the attack, but ultimately decided to allow her to vent her negative emotions. "Why did you act?" As her fist made contact with his cheek, he made no move to retaliate or defend himself. He understood that this outburst was likely fueled by years of confusion, frustration, and perhaps even resentment. The impact was quite gentle, as her small body didn't possess enough strength to injure him. However, those Tier 3 upgrades were not for show, and to his dismay, the one that was injured was not him but his sister instead. "Ag. Why is your head so hard, my hand?" "BFFF." Roland had a hard time holding in a laugh as he saw the angered Lucienne going down to her knees and holding her hand. Her knuckles were red from the force of the punch she had put her whole weight behind. Despite being a mage, it appeared that someone had taught her some basic hand-to-hand combat skills. While her form wasn't bad, it only resulted in her injuring herself instead. Hey, are you laughing? What's so funny? Nothing. You just reminded me of Robert when we first met. Robert? Wait, did he know that you were alive? Did others know? Was I the only one? He realized that perhaps he shouldn't have mentioned Robert, who had met him a few years earlier. However, the cat was out of the bag already and he decided to be truthful this time. No, only Robert knew, but don't blame him. I made him promise that he wouldn't tell anyone. Not even you or Francine. But why? His sister's expression didn't soften as she wasn't quite convinced. Her hand was clearly in pain, so he decided to step forward and heal it with one of his emulated healing spells. This little trick was successful in calming her slightly, but this wasn't over yet. Why did you disappear like that? Why didn't you come back? Did you know how long I've been looking for you? While the wounds were healing, she smacked his chest with her good hand. He didn't feel much pain as his mithril breastplate was taking the brunt of the attack. Roland remained silent while Lucien's voice started cracking and tears appeared in her eyes. It was clear that he had underestimated how emotionally invested she was in his existence. He did not expect such an outburst from a family member that he barely knew. I'm sorry. I never meant to make you worry. He stopped himself as he wasn't sure if he wanted to burden his sister with his perhaps selfish reason. All he had ever desired was freedom, free from anyone looking over his shoulder and dictating his actions. Yet, he didn't want Lucien to misconstrue his intentions, thinking that he had fled because she was one of the burdens he wanted to avoid. He had believed he would be nothing more than a fleeting memory by now, but she, like Robert before her, proved him wrong. Seeing his sister's tears, Roland felt a hint of guilt wash over him. He had not known that his disappearance would cause pain to anyone from his family, but Lucien's raw emotions were quite real. He took a deep breath before placing his hand to the back of her head, as he embraced his sister. At this point, her words had become incoherent, and her tears flowed freely, dampening the fabric of his robes. He didn't say anything while embracing her awkwardly and letting her vent her frustrations. After what felt like an eternity, Lucien's sobs began to subside, her grip on Roland loosening slightly. He gently pulled away from the embrace, keeping his hands on her shoulders as he looked into her eyes. I'm sorry, Lucien. I never wanted to cause you pain, but please understand. I had my reasons. She sniffled, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand before nodding slowly. I don't know, but you're alive. Yes, I am. And I promise, I'll explain everything to you. But first, I need to know if you're all right. How is your hand feeling? Lucien shook her head to indicate that she was fine. No, I'm okay. Just surprised, I guess. I'm sorry that I hit you. It's fine. But you should probably think first before trying to punch your professor. Lucien blushed slightly as she realized the implications of her actions. Normally, it would have been something she might have been punished for, but luckily it was just her brother who found the whole thing amusing. After a moment of awkward silence, Roland cleared his throat to break the tension. So, now that we've got that out of the way, how about we sit down and have a talk? Lucien nodded, and a table emerged to the side of Roland's new office. He hadn't had much time to examine this area, but the plant-based magic here could be commanded like runes. With the help of his deputy professor emblem, he could control this place to an extent, and producing furniture pieces was a possibility. Where do I even start? Roland gazed at his sister, her big eyes were fixed on his. He felt uncertain about how to begin his explanation and whether he wanted to divulge the full truth of his escape to Lucien. How would she react if he told her about the possibility of someone within the estate trying to get rid of him, which also included her own mother? It was a matter that could potentially cause turmoil within the family, something that he lost interest in throughout the years. Robert is one thing, but how would she react? It was a troublesome issue, and after reconnecting with his sister, it wouldn't be surprising for her to start asking questions later. Based on his experience, adults often resorted to lying to their children when they believed they couldn't handle the truth. This usually led to some negative outcomes down the line when the child eventually discovered this truth. Lucien was 15, and in this world, She was considered an adult, not something he fully agreed with. However, he didn't want to base their relationship on more lies and decided to give her the whole truth. Thus, after a deep breath, Roland began to speak. He chose his words with care as he recounted his journey and the reason for his disappearance. Lucienne, there were several reasons for my disappearance. If you are willing to hear me out, I'll explain everything, but this could take a while. So have some tea. Oh? Tea, thank you. Lucienne rescinded in surprise as some snacks along with a tea set floated up from the side. While this had been a decision he had made recently, he had made some preparations for such an occasion. Having some treats and tea on hand would help to ease the tension and create a more comfortable atmosphere for their conversation. Roland poured them both a cup of tea before settling back into his seat, gesturing for Lucienne to do the same. All right, I guess I'll start with the beginning. I'm sure you are aware of the city of Carwin. That's probably when it all started. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before beginning to recount his story. The tale was already lengthy, so he opted to bypass his childhood within the estate. However, he did share with her the primary motive for his departure: to persuade his father to permit him to pursue a career as a runesmith rather than as a knight. An escort knight did that? Well, he wasn't a knight yet, but yes. Luckily, I had some help back then. I'm not sure if I would be here if not for that adventurer party. He arrived at the crux of everything rather fast. There wasn't much happening in that city. At first, he found himself stuck living in a chilly old shed. However, he swiftly joined a friendly adventurer party and managed to persevere. This inadvertently caused his hidden guardian, whom he was aware of, to become infuriated, as he was stuck watching over a seemingly noble brat. To this day, he wasn't certain if this was a scheme orchestrated by the man himself or if he was coerced by an external force. But if you weren't sure, then why did you leave? Why didn't you just inform someone? I'm sure father would. Would he? I'm not entirely certain, but at the time it didn't matter much to me. It was simply an opportunity one seized. Returning to the estate was never my desire. I just wanted to have freedom, and this was the best opportunity for it. I see. So that's what happened. But how did you end up here? As a professor? Was it because of me? His sister was smart and she was able to put a few things together. It was strange for him to appear at the institute for no reason, and she could assume that he was here to help her out. Well, while I anticipated you becoming a student, I hadn't planned on becoming a professor here, and I wasn't planning to reveal myself either. Things sort of unfolded in a way that I just had to change my plans. Was it because of Viola? He hesitated, reluctant to admit it. Getting entangled with Viola and her family meant that he had acted to protect his sister. Lucienne would blame herself for any repercussions of this situation, and disclosing that he was attacked by 3 knight commanders inside the dungeon would only exacerbate her guilt. However, the gravity of the situation couldn't be ignored. She had been targeted and would have been in grave danger during the siege magic training if he hadn't intervened. He realized he needed to disclose the entire truth about this ordeal to her, as her life could depend on it. Yes, it was partly because of Viola, I won't deny it. I couldn't just let her do those things to you. She certainly is quite a vengeful individual. Vengeful is an understatement. He seemed to have hit a nerve as he saw his sister lower her head and clench her fists. Roland had looked through some old reports at the enforcement department, but they didn't really tell the true story. Perhaps after Lucienne gathered her thoughts, she could tell him the reason Viola hated her so much. But it's the Castellane house. Why were you so reckless? What if they retaliate? Ah, well, about that. Did something happen? Are you not telling me something? Roland had grown used to wearing a helmet when speaking to people and even using a runic voice module to distort it. Lucienne caught on to his hesitation, sensing that he was withholding information from her. He could see the concern etched on her face, and he realized he couldn't keep her in the dark any longer. It's better if I tell you then, no use holding back now. There was a reason that the advancement classes were postponed. I'm sure you remember Elithys Baskerville. Viola's guardian knight? Yes, the one. Well, please don't overreact, but it seems that Viola's dislike for you goes deeper than you might think. He didn't want to alarm her, but it was crucial for his sister to understand the real threat she faced. Roland needed to temporarily depart from the institute, and during this absence all sorts of dangers could arise. The current conversation was driven with Lucien's safety in mind. While he could instruct others to protect her, it wouldn't be very effective if she placed herself in harm's way without realizing that there were individuals actively seeking to cause her harm. By the goddess! Something like that happened? Are you all right? As you can see, I'm fine. But there were 3 of them. How were you able to defeat? Don't worry, your older brother is strong. I won't be defeated so easily, as you might have realized. I'm a proper Tier 3 class holder and one of the stronger ones too. This was a lot to take in for his sister, and he wanted to reassure her that she was in good hands. It was hard to deny his personal strength, which was somewhat uncanny. I'll have to take your word for it. But how did you gain this strength? I don't think that even eldest brother could do such a thing. Only father could. Well, that's a long story in itself, but rest assured, I didn't use any nefarious methods. Let's just say that my class is a bit special, so it allowed me to attain this level of power quickly. He could probably talk for another several hours and recount his whole journey that led him to Albrook, but there were other pressing matters. Bernier's prosthetic needed to be made, and he needed to exit the institute with a clear conscience. For this reason, he pulled out an intricate red bracket created from the same mithril that his armor was. There are a few reasons why I brought you here. I wish to give you this. It's a magical bracelet. This looks valuable. Are you sure that I should? It's just something I've made. It will protect you from any potential threats and also inform me about your whereabouts. It will also allow you to control 2 additional golems that I have hidden within the institute. If something happens, they will help you. Is this really necessary? It might not be, but better safe than sorry. Thank you. Lucien wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and just nodded before taking the magical bracelet. She seemed rather pleased with the design that he had created to suit more womanly tastes. You know, Lucien, I never wanted to burden you with all of this. But it's important that you know the truth and that you're prepared for whatever may come. I understand, Roland. Thank you for being honest with me, even though it's a lot to take in. Her words were filled with sincerity, and Roland felt a hint of guilt for keeping so much from her for so long. But now that the truth was out, he hoped that they could move forward and perhaps even form a stronger bond, something that he never thought was possible in the first place. Are you going somewhere? This feels like a parting gift. I do have to leave. There are things outside of the institute that I need to take care of. I would have preferred to stay or contact Robert, but I haven't been able to. Speaking of him, do you know where he is? He was quick to change the subject, as the disappearance of his brother was quite an oddity. While it was understandable that there might be difficulties in contacting him given his position at the border, which was undoubtedly hectic, Roland couldn't shake the feeling of unease. In the past, despite the chaos, his brother had managed to maintain frequent magical communication, sometimes through the involvement of the Count's daughter. Brother Robert? I'm not sure. I could ask Mother about it. Now that you mention it, I haven't heard from him in a while. Lucien was in deep thought, and it was surprising that she didn't know about Robert's location either. However, if she contacted Francine, there was a possibility that they might receive some information regarding Robert's whereabouts. That would be helpful, Lucien. If you could inquire about it, I would appreciate it. In the meantime, let's discuss some other issues. That's fine with me. His sister was rather cheerful, and what started with a punch was slowly turning around. With Lucien on his side, he felt more confident in keeping her safe. Before departing, however, he knew he had to clarify a few things. While he was comfortable with her knowing his secrets and had grown less concerned about other family members discovering them, revealing that an Arden was involved in the deaths of 3 prominent knights would likely cause a stir within the noble world. Therefore, it was best for that information to remain a secret, at least for now. Something like that happened? It's astonishing how something so trivial could escalate to this point. Yes, I think that was the main reason. Roland had continued his talk with his sister for quite some time. As Roland and Lucien delved into their discussion, the atmosphere in the room became more relaxed. He found himself opening up more than he initially had planned and shared some details about his life in Albrook. Lucienne, in turn, shared stories of her own adventures at the Institute and the challenges she faced as a budding mage. There they arrived at one faithful day where her luck was turned around and a royal was to blame. So to summarize, a prince that Viola might have fancied had offered you a rose. Yes, I think that was probably the reason. It all happened after that. Lucienne recounted quite the tale about what she believed to be the source of Viola's fury. It transpired about a year ago during a visit to the Institute by a member of the royal family. On this occasion, both a graduation and inauguration ceremony for mages was taking place. This prince was just one of numerous offspring of the current king, akin to Roland's father, who had sired many children. It seemed that if nobles excelled at anything, it was producing numerous heirs and then allowing them to engage in a senseless power struggle. These annual ceremonies were a mandatory event for all students, with occasional invitations extended to important individuals. This time, it was the prince's turn to attend. Roland presumed he was scouting for talented mages but was unaware of the prince's class. Such details were often concealed, as in a society built on the notion of being born special, having a lower-tier class would be scandalous. It could result in losing support and potentially burying the royal member by their siblings. It was in the best interest of each prince to solidify their standing within the kingdom. They achieved this by assembling their own elite forces and pitting them against their siblings. It was a situation that Roland also found himself in, as he was one of these elites hired by Arthur. Lucienne was a bit vague about it, but eventually, a party was held and people started to mingle. The prince was obviously the center of attention and all the noble-born mages swarmed around him, with Viola being one of the main players in this social game. It seemed that she was interested in this young man who was 2 years her senior and was probably trying to get his attention. Lucienne, on the other hand, was hesitant to approach the royal guest, feeling out of place among the high-born attendees. Going by her words, it was not her that initiated the encounter by the prince himself. Roland was not sure what this young man was trying to pull, but he approached his sister with some sweet words that she couldn't recall too well as the whole thing left her stunned. He was quite charming, I must admit, Lucienne reminisced with a faint blush tinting her cheeks. He approached me and offered me a rose and complimented the dress I was wearing. It was something my mother told me to wear. She said it would attract the male gaze or something similar, and it certainly did, but her mood quickly changed after she recalled something that happened. I still remember that look. Her eyes looked so vicious. Roland could only imagine how proud Viola was feeling when the prince she desired ignored her and went up to another lady. This act was probably exacerbated by the fact that it was Lucienne, someone from the Arden estate who was once only a lowly knight family under the Castline banner. What was that stupid prince thinking? Was he just dumb, or did he do it on purpose? He was not there during the party, so it would be hard to judge this incident. The young man, being only 16 at the time, might have been unaware of the implications of his actions. However, anyone else would have recognized that his action toward a woman of lower birth would be deemed offensive by the other high-class ladies present. In noble circles, prestige was akin to currency, so witnessing a member of the royal family favoring a woman of supposedly lesser status would have been an insult. To Roland, the situation was quite stupid, but this was the reality of this world. If the prince had genuinely harbored feelings for her, perhaps the situation would have been different. However, he didn't take any actions to indicate such interest. Lucienne was left with nothing more than sweet words and a rose, and soon after, the bullying began. That's quite the story. I would like to have a talk with that prince. To ease the tension, Roland cracked his knuckles slightly to insinuate that this prince would not come out unscathed from the talk he would have with him. This made Lucienne smile as she appreciated her brother's instincts to protect her. You better not, you'd be imprisoned, and probably our entire family would be in trouble. If he punched a member of the royal family, it wouldn't be strange if he was sentenced to death and his whole family potentially along with him. There were strict laws that even higher nobles had to adhere to, and opposing the royal family was deemed treasonous. Only individuals like a duke with significant amounts of military power would dare to take such action, and even then it would likely result in severe consequences. It was only a joke. Don't take it too seriously. Now, let me ask you, have you told this to anyone? Your mother? Robert? Or anyone from the family? He leaned closer and could tell that Lucien's eyes darted to the side. This bullying had been going on for quite a while. Despite their status as a barren family, they had a powerful patriarch in Wentworth Arden. He had earned the moniker of Silver Wolf and was a war hero. His level remained unknown to Roland, but he believed him to be at least a double Tier 3 class holder, or possibly even a Tier 4 class holder by now. Wentworth had also probably managed to gather some strong allies during his tenure, like the High Inquisitor that Roland had met before. I haven't told anyone. Mother is always busy with her affairs, and I didn't want to bother her with something like this. And as for Robert, well, we haven't had the chance to talk much lately. I thought as much. I'm sorry. It was a peculiar feeling to encounter someone who behaved similarly to himself. Roland knew that it was probably best to call for help in a situation, yet he couldn't help but empathize with the reluctance. However, despite their similar demeanor, their motivations differed. Roland's reluctance to trust and rely on others stemmed from a desire to handle things independently, whereas his sister's reservation to seek help was fueled by a reluctance to burden anyone and a tendency to internalize her struggles. Take it from me, sometimes it's better to ask for some help. You can't handle everything on your own. Especially when it comes to matters like this, it's important to have someone you can confide in and rely on. It took me a while to realize this, and I'm probably still bad at asking for help, but I'm working on it. Roland finished his sentence with a soft smile. Lucien returned the smile, appreciating her brother's words of wisdom. She knew that he was right, and probably her father, who could be moved by her mother, could potentially have ended the bullying in some kind of way. I'll keep that in mind, but what about you? Shouldn't you come back home and explain everything to our father? Like I said, I'm working on it. Lucien's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized his hypocrisy of lecturing her over something but not willing to act on his own advice. You're just as thick-headed as Robert. Soon after she responded with a chuckle, and everything seemed fine. It was clear that the Arden family was a dysfunctional bunch that didn't know how to cooperate with each other too well, and he was part of it. Perhaps you're right, but for now I have other matters to attend to. I promise I'll figure things out with Father, eventually. Things were a little more complicated when it came to him. He was now part of the Valerian Knights, which could complicate things. Albrook was his new base of operations, and he had already left his old life behind. There was no real reason for him and his father to interact at this point. The only reason he was even humoring the possibility was due to Robert and Lucien. As Roland and Lucien continued their conversation, the air between them grew lighter. It was almost like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders as they shared their experiences and concerns with each other. Roland found himself feeling a sense of relief and was sure that he had made the right decision in having this talk with his sister. Now he could safely leave this place and have her full cooperation in finding Robert as well. This sister of his was someone that he didn't know, but he hoped that perhaps their relationship could grow from this point. Despite more than 12 years having passed since their last meeting, he found solace in the fact that Lucien hadn't turned out like Viola. However, now the conversation was coming to an end and it was time to move on. Lucien, if you need anything, be sure to use that bracelet or contact Professor Arion. You can trust him. Also, it would be good if you informed your mother about Viola. Even if I wanted to, I can't protect you forever. I understand. She nodded as she understood that she could not keep solely relying on her brother. Roland had told her to leave his true identity out of the picture now, as it was better if the other side didn't know about his involvement in the demise of the trio of knights known as Cerberus. I'll be leaving now, Lucien, but remember, you're not alone. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I will, Roland, and thank you for everything. To his surprise, as Roland rose from his seat, he was enveloped in a hug by his sister, who wrapped her arms around his waist. It was undeniably a genuine display of affection and a proper hug. Roland, unaccustomed to such demonstrations of warmth, felt unsure of how to respond, a fact that Lucien quickly picked up on. Brother Roland, what are you doing? You're supposed to hug your long-lost sister back. Roland wanted to chuckle at Lucien's teasing tone, but just as he was asked, he returned her embrace but with a pat instead. Hey, I'm not a puppy. Really? You certainly look like one from up here. Hey, I'm not short. After this bit of playful banter, both of them parted from their familiar embrace. Their previously lost bond had been finally rekindled. Soon the two were walking side by side towards the exit. I can't wait to tell Brother Robert. I wonder what he will say. But I still won't forgive him for lying to me. As Roland secured his helmet back in place, he glanced in Lucien's direction. There was a peculiar glint in her eyes, and she seemed to be clenching her fist as if she were itching to punch someone again. From the stories he'd heard from Robert, it was apparent that she had been quite the troublemaker before coming to the Institute. It appeared that her old personality was beginning to resurface, and Roland couldn't shake the feeling that he had something to do with it. Go easy on him. It was me that forced him to keep it from everyone. Don't worry, he'll survive. Roland nodded, and eventually, the two emerged from his newly acquired hidden office. He had received it from the headmistress but made some adjustments to keep a degree of privacy. Since arriving at the Institute, he had delved into extensive research on concealment and spell disruption mechanisms to safeguard his identity from prying eyes. After utilizing certain runes designed to counter plant-based spells, he ensured that any conversations held within his office remained private. I see that your friends are waiting for you. Better not to keep them waiting. They are? I don't see them. All of them are behind that large tree. He didn't point at it directly but only indicated it with his head. Lucien followed her brother's gaze, and indeed, there was a large, ancient tree standing just a short distance away from them. She squinted her eyes, trying to discern any movement or figures hidden behind its thick foliage. After a moment, she spotted a flicker of movement that looked like a tail belonging to her friend Atasuna. It seemed that she, along with her two other friends, were waiting patiently for her. Ah, they really are hiding there. I'll be seeing you then, Professor Wayland. The two finally parted ways, and it was time to leave. Now his conscience was rather clear, and with the help of the bracelet and some systems that he had left behind in the Institute, he could keep an eye on Lucien from a safe distance. He watched as his sister rejoined her small group of friends who instantly started throwing questions in her direction. She had promised to keep his identity hidden from everyone, including her friends, so he trusted that she would keep her word. I guess that's it with that. Maybe I should have done this sooner. His pace hastened as he headed back towards the Mage Tower of Flames. Upon reaching the elevator platform, he swiftly proceeded to his next destination, which was the chamber housing a dimensional gate. There he would find the magical device that would allow him to reach his home in a matter of moments. However, he knew the trip wouldn't be straightforward, as there were no nearby mage towers equipped with receiver gates. The chamber was a circular room with high ceilings adorned with runic symbols that glowed softly in the ambient light. In the center stood the teleportation gate, a massive circular structure surrounded by layers upon layers of runes. It was something that he had extensively done research for, as he would need to supply it with a massive amount of his mana while coming out on the other end. Most teleportation gates in this world worked by compacting space around them. It wasn't true teleportation but instead a manipulation of spatial dimensions. However, there existed magic that could perform this feat but was not something a Tier 3 class holder could hope to produce. Are you that fool? Yes, I'm probably that fool. Are you sure about this? If something goes wrong, you'll either pop like a tomato or could end up in the middle of the ocean. I'm aware of that. Once he was before the gate, the man responsible for it stepped forward. He was an old man, much older looking than any other mage he had come across. His long, flowing robes flowed around him as he approached. His face weathered with age but his eyes sharp with wisdom. He had probably heard about the new deputy professor and his insane attempt at going through a teleportation gate without one on the other end. Just like the name stated, the gates were usually linked with each other. They locked onto a predetermined trajectory, which the dimensional spell then followed. Without a fixed destination to lock onto, traversing through spatial space was somewhat dangerous. While theoretically possible for a skilled mage to form a course once inside, it was a gamble that most weren't ready to take. Well, it's your funeral. I hope the headmistress picks a better deputy professor next time. I won't die. Just unlock it. Humph. The man grumbled under his nose while Roland got ready for the jump. Roland was one of the few mages proficient in runic magic capable of executing this transition. Together with Arion, they had devised a device to facilitate his transportation. The jump would land him close to Albrook, high in the sky, from where his journey would continue. With a deep breath, Roland focused his mana, channeling it into the runes etched on the surface of the gate. The magical energy surged through him, pulsating with power as he prepared to activate the teleportation spell. The mage tower backed the gate, so he didn't need to use up much energy, and soon the runic gate was shimmering with brilliant light. Maybe the headmistress wasn't wrong. The old man commented from the side as he watched Roland activate the gate without the need for the side console. He usually used this device to connect two gates, but the new deputy could do it by hand. The air crackled with energy as the spatial distortion began to form within the circular structure of the gate. It was a mesmerizing sight that looked like a swirling vortex of liquid light. Without hesitation, Roland stepped forward, bracing himself for the intense sensation of displacement that would accompany the jump. As he passed through the threshold of the gate, he felt a sensation akin to being pulled in all directions at once. It was disorienting, like being caught in a whirlwind and suddenly he was gone. I wonder if he made it. The man was left alone in the dimensional gate chamber and quickly returned to duties. The fate of the man that just stepped through was not his concern. However, if he did make it through in one piece, it would become a nice conversation starter among the mage circles he frequented. What do you want? Stay back. I don't think we will. Now, how about you make this easy for everyone and just come with us? A large group of rough-looking individuals was surrounding a carriage. Two armored men were standing before the door to this carriage, their swords drawn and ready to defend whoever was inside. On top, another two could be seen, holding longbows and ready to fire. Inside the carriage sat a young lady, her face filled with tears and an expression of uncertainty. She clutched onto a pendant around her neck while her body trembled. The group that looked like bandits spread out to let a person through. He was a burly-looking man with a scar running down his left cheek, wearing ragged clothing that indicated a life of hardship. He had a menacing aura about him as he approached the guards, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Well, what do we have here? Seems like we've stumbled upon quite a little treasure, haven't we? The man's voice was gruff and filled with malice as he eyed the guards who were defending the carriage. Though he couldn't see the girl within, her weak sobbing echoed from inside. The guards tightened their grip on their swords and were ready to spring into action if necessary. You won't get away with this. We'll defend the young lady with our lives. Strong words for soon-to-be dead men, but how about we make a deal? We just want her and what's inside. Nothing more. All of you can leave, so don't be stupid. I'm sure you have families that rely on you. Just walk away, and no one will ever know. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, knowing that they were outnumbered and outmatched. The bandits had them surrounded, and their leader seemed confident in his ability to take what he wanted by force. However, numbers alone didn't dictate the outcome of a battle, and upon closer inspection, the bandits didn't appear particularly strong or even healthy. Retreating now would also have severe consequences. Failing to fulfill their task could potentially make them into wanted men, and they would have to flee the entire region. I will repeat again, stay back. We will not bargain with bandits. The guard speaking was older than the other three and wearing a more defined piece of armor. His voice was firm, and it didn't let a smidge of fear through that was slowly bubbling up. The man was determined to protect the young lady, even if it meant facing these bandits head-on. Stubborn fool. Kill them all. The bandit leader smirked widely at the response as if he didn't care. With one swift motion, he drew his sword, which was a damaged blade coated in something more than just rust. The other bandits knew that the moment the blade was pointed forward, it was time to charge forward. However, Right before the man could finish his motion, an arrow flew. It flew in a swift arc and connected with one of the other men's forehead, killing him instantly. Shit! Get them! The bandits were taken aback by the sudden attack, their leader cursing under his breath as chaos ensued. The guards seized the opportunity, charging forward to engage the bandits in combat. Swords clashed, arrows flew, and the sounds of battle echoed through the air as both sides fought. Their leader remained at the back, his frown deepening as he observed the standoff. Despite their overwhelming numbers, over 30 men, they couldn't close in on the opposition. On the other side, there were only 4 guards and a coachman armed with a peculiar crossbow. It was evident that his men were outmatched and outgunned. However, he wasn't deterred, knowing there was one trump card up his sleeve. He turned to the side, where a lone figure clad in a black robe awaited, and called out to him, "Sir, I think we will be needing your help." The man clicked his tongue in annoyance as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. The bandit leader's call for assistance was met with silence from the figure in the black robe. He stood there, unmoving at first but eventually stepped forward. Though his body was concealed to some extent by the robe, a long blade was visible on his left side. It differed from regular longswords, with a slight curve and a distinctive eastern hilt, a katana. Fine, but remember, this will cost you extra. Once this man stepped forward, the other bandits spread out to the sides. His presence commanded attention and emanated a strange aura. The guards near the center of this chaotic battle reacted almost instantly. The 2 archers, along with the coachman, launched projectiles in his direction, 2 arrows and a bolt from a crossbow. However, to their surprise, the man didn't seem too perturbed. His right hand moved with uncanny swiftness as he drew the katana from its sheath in a single fluid motion. To the people watching, his hand movement seemed like a blur. A faint clang of metal resounded through the air as the arrows and bolt were sent flying off course. This display of skill left the guards in awe and instantly identified their foe to be above them. A Tier 3 master. You should have taken the deal when it was offered. Now all of you will have to die. The man stepped forward with the bandits behind him grinning. The 4 guards were already out of breath and knew that it wouldn't be possible for them to defeat this one person. His tier was above theirs. "Why are you doing this? If you want money, then I'm sure we could work something out," the guard leader shouted out while trying not to panic. The man in the dark robe moved at a slow pace as if he had no care in the world. It was evident that he had no intention of making a deal, and their target was the person within the carriage. His words seemed soft and his voice nonchalant as he replied, "Please don't hold a grudge in the afterlife. This is just business." The guard leader gritted his teeth, realizing that negotiation was futile. He raised his sword in defiance and prepared himself to defend the lady behind him. The other guards followed suit while the bandits watched from outside. It was clear that the smaller group was outmatched and that they would die here. However, just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. "Shit! I wasn't supposed to come out so close to the ground." The burst of wind was accompanied by a strange noise and someone shouting. All eyes turned upward to witness an unexpected disturbance. Descending rapidly from above was a figure clad in a darkened robe, with gleaming armor visible underneath. The voice that echoed belonged unmistakably to a man. To his right side, a large tower shield could be seen, which he seemed to be trying to position under his feet for some reason. Closing in at a rapid pace, the descending figure startled the bandits surrounding the carriage, causing them to jump aside in fright. Much to their surprise, he skillfully positioned his feet on the large shield that then shone with strange glowing symbols they didn't understand. Once his feet were there, his descent was slowed, but he still kept rocketing in their direction. As the figure drew closer to the ground, the shield beneath him emitted a burst of energy. It somehow cushioned his landing and sent out shockwaves that knocked back the bandits surrounding the carriage. With a resounding thud, the figure touched down with his robe fluttering in the wind in an imposing fashion. The bandits along with the guards were stunned by the unexpected entrance. This robed man landed right between the carriage and the approaching hooded swordsman. The man looked at this new arrival and halted his advance as he could feel that this person was not as trivial as the rest. "Who the hell are you?" the bandit leader who had called for the Tier 3 class holder shouted. This was certainly not something they expected. An unforeseen variable had arrived. The figure in the darkened robe slowly straightened up and glanced around. He ignored the bandit's question and began to survey the scene. The group of guards was just as perplexed as the bandits. They realized that he was not allied with them either and prompted the bandit leader to shout out again. "Sir, we can't leave any witnesses." Without waiting for the robed man's explanation, the swordsman stepped forward. His hand blurred once again, and as his sword left its sheath, it strangely elongated in the direction of the man that dropped from the sky. The intention was clear. They were unwilling to let a third party intervene in their affairs. However, just as the sword strike was about to collide with the man's body, it bounced back, deflected by a translucent magical barrier. At this very moment, everyone knew that this person was at least a Tier 3 class holder. It was impossible for anything below that level to defend against such a lightning-fast strike. None among them possessed the capability to perceive the swordsman's movements. They were swift and produced bursts of strong winds each time the blade was unsheathed. After the Tier 3 master recognized that he was up against a powerful mage, the man swiftly closed the distance as he followed the basic knowledge of preventing a mage from chanting. Fortunately, the mage had landed within his range, leaving no opportunity for escape. The previous elongated strike transformed into a flurry of slices, unleashed at an astonishing pace. As the flurry of strikes descended upon him, the robed figure remained remarkably composed. He expertly dodged and parried the attacks with seemingly effortless grace, his movements fluid and precise. Each strike was met with a counter, as he utilized his magical shield to deflect the incoming blows. The bandits watched in astonishment as the two figures engaged in a high-speed duel that their eyes could barely follow. Finally, a grand attack followed as the man with the sword gripped it with both his hands. It was obvious that he was aiming for a large attack, but before he could initiate it, the robed mage jumped upwards and soared into the air. There he hovered out of range before an explosion of magical energy shocked everyone. Sir, shut up." Even though no one here had any mana sense, they could see a thick haze of energy surrounding the elevated figure. The spell took shape way too quickly, with seemingly no chanting taking place. Hundreds of magical orbs appeared out of thin air and surrounded the whole area. In a matter of seconds, they were everywhere, and as a rain of stars, they descended onto this battlefield. The robed figure didn't move, but somehow was able to manipulate these magical projectiles, which were just as fast as the swordsman's strikes. The bandits didn't know what hit them, as their limbs became riddled with holes. "Arg, what is this?" The bandit leader didn't even have enough time to tell his men to dodge before he was struck by the marble-sized projectile. One of them cleanly pierced through his right shoulder, while another one connected with his foot. He went down to the ground instantly while his body received a barrage of magical projectiles. The other bandits suffered a similar fate, their bodies punctured by the relentless assault of magical orbs. Some tried to flee, but they were swiftly overtaken by the relentless rain of magical attacks. Meanwhile, the guards and the young lady watched in awe as the robed figure controlled the magical onslaught with precision and skill. They were completely unscathed. The magical orbs that seemed countless were somehow precisely avoiding them. Some zipped past their heads but never connected with their bodies, as if the man had full control of their trajectories. In a matter of moments, the large group of bandits was no more. All were suffering from puncture wounds and groaning down on the ground, with only one person remaining, the swordsman. He found himself running to the side while being chased by a mass of magical projectiles. Even though he had been successful of deflecting most of them, some had already connected with his body. This wasn't part of the deal. The man was fleeing for his life. His earlier confidence was now replaced with fear and a drive to survive. The robed figure remained suspended in the air, his gaze fixed on the retreating swordsman. He stretched out his hand in his direction, and suddenly another mass of magical projectiles started to appear. They converged in the direction of the running man and quickly blocked his path of escape. As the swordmaster stumbled to a halt in an attempt to prevent himself from going any further, the mage clenched his hand into a fist. Instantly, the mass of glowing orbs descended upon the man who tried to escape. What had begun as a rain of magical projectiles transformed into an avalanche of energy beyond the man's comprehension. Despite deploying all of his defensive skills, he was unable to deflect and dodge all of them. A groan escaped his lips as his body became riddled with holes, unable to withstand the onslaught. The robed figure remained suspended in the air, his intentions shrouded in mystery. It was impossible to discern his thoughts. Only after the Tier 3 swordsman fell to the ground in defeat did the orbs of energy dissipate. They transformed from condensed marbles into tiny magical bubbles and evaporated as if they had never existed in the first place. For a moment the place was silent but soon broken by the screams of the bandits. It seemed that for some reason the mage had left them alive and mostly aimed for their limbs. The group by the carriage stared in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to comprehend the sheer power and skill displayed by the floating mage. Slowly, the robed figure descended to the ground, his movements quite graceful. As he approached the carriage, the guards tensed, unsure of his intentions. However, to their surprise, he simply stopped a few paces before their leader and asked a simple question. "Could you tell me where I am? This is Dragnus Island, correct?" It was a strange question to ask, but the guard leader quickly responded out of fear of angering such a powerful magician. "Why, yes, it is, sir. Mage, we are on Dragnus Island." "Good. What's the closest city, town, or settlement from here?" That would be the city of Aldbourne, sir." The man tried his best to be respectful, but without knowing who the man was, he could only give them the bare minimum of respect. It seemed the man was trying to hide his identity and his face was covered by some kind of metal mask. "I see," the man replied, but his gaze was fixed into the distance, as if drawn by something unseen. After a brief moment of silence, to the guard's surprise, something peculiar unfolded. From afar, the rhythmic echoes of hooves sounded, their numbers clearly large. After turning his gaze in that direction, he recognized a familiar sight. It was a band of mercenaries he had seen before, ones that were on their side. It didn't take long for this large group of mercenaries to approach the scene. The guard leader breathed a sigh of relief at their arrival, knowing that they would provide much-needed assistance and support. Even though this mage was quite strong, this group could not be taken lightly. They were stronger than a group of bandits and one Tier 3 class holder. "What's going on here?" Their leader, a rugged man with a stern expression, while on horseback approached the guards and the mysterious robed figure. He eyed the mage cautiously with eyes that were filled with suspicion. "What are these people trying to pull?" Roland looked at the guard who stepped forward to explain the situation. He had managed to travel through the dimensional gate to his desired location. While this was not the place he wanted to be, it wasn't that far from Albrook. His arrival was interrupted by a seeming attempt on a young girl's life. She didn't seem to be a noble but some type of rich individual, most likely a daughter of some kind of merchant. Normally, he would have disposed of the bandits along with their protector, but things weren't so clear-cut this time around. "Something isn't adding up here, and I'm also in Theodore's territory. What did I get myself into this time around?" "Miss Delphine, are you all right?" I'm fine, brother-in-law. The young miss is shaken up. Please give her some time. She has been through a distressing experience." "Is she injured? How about she rides with me on my horse? We'll be able to get back to the city faster this way." "And no, I'm fine. I'll just stay in the carriage." The large battle Roland took place was over and the people that he had saved were talking. Their interactions were quite strange, as the ones that came to save them were met with resistance. The guards that were protecting the young miss seemed on edge, and it was the same for the young miss named Delphine. There was an underlying tension in the air, as if something more complex was unfolding beneath the surface. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. While this was none of his business and he wanted to leave, there was one big problem. He found himself in enemy territory, the lands of one of Arthur's older brothers. the same one that had sent knight commanders to Albrook and almost killed Agni in the process. Roland had chosen to spare the bandits and the Tier 3 swordsmen helping them. The man was riddled with holes and had lost his conscience but was still alive, and his status was easy to read. Name: Kenzo L181. Classes: T3 Master Samurai L31. T2 Samurai L50. T2 Bladesman L50. T1 Blade Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. He was a Master Samurai, but his level was rather low. Roland knew he possessed the advantage to overpower him easily. It was wiser to conceal his primary weaponry that could betray his true identity to these individuals. His combat technique, coupled with his distinctive mithril crimson armor, was probably something Theodore Valerian and his people knew. To mask his true identity, he decided to conceal his Xander's Institute robe first. He carefully removed the emblem presenting his status as a deputy professor and any other identifying symbols. Fortunately, the robe was enchanted, capable of assuming various forms. It had been crafted with fieldwork in consideration, and it would help him maintain a discreet profile. Altering the color of his armor proved to be a simple task, and with the robe's adeptness at concealing the runes beneath, he was unrecognizable. Those people were here earlier, but they only arrived once the bandits were dealt with. What were they waiting for? With the help of his mapping device, he spotted a larger gathering of people in the distance. They had lingered behind a large hill out of sight, only emerging once he had dispatched the raiders. What struck him as odd was their apparent familiarity with the young girl inside the carriage. It appeared he had stumbled upon a potential power struggle. Fortunately, these individuals seemed to lack noble lineage and were likely merchants instead. Had he been within his own territory, he could have easily disclosed his status as knight commander. However, here he was in potential danger, and once Theodore and his people were alerted to his presence, he could very well be chased down. This was one of the reasons why he didn't kill these people, as he could be accused of killing citizens that were under Theodore's protection. A knight commander of an opposing sibling couldn't just waltz into their territory unannounced, so he couldn't give them a reason to blame Arthur later. If his actions were to be discovered later, they could be retroactively used against them. The situation was delicate, and Roland needed to tread carefully. His priority was to ensure his own safety and not to unravel the mystery here. However, getting out of here without alerting anyone to his presence would be difficult. There were already too many people who had seen him, and he could not afford to reveal more of his cards. Now, how should I get out of this situation? What if I just take off? Not like anyone here can really stop me. Roland had remained silent while analyzing the situation. There were close to 40 men on horseback, quite a large gathering. It was as if they were expecting to be battling with these bandits that had 10 men fewer. Among them, he noted the presence of a Tier 3 class holder, who observed him intently from a distance. This individual appeared to be affiliated with the girl's brother-in-law, who was still attempting to coerce her into joining him on horseback. Name: Witter L205. Classes: T3 Master Spirit Spearman L55. T2 Spirit Spearman L50. T2 Spearman L50. T1 Spear Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. The girl herself possessed slightly elongated ears and an unusual pinkish hair color. She was quite a beauty and appeared to be in her later teens. It was evident that the group's leader harbored an interest in her, though she appeared less than thrilled about the attention. He wanted to do nothing more than jump onto his shield and fly off, but there were several obstructions in the way. His armor had been further damaged as he was crossing through the dimensional gate, and the runes had started to deteriorate. The cost of flying would be increased, and there were some airborne nuisances here as well. Wyvern riders. I heard that the Valerians utilized them, but it's the first time I've seen one. Just as the name stated, Wyvern riders were mounted warriors who rode large creatures known as wyverns. These beasts resembled dragons but lacked the forelimbs, instead having powerful wings and a long, barbed tail. They were agile and deadly in combat, capable of unleashing devastating attacks from both the air and the ground. It didn't seem that this rider was involved in this encounter, as they steered in a different direction. If he attempted to use his flight capabilities, it wouldn't be strange if he was noticed. There was no need to act hastily, and instead, he decided on a more subtle approach to reach the city. Fortunately, there was a group present that could serve as an escort back, and his guise as an eccentric mage would aid in maintaining his cover. "You there?" "Ha!" Roland casually approached the leader of the group, who was swiftly encircled by the armored men. Despite their knight-like attire, it was evident they were mercenaries rather than true knights, likely hired by the merchant. The so-called brother-in-law appeared to be in his late 20s, lacking any combat class, much like the young lady from the carriage. His primary bodyguard, named Witter, reacted promptly, gripping his spear tightly, though he did not appear overly eager to initiate an attack. "Yes, I wish for you to guide me to the city of Aldbourne. This is the least you can do to repay me." "You want me to do what? Who do you think you are talking to?" Before the merchant could finish his sentence, a strange sensation took over the scenery. All of the guards found their knees to be buckling and weak. His intimidation ability proved to be quite effective as it spread throughout the group. Even the Tier 3 Master Spearman, Witter, seemed to be affected, though he managed to maintain his composure better than the others. "I am merely asking for assistance, nothing more. Surely, you wouldn't refuse a request from a weary traveler, would you?" Roland's voice was calm and collected. Utilizing his magic, he subtly altered the tonation of his voice, granting it a lower pitch than usual. The merchant hesitated momentarily, while the Tier 3 bodyguard leaned in to whisper something into his ear. Though their conversation was beyond the perception of ordinary individuals, Roland possessed the means to easily interpret their words. "Sir, we shouldn't provoke this man. He is too dangerous. It would be better to do as he asks, at least for now." The man frowned, but he took the advice to heart and quickly changed his tune. His face switched almost instantly, as if he had done this hundreds of times. Of course, my good sir. We would be delighted to escort you to Aldbourne. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Aubert Abrams from the Abrams Merchant Group, and these are my men." "Abrams? I've heard of them, but Aubert, that name wasn't anywhere in the reports." Gathering information on his enemies was important, and the Abrams Merchant Group was a well-known entity in the region. They handled a lot of trades but weren't the only group active in this region. Roland had somewhat of an idea who the lady was now, but still wasn't sure what this Aubert was up to. "Very well, Mr. Aubert. I'll leave it to you then while I rest. This carriage will do, don't mind me." Everyone was taken aback as Roland approached the carriage. The young lady stood outside, surrounded by her guards. At first, it seemed that the peculiar mage intended to enter the carriage, but their assumptions were quickly proven wrong. Instead, he levitated into the air and gracefully descended onto the roof. Out of nowhere, he produced something resembling a rolled-up sleeping bag and placed it beneath his head to settle in comfortably. Everyone was shaken by the display of might, which was only overshadowed by the strange behavior. No one expected him to get on the carriage, but there he was, in a position that implied that he wanted to sleep. "What are you waiting for, lass? Get in the carriage and let's go. I'm tired, so please don't disturb me." The guards hesitated, unsure of how to react to this unexpected turn of events. They exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could make a decision, the young lady started moving. She seemed to be eager to slip into the carriage and left her brother-in-law stunned. He seemed to want to follow her inside, but the guard leader stepped forward to stop him. "Sir, you need not worry. We will protect the lady with our lives." This carriage had spaces in the front and back where the guards had a place to sit. While there was a lot of free space inside, for some reason it didn't seem that the girl wanted any company, and even appreciated that the mage saved her from a horse ride with this brother-in-law. "Nonsense, who are you to sto? Hey, didn't I say to not disturb me?" The same pressure that everyone felt before fell on the entire area as Roland grumbled. His voice sounded older than it usually was and carried a hint of annoyance. The man instantly decided to back away. It didn't seem like it was worth risking his life just to ride inside this carriage. "Oh, of course, honorable mage, we shall depart." Aubert quickly gave in to the intimidation and the carriage started moving forward. The horses pulling the carriage trotted along the dirt road towards the city of Aldbourne. The guards rode alongside, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings, though their attention was occasionally stolen by the peculiar mage resting atop the carriage. It might have seemed as if he was sleeping, but in actuality, his eyes were glued to his mapping screen. On it, Roland witnessed what was happening around him and took note that half of the mercenaries remained behind to take care of the guards. He had put in their mana signatures, and once they had traveled over the hill, some of them began to vanish. Taking care of the witnesses? They are still bandits, so that's not the strange part though. As Roland observed the dots vanishing from his screen, a sense of suspicion crept over him. Roland found himself increasingly convinced of the merchant's ulterior motives. Yet what intrigued him more was the underlying reason behind this strange charade. With himself perched atop the carriage, it became apparent that their plans would be stalled and probably foiled. Once they were inside the safety of the city, it would probably be a lot harder to do anything to this young girl. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was strangely calm. Delphine, the young lady, sat inside quietly, and she seemed calmer than before. Soon they continued their journey without further mishaps. It only took them about 3 hours to reach their destination, and the bustling city of Aldbourne became visible. It doesn't look bad, but the defenses are worse than in Albrook. Once they were at the gates, Roland decided to lean forward to examine the settlement he arrived in. There were no nearby dungeons like in the city he came from, but it seemed to be a thriving hub of commerce. The walls surrounding the city were sturdy but lacked the runic reinforcements present in Albrook. Guards manned the gates and surveyed those who sought entry with a seemingly watchful gaze. However, some of them weren't even looking, and he could tell that the city guards lacked some discipline. Albrook looks better than this. A sense of pride rose in his chest as it became clear that the city that he helped build was ahead of this one. While it was not the city in which Arthur's brother resided, it had stood here longer and had more time to grow. The carriage rolled through the gates of Aldbourne, and the guards stationed there cast curious glances at the peculiar sight of a mage lounging on top of it. However, they dared not interfere as they recognized the carriage emblem that indicated something. Once inside, they ventured further into the city, and Roland couldn't help but notice some differences between this place and Albrook. His city seemed more organized and had more armored soldiers patrolling. There was more chaos here, and a lot more people were shouting. Merchants bustled through the streets, peddling their wares in vibrant markets, while beggars pleaded for scraps of food at every corner. The carriage eventually came to a stop in front of a modest-looking estate. It was not as large as the noble ones he had seen and more similar to the one Arthur lived in. At this point, Roland wanted to descend from the roof of the carriage. There was no point of him entering the estate, so as the gates were opening up, he descended. However, before he could excuse himself, someone came running from within this mansion. It was a young man that couldn't be older than 21. His face was flushed with worry but also rage. "Delphine, are you all right? What happened?" The man rushed forward and opened the carriage door while ignoring the massive robed mage to the side. His eyes scanned the interior for any signs of distress. Delphine stepped out of the carriage with a relieved expression on her face. Once the two saw each other, they quickly embraced and quickly informed Roland about their relationship. Is this her husband or perhaps fiancé? He noticed that Aubert displayed some disdain for the show of affection the two displayed. Aubert quickly composed himself, though his unease was evident. Roland observed the interaction with detached interest as his mind was already elsewhere. The maiden was saved and delivered to the doorstep of her beloved. There was nothing more he needed to do. Thus, without even mentioning anything, he started to remove himself from this situation by walking away. Please stop." However, before he could leave, the previously quiet girl called out to him and attempted to show her gratitude. He was surprised to hear the timid voice calling out to him. He halted his steps, turning back to face Delphine, who seemed to be struggling with her words. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gathered her courage. I just wanted to say, thank you. Thank you for saving me back there." She stuttered like before, but this time around it didn't seem as forced. The man who was embracing her led up and quickly faced him and started talking. This, sir, saved you? Could I ask you for your name, sir? On my family name, I would— Roland interrupted before the man could finish his sentence, as he knew where this was heading. The man would probably try to invite him into the mansion and then give him a monetary reward or even offer him a job. While more money was great, he was not someone that craved it anymore. There was nothing this merchant could offer him that he couldn't earn in a week's worth of time. I appreciate your gratitude, but there's no need for you to thank me. Our fates just intertwined for a moment. Think nothing of it. Now I must depart. Roland turned around while making his robe flutter around and started walking. He wasn't sure if his acting was good or not, but it didn't seem that they were trying to stop him. Luckily, people knew better than to hinder eccentric mages, and he was lucky enough to leave the area before being dragged into something he wanted no part in, or at least that was what he thought at that moment. Hey, stranger, fancy a treat? No thanks. Roland turned his head away from a grinning man missing half his teeth. In his hands, he had some valuables that were probably stolen. To make things worse, he smelled of narcotics, something that also existed in this world. A plethora of them existed, some resembling white powder, while others took the form of sparkling liquids or even crystals. Don't be like that. I've got some good fairy dust, my friend. Or do you perhaps prefer something stronger? Roland didn't reply. Instead, he removed himself from the alleyway he had ducked into. Just like when he took an airship, people seemed to follow him around. After leaving the mansion, he had been followed by someone, but eventually lost them during his trip through the city. Luck wasn't on his side, though, as he ended up in what looked like the slums. After he navigated the narrow, winding streets of the slums, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The atmosphere was thick with desperation, and the air was heavy with the stench of decay and filth. Shady figures lurked in the shadows, eyeing him as if they wanted to cause him harm. However, thanks to his bulky frame and armor, they seem unwilling to initiate a proper confrontation. This is bad. Could Albrook turn to this if we ignore the gambling and pleasure district? It was disconcerting to witness such a place in a supposedly well-run territory. It seemed the older Valerian brother had chosen to turn a blind eye to the seedy elements within the city. Perhaps those managing the place were lazy or had been bought off by the criminal underworld. Whatever the case, it was evident that Aldbourne had its fair share of problems. This situation reminded him of the small criminal council forming within Albrook. They had been stopped before things got out of hand and were now even collaborating with the current leader of the Thief Guild. In a sense, they had an agreement, but his city didn't leave so many people out on the streets. There were cleaner ways of running gambling dens and red light districts than what he was witnessing here. Something like this wasn't anything new to him, as it seemed to happen in almost all cities. With a settlement's growth, the wealth distribution tended to favor the top percentile. It flowed toward the rich merchants, store owners, and nobility while leaving others struggling to make ends meet. The gap between the wealthy and the impoverished continued to widen as finding jobs became increasingly harder. In this world, entities similar to charities were practically non-existent due to limited resources. While churches occasionally offered some food, like everyone else, their coffers were limited. The nobility, possessing both power and wealth, hoarded it out of fear. Their focus lay in training new soldiers and striking deals that would directly benefit them, rather than investing in the well-being of the common people. I shouldn't linger for too long here. I have two options. Either I join another merchant caravan or head out on my own. Dragnus Island, where he found himself, lacked a proper train connecting most of the cities. The density of monsters outside the settlements was higher, making solo travel quite dangerous. Even seasoned adventurers preferred to journey with a caravan, knowing there was safety in numbers. Monsters outside dungeons behaved differently from those created by dungeon cores. They wouldn't just mindlessly attack everyone to risk their lives and usually avoided well-lit gatherings with a lot of people. But they probably won't let me travel with them unless I reveal my adventurer card. Things would become problematic if his enemies were made aware of his travel here. Emerson was still alive, as were other knight commanders. Even the knights from the Baskerville family had attempted to attack him, so maintaining a low profile was crucial. It wouldn't be surprising if these individuals acted similarly upon discovering his presence at their doorstep. Going out alone might be dangerous, but I should be able to avoid monsters, and flying is an option too now. But I might have to wait until it's dark. The gate guards will want to see some identification. Roland had gained entrance into the city thanks to the merchants he had saved. The guards recognized them and allowed the carriage to pass without hindrance. However, leaving the city would likely prove more difficult. Although he had shaken off his previous pursuers, he was certain they remained keenly interested in his true identity. They appeared to be embroiled in some form of power struggle and perhaps suspected he had been hired to rescue the young girl. "Hey, didn't I tell you to get that coin ready by today? What do you mean we returned all of it? Did you forget about the interest? That's why I dislike dealing with little brats. If you can't pay off your loan now, then I'm sure we can arrange something. Your friend there isn't that bad, we can use her." "No, we gave you everything back." His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of a loud conversation. Roland had surrounded himself with a concealment spell that masked his presence, but he couldn't help but overhear the heated exchange between some individuals. It seemed to be a dispute over money, and one of them mentioned something about using someone as collateral. While normally he would have just ignored it, but the lender sounded rather young, which piqued his interest. Roland was on his way through an alleyway, and the sounds were coming from one of the decrepit buildings on the way. He was able to peek through some gaps in a boarded-up window, and inside he saw 3 adult men confronting a group of children. The one that he heard shouting was a boy who didn't seem much older than 12. Behind him was a girl who seemed slightly younger and another boy of similar age. On the other side stood a smug-looking man who reminded him of a rat. Behind him were 2 burly men who resembled bandits. It was painfully clear that these kids were in trouble. They had likely become involved in one of the oldest scams, taking a loan. Now these loan sharks would keep trying to fleece them for more money, and their eyes were seemingly set on the young girl. It was obvious what their intentions were, and the children's fate seemed to be sealed. Roland was reminded once more of the brutality of this world. People were often judged by the classes they were born into, and the 3 youths he encountered were simple farmers with no land to cultivate. Farmlands were scarce around this city, which prioritized commerce over agriculture. To make a living, these children would likely need to venture outside to a different area. However, with no money and monsters lurking everywhere, such a journey would likely end in tragedy. They look like orphans. No caravan would probably take them without compensation. There is also no adventurer guild here, so they wouldn't be able to hire any adventurers either. This place was not near any dungeon, which was the biggest reason why he saw mostly mercenaries everywhere. Adventurers simply used this as a hub to pass through to Albrook or other cities in this territory that had access to a dungeon. Just like Arthur, Theodore Valerian was initially given a city close to a different dungeon, and that's where his base of operations was situated. Something like this wasn't anything new. People were always taken advantage of. In the past, Roland usually ignored such things as he needed to watch out for his own well-being. In his earlier years, he found himself in situations where he had to rely solely on himself, yet he harbored no illusions of superiority over others. He acknowledged that his advantageous position came largely from lucky circumstances. It was a pure circumstance that he arrived from a different world with skills that enabled him to survive. Things were different now, though. Roland had achieved a certain amount of power, and the unfolding situation was making his blood boil. However, if he intervened in this situation, it needed to be done with some thought. Unwanted attention was something that he didn't want, and even if he helped these children, their problems would probably not vanish but just be postponed. It would be better if I didn't use any obvious magic, and take out the lookout first. He found himself in an alleyway, and it led out to one of the streets. Someone that looked like a criminal was standing right at the end and was probably part of the trio that was trying to scam the children. Thus, after scanning the entire area for other potential threats, he started moving. His presence had not been noticed yet, so sneaking up behind this lone man wasn't difficult. Ha! Before the individual could raise the alarm to his companions, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Roland swiftly triggered a basic sleeping spell, effectively incapacitating the low-level thug. Quickly, he dragged the unconscious figure back into the alleyway, concealing him under a pile of trash where he would remain undisturbed for several hours. With the threat neutralized, there was no one to watch the alleyway and the lone door leading into the building. Time to leave an impression. He activated some runes to produce a momentary sound barrier around most of the building. With it in place, he was free to kick the door down and stride with confidence into the dimly lit room. The loan sharks and the children all turned their attention toward the sudden flying door that collided with a wall. The three adults wore expressions ranging from surprise to outrage, while the children appeared startled by the unknown arrival of a third party. "What the? Who the hell are you?" "I don't know, who could I be?" Roland altered his voice as always and slowly approached the three men. He didn't need to introduce himself. It was obvious that many criminals existed within the city. There was probably a lot of infighting or people trying to establish dominance over one another. To them, he would just be someone from a rival crime family or a rogue mercenary looking to cause trouble. As he approached the three, the children started moving to the side, towards a certain location of this old building. The adults swiftly drew their daggers, brandishing them menacingly at the approaching figure. They assumed his intentions and wasted no time in launching an assault. However, the vast difference in levels and equipment became glaringly evident, and the first assailant found himself hurtling through the air after receiving an open palm smack to the face. Wait. What ensued wasn't much of a fight, as Roland only needed one hit to knock out each man. The man who looked like a rat attempted to say something, but he found himself on the ground with foam leaving his mouth quite quickly. Within moments, the room fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of the children lingering. They huddled up near a wall but did not try to escape, and he knew why. His gaze traveled to the opposite direction where a concealed latch was barely sticking out. There are another two down there, probably younger than these three here. With the help of his mapping device, he was able to discern that there were people concealed under the house. The three in the room were clearly trying to divert his attention from them, as he could hear their heartbeats quicken the moment he glanced in the direction of the hiding spot. Fortunately for them, he had not come to capture any children and intended to simply act as if he were there solely for the bandit-like individuals. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in some brats nor the two that are down there." He tried to reassure them while speaking calmly, but they were clearly on edge. Though apprehensive about his presence, they seemed to realize that he was not there to hurt them. It made no sense that someone who could handle the three thugs so easily would want anything from them. Roland moved slowly, so as not to startle them any more than he already had, and instead focused on the passed-out trio. They had some money on them, which seemed to be enough for the next part of his plan. What is this? It's money. But why would you give it to us? I'm just a good-hearted person. The 12-year-old youth looked at him funnily as he didn't really trust in those words. However, Roland didn't care as he opened the secret room that another two children were hiding in. It was another boy and a girl that seemed to be under 10. Both of them were clutching their hands together out of fright. To not scare them, he took a step back to give him space before he began to talk. "You don't have to be afraid, as I've said. You're of no interest of me. But I'll need to use that space." The two children were terrified at his massive size and strange apparel, but with some help from their older friends, they climbed out from the cellar they were hiding in. He needed to stash the three men somewhere, and it looked like a perfect place. Even if the man outside returned, he wouldn't be able to find them after he used some concealment runes. They would fade eventually, but it would give the children time to decide their fate. The children watched in a mixture of confusion and awe as Roland effortlessly carried the unconscious men into the concealed cellar. As he was tucking them away, he began to speak and hoped that these kids would take his advice to heart. "Even if these men disappear, your problems won't. You're left with two choices. Either accept the money and attempt to settle your debts with them, or entrust it to one of the traveling merchants. They might offer you passage within their caravan. I've heard rumors that the city of Albrook is in need of skilled farmers." The kids didn't respond as they were bewildered by his actions, which didn't make much sense to them. "Why are you doing this?" asked the oldest as he finally gathered the courage to speak after Roland had trapped the three thugs in the cellar and locked them inside. Do I need a reason to lend a hand to a few brats? Simply take the coin and make your decision. Depart or remain. Although I would strongly advise you to leave. Putting your trust in these thieves would be ill-advised. Roland couldn't make the decision for them, and he also didn't have the full picture. Perhaps he was being nosy and they would be fine, but to him it seemed like leaving for Albrook was a better idea. The city he was creating would certainly not tolerate such things, and he would make sure of that. The children nodded silently, their expressions still guarded, but tinged with gratitude. They had been saved by a mysterious stranger who had appeared out of nowhere and dispatched their tormentors with ease. It was a surreal experience, one they would likely remember for the rest of their lives. With a final nod to the children, Roland turned and strode out of the room, leaving the building behind. The men he left were under a strong spell and would be out for a few days. It would give these kids some time to organize their thoughts, and the focus of those criminals would probably fall on him instead. I'm becoming quite the hero, he chuckled to himself as he was far from one. A real hero would have probably taken the children under his wing and traveled with them. Instead, he was still focused on himself and returning home where his true responsibilities were. He didn't delude himself into believing he could fix this harsh world, but it had become harder to ignore certain things when he knew he had the power to force change. Now then, I should lay low until nightfall and then go. I should also tell Elodia about my whereabouts. With things cleared up, he decided to keep himself hidden. He entered the merchant district where there were many more people and just blended with the crowd. Luckily, with so many varied races, his size and strange apparel didn't attract much attention. After finding a quiet area, he decided to contact his wife with the help of his armor. Once he had informed her about his circumstances, it would be time to wait and then leave. With some luck, in a day or two, he would be back to eating homemade meals and creating a runic prosthesis. Sir, they are getting closer. I know. Why didn't I just leave? I had to play the hero. Sir, I know, stop shouting. Take the reins. Me? Yeah. Do you see anyone else? A boy of around 12 looked up at Roland with wide eyes, his hands trembling as he reached for the reins. On the other end, a large lizard-like creature whose size exceeded a horse was speeding forward on a dirt road. It was pulling a large, elongated, somewhat armored wagon, which held some people inside. Behind them, growling and shouting echoed as a group of armored men pursued them on horseback. They were armed with swords, axes, bows, and had woven monsters acting as their bloodhounds. The boy hesitated for a moment, unsure if he could handle the responsibility of controlling the large creature. But Roland's urgent tones spurred him into action, and he grabbed the reins tightly, trying to steady his nerves. He focused on guiding the creature forward in a way he saw Roland do it before, and to his surprise, the creature responded. Meanwhile, Roland positioned himself at the rear of the wagon, keeping a watchful eye on their pursuers. He could hear the pounding hooves of the horses drawing closer and their shouts growing louder with each passing second. The armored men closed in as the bulky carriage was quite heavy and slow. The crest the men carried on their clothes was a crowned stag. Their weapons glinted in the moonlight and continued to get closer with each passing moment. Well, it's too late to turn back now, Roland muttered to himself while activating the runes on his staff. While they were outnumbered, they were certainly not outmatched in terms of firepower. In a matter of seconds, multiple orbs of magical energy emerged above the wagon and shot forth in the direction of the pursuing battalion. The orbs of magical energy exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The pursuing riders were caught off guard, their formation disrupted as some were knocked off their mounts while others struggled to maintain control. The woven monsters howled in pain as the magical blasts hit them, causing them to scatter to avoid the damage. However, the numbers didn't seem to dwindle as the pursuers numbered in the hundreds. Will we make it in time? Roland looked back at the boy, trying to hold back his tears, then glanced down to the roof of the wagon, where sounds of sniffling could be heard amidst the chaotic escape. Many people were with him, and he was the sole combatant. He turned his gaze back to the approaching forces and gathered his magic. He had already made a decision, and it was too late to go back now. While holding up his runic staff, he thought back to the choice he made not so long ago. Get back soon. Agni has been getting annoyed with the Solarian worshippers. Some even followed him back home and tried to scale the fence. They did? Are you all right? Yes. They were shot down by the turrets before they went too close. Luckily, no one got hurt. I see. I'll have to talk to the Solarian bishop when I get back so something like this doesn't happen. I should be back in a day or two, not sure yet. Good. Get back quick. Everyone is waiting. Everyone. Emichim, you might not realize how much some of them look up to you. Elodia chuckled as the two conversed through magical means. A little holographic image of her appeared before him as he rested in one of the city inns. After the incident with the supposed orphans, he had seemingly turned in for the night. He had purposely paid for a room with a large window through which he intended to sneak out in a few hours. Then he would disappear into the dark streets and make his way over the city wall, as if he was never there. His presence here would become known with time, and perhaps he would have some guards to contend with in the morning. Before that could happen, he needed to leave. I'm not sure about that. You underestimate your own charms. Sometimes I'd wish you were more aware of them. Mostly when you are around other women. Her sentence trailed off a bit at the end, so he didn't truly get it. The magical instruments they were using had some faults, and sometimes the audio cut of due to static or the person not talking directly into the microphone device. Huh? What's that? Oh, nothing. I'll be waiting. I love you. I love you too. After ending the call, a sense of warmth enveloped him. Knowing that he had someone waiting for him back home gave him newfound motivation. For Roland, who had expected to live a lonely life stuck in a smithy, this feeling was quite odd, but also something he now desired. He wasn't sure if he would ever be able to go back to those old days, but this didn't change the fact that he preferred a limited number of people around him. He was still a true introvert at heart. Now that I'm able to make better spatial spaces, I should make some replacement parts. While waiting, Roland went over his Rune Mark I armor set. It was slowly but surely reaching the limit of its life cycle. His skill that allowed him to reform his creations had been activated several times, and the runes had deteriorated as a result. He had patched up some critical places, but eventually it would break down. Using his Overlord's Might skill in conjunction with magic increased the rate of failure. In a situation like this, it would be best to replace the parts directly, but he didn't have the resources to create multiple sets of this armor. I was gone for around a month, and I asked the dwarves to leave some mithril for me. Arthur should have ordered the materials I asked for too. Once he returned home, he would be quite busy. Not only did he need to make a working prosthesis and a new runic armor, but he also had another project in mind. There was a reason why he had researched mage towers and dimensional magic. His next grand project would be to create a gate within his workshop, through which he could freely travel between the Institute and his own home. This gate wouldn't be limited to just that. With his status as deputy professor, he would have access to many other gates throughout the kingdom. If he achieved this feat, traveling away from his home would become quite mundane. When creating a mage tower, it comes down to the power source and a tower spirit. Once that geothermal generator is up and running, the first issue will resolve itself, which would leave the spirit to help with the calculations. Roland saw the tower spirits as something similar to artificial intelligence which aided mages with various calculations. They utilized the magical energy stored within the towers to function. Otherwise, the mage would be compelled to activate everything manually. He had already prepared a certain thing for this issue and was eager to move into the testing phase once he was back home. I'll wait half an hour and head out. With all this in mind, he started to wait, and once the coast was clear, it was time to make his way out through the window. He had already paid for his lodging, so with a clear conscience he activated some concealment runes. His body faded into the shadows and stopped producing any sounds. This helped him to arrive on the streets without alerting any of the patrolling guards. There was a loose curfew in this city, with some areas off-limits during the late-night hours. The district where most merchant-owned stores were located was one of them, usually under the watchful eye of the city lord. On the other hand, districts like the slums seemed to be ignored, with guards seldom wandering in even late at night. This made his plan a lot easier, as he could arrive at his destination by passing through the areas that were not being closely watched. He made his way through the back alleyways, and the lack of streetlights made his journey quite easy. Something like this wouldn't have been possible in Albrook, where they made sure to spread out the magical lanterns powered by magic. It was strange to look at things from the standpoint of someone who could affect the laws inside a settlement. However, this was not the time to gloat at the incompetence of the opposition. He needed to get out of here first. As he navigated through the maze of alleyways and narrow streets, Roland kept his senses sharp, alert for any signs of danger. One of his multiple minds was constantly peering at his mapping system, and during his travel he discovered something. One of the dots that was close by belonged to someone he had included in his database. Isn't that one of the guards that was with that pink-haired lady? When he rescued the young girl from the supposed bandits, he had entered the people gathered there into his database. This included the 4 loyal guards that were with her. 2 of them were here and seemed to be looking for something. His curiosity was piqued, but he already knew that this was probably more trouble. She is not here either. Keep looking. It seemed that the damsel in distress had been taken away once again, with people searching for her within these slums. Roland quickly concealed his presence by climbing up onto one of the buildings, aided by a weight-reducing spell and another that allowed his hands to stick to the wall. After mimicking one of the fictional heroes from his old world, he continued to survey the area, confirming something he had already suspected. It was probably those guys. And I bet that brother-in-law is also involved. His map display and mana fingerprint recognition gave him a good idea of what was happening here. There were more people than just the 4 guards from earlier looking for this girl, and some of them were the men who were previously with Aubert Abrams. This wasn't the peculiar part. Rather, it was who they were interacting with, and that was the bandits who supposedly attacked the young lady. It appeared that some of them had been working for or with Aubert and had not been killed by his troops. Instead, they somehow made it into the city and were now conversing with these other mercenaries. Let me guess. He orchestrated the bandit attack to get to the girl for some reason and mixed his mercenaries into the group. It was clear to Roland that Aubert was infatuated with the girl, who resembled a half-elf. However, she was betrothed to his younger brother instead. Roland speculated that Aubert might have planned to either kill the guards and take her with him or perhaps pretend to save her during the scuffle. His troops were hidden behind a hill which he noticed. Perhaps Aubert was even plotting to murder his brother eventually and take her as a prize, or something entirely different. Nevertheless, they would likely be unable to find her, as the majority of people were on the side of the older brother and were probably hindering their search. They aren't even looking, just standing around and waiting. But, should I involve myself with something like this? While Roland felt bad about the whole situation, what was he supposed to do? Informing the younger brother about the ruse wouldn't work, as he wasn't someone trustworthy. Moreover, intervening could potentially draw unwanted attention to himself, especially from Theodore and his knight commanders. The situation was delicate, and Roland didn't want to inadvertently put himself or his friends in danger by getting involved in someone else's family drama. I need to focus on getting out of here unnoticed. My priority should be returning home safely. If I cause a scene and they realize that I'm from Albrook, it will complicate things. With a heavy heart, Roland decided to leave the scene and continue his journey out of the city. He didn't want to directly involve himself in this situation anymore and was planning to create a spell similar to the one Arion used to contact him. He could at least provide the truth to the young fiancé and hope that he would be able to deal with the situation himself. However, to complicate things, he noticed another mana signature that wasn't that far away either. It's that brat. What is he doing out there at this hour? Roland found himself involved in an unexpected event not long ago while wandering through the slums. He had saved some kids from loan sharks, and now the oldest from the bunch was moving through the darkened alleyways. Something must have happened, as that young man was a survivor and seemed quite bright. Moving through the streets at this time wasn't wise, so he probably had a good reason for it. Elodia's face popped into Roland's mind as he attempted to remove himself from the situation. He knew he would probably regret it, but something about this situation bothered him. While he was okay leaving the merchants to their own problems, it was different when it came to orphans, Even he had a soft spot for them. Roland realized he would regret it if he just left things alone, especially since it seemed the young man had found himself in some trouble. As he approached what appeared to be an abandoned building, a thuggish-looking individual emerged to stop him. It was evident that the boy had attempted to sneak in there for some reason but was instantly caught. He watched from the shadows as the confrontation unfolded. The thug was clearly trying to intimidate the young man, but he wasn't budging. "Are you trying to get me in trouble, kid? You know the rules. Back off, you're not going in. Let me through, you damn bastard. I know that you took them." The kid swung wildly at the adult but was clearly outmatched. It seemed that the man was having a good laugh as the farmer boy tried to hit him. After sending him back with one kick, Roland still wasn't sure what this was about. However, just as Roland was debating whether or not to intervene, he noticed a glint of metal in the thug's hand. It was a dagger, and it was clear that the situation was escalating quickly. "I gave you a chance, kid. I don't know what got into you, but you'll have to pay that price. And your ear will do." After a cackle escaped from the man's mouth, he pulled out his dagger and started approaching the child with a menacing look on his face. It didn't seem like it was a joke either, and it was time for him to step in. "I'm not scared of you. Haha. You're a bad liar." The boy had a knife of his own, but it was clear that he was outmatched. Luckily, before the thuggish man could approach him, he was halted in his tracks. "Huh? What is this? I can't move." A strange scene unfolded before the boy as the man's words ceased. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Then he began convulsing, as if he were underwater with no air to breathe. In a matter of moments, he dropped to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and from behind him emerged a cloaked figure. "It's you," the boy called out while still holding the knife and pointing it at Roland. He was prepared to disable the child if he attacked him, but instead, the boy dropped down to his knees and started to cry. "Please help me, they took them. They took Leia and the others." Leia was the name of the girl who was with the young men when he saved them from the moneylenders. It seemed that she had gotten herself in some trouble, but also that more of the children were missing. "Who took them and who are they? Calm down and tell me everything. I'm not your enemy," Roland replied in a softer tone, one he parroted from his wife, who was skilled at speaking with children. The boy wiped his tears and tried to compose himself as he relayed the events leading up to Leia and the others being taken. "After you left, we decided to leave the city. We even found some merchants that were willing to help us, but... The boy whipped his eyes with his sleeve and quickly replied, "Someone must have seen us and the money. They ambushed us as we were returning. We ran and scattered. I was the only one to get away." "I see," Roland replied, analyzing the situation. He had to admit to himself that it was perhaps not the brightest idea to give orphans a large amount of money. He hadn't expected them to flaunt it around so much and to attract the attention of thieves in the area. Now, he would need to make up for his mistake. "Hey, why the hell are you taking so long? We're gonna get in trouble if..." "Huh." A man with a missing front tooth walked out to see a collapsed man on the ground. It was the person they were looking for, but to their surprise, he wasn't alone. A large hooded man stood next to him, and along with him there was a young boy. However, before he could call for more help, the sound around him seemed to disperse. Quickly after all sounds disappeared, he found himself being yanked towards the cloaked man. There was nothing he could do, and he felt his neck being squeezed by the unknown assailant. Soon everything went dark, and the last thing before he passed out was a strange prickly feeling of electricity running through his body. "At least these guards aren't too bright." Roland gave out a sigh before releasing the man he had just shocked with lightning magic. There were now 2 people down, and the path forward was open as the man he just disabled had left the door unlocked. However, before he did anything else, he needed to address the boy who was with him. The young man couldn't accompany him into the building, but Roland could at least gather some information to prepare. "Listen, I need you to tell me everything you know about this place. Does this involve the Thieves' Guild or only the local criminal syndicates? Tell me everything you know. Leave nothing out, as it could save the lives of your friends. Does this mean that you will help us?" The boy broke down and cried in front of him, but it didn't seem like he expected Roland to be willing to help. Roland noticed that the young man was still shivering, so he decided to kneel at his eye level. He attempted a more compassionate approach, even removing his hood to reveal his mithril helmet underneath. While he didn't reveal his face, his visor allowed his eyes to be seen. "Yes, I'll help you, but I need information to make sure we approach this situation with efficiency. The more I know, the better. Can you do that for me? Can you tell me who those people are that took your friends?" The boy sniffled, wiping his tears away with the back of his hand, but quickly after, his expression changed. "Why, yeah, I can. I'll tell you everything I know." "Good." Roland listened as the boy recounted what he knew about the area, the people involved, and any potential leads regarding the whereabouts of the missing children. There was a lot more information than he expected. It seemed that this street urchin had quite a lot of information about these assailants. First of all, it didn't seem that they were directly part of the Thieves' Guild, but rather something like an affiliate. This place was probably owned by a crime lord, similar to the ones Roland took care of back in Albrook. This made things slightly better, as he wouldn't be going directly against the guild and their leader, something that was better to avoid. However, once inside, he needed to keep his identity hidden. It was possible that once everything was over, the owner of this place could put a bounty on his head. There would probably be some crazy assassins that would be willing to kill even a knight commander for the right price. Roland couldn't allow himself to be identified, as he would be putting himself in danger and everyone around him. Using people around a strong target as bait was a strategy for criminals. He couldn't let his wife be used as a hostage or his friends be targeted just because of his actions. Going about this discreetly was a must, and luckily this new robe along with his armor could help him conceal his identity. Hiding the runes was a possibility, and he had already changed the structure of his helmet that would help keep his identity hidden. Unless someone pried him out of his clothes, he was confident in keeping himself hidden. "You've seen them take out people and move them into large wagons?" "Yes, I think they should be in one of these buildings too." Something caught his attention, and Roland looked at his mapping device. It was obvious that this entrance led underground, where the whole situation was taking place. The buildings above ground seemed abandoned, but surprisingly, no beggars or homeless people dared to come here. Most of the buildings in the slums were occupied by someone, which meant that they were just afraid to rest in them. There are a few people there, but their levels are too high to be beggars. They are guarding something. If what this kid is saying is true, then this must be an illegal slave trafficking operation. He had an idea of what he was dealing with, so now he had to handle it. His hand connected with the ground he was standing on, and a strange orange light surrounded him. This action scared the boy slightly, but no explosions were going to occur. "Don't worry. I'm just performing a scan." "A scan?" There was no time to explain, but Roland quickly increased the range of his mapping device and began copying the layout of the underground lair he was about to assault. Within a minute or so, he had a rough map of the area stored inside his armor. There were quite a few of them down there, but luckily, this was just a gathering spot and not a venue where they presented or sold slaves. Good. They probably just gather them here before selling them off to slave traders. This seemed to be only a drop-off point, which would make things a bit easier. For a moment, Roland wondered if he would need to contend with some rich merchants and nobles and their guards. He had heard rumors of some depraved places that held auctions for rare slaves. Even though slavery wasn't forbidden, it was only allowed to buy sanctioned debt or criminal slaves. This didn't stop places like this from appearing, where they grabbed orphans from the streets or other unfortunate people. "What's your name?" "It's Vico, sir." "Good Vico. Do you know how magic scrolls work?" "And not really. Have you ever used your mana to activate a skill or any type of enchanted item?" I think so." The boy was a villager with the only skill Roland could see being farming, which was a passive skill. Luckily, he had at least activated some type of magical device in the past and had just enough mana to use the card-sized runic scrolls that Roland had made. "Good. These are magical scrolls. Use these to protect yourself. If you look at the back, they have drawings of what they do and explanations on how to use them. I want you to go hide in that building over there and wait until I come out with your friends. Only use them if you get into trouble. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, yes, sir." The young man nodded and seemed to have accepted the fact that he was getting some help. Now it was up to Roland to do his best superhero impression and go save the children. He wished to do everything quietly as the thugs here didn't seem too strong. However, he needed to account for the possibility of things going wrong. With a plan in mind and his resolve set, Roland ventured into the abandoned building. He kept his eye on the boy to see if he followed his advice, and he did. At first glance, this place didn't look that off, but Roland knew there was a secret passage somewhere. It didn't take him long to discover an out-of-place sculpture next to a thick wall. This was his way inside. There seemed to be some sort of mechanism in place to open the hidden door. The two guards had no keys, so Roland assumed that some type of switch or lever had to be nearby. After a few glances, he discovered one of the bricks was a bit different, and after a small push, something was activated. With a soft click, the wall shifted, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. "Here I go." After taking a deep breath, Roland descended the staircase, his senses on high alert. The air grew colder as he went deeper underground, and the faint sound of voices echoed in the distance. He made sure to cancel out the sounds around the shifting door in hopes of sneaking up on his next two victims. Ugh. This is so boring. Yeah. Wished they would let us drink some booze. Two armored men were leaning against the brick walls with torchlight flickering nearby. Suddenly, the torches started going out, dimming the room. Then, out of nowhere, a strange black fog engulfed the entire area, blocking out the remaining light. The two men were stunned, but before they could shout for help, they found themselves unable to breathe. The dark vapor entered through their mouths, causing them to cough before collapsing to the floor. Soon, the darkness subsided, and Roland emerged from the shadows. This is a good opportunity to test out some new runes. This dark miasma is quite potent in these closed spaces, but could cause some collateral damage. Roland took a moment to observe the effects of his new runes. The dark mist he had conjured was effective in incapacitating the guards and also left them with a poisoned effect. Even if they woke up afterward, they would be unable to do anything for a while. Before him was a large metal door, this one without a hidden mechanism to open it. Slowly, he pushed one side open and peeked inside, where he saw a long corridor potentially housing his targets. This was likely the main dungeon where the abducted people were taken, and the entrance Roland found was just one of several ways inside. Other tunnels likely led to similar entrances, potentially guarded by more personnel who would intervene if anything happened. The lack of traps indicated that these captors weren't expecting any successful escape attempts. There was a notable absence of any individuals possessing combat classes among the captives, which may have contributed to the lack of security measures. "I'll just remove the poisonous effect and take it from there." Roland swiftly adjusted his runic spell to suit the situation. Inside, he found nearly 30 people, making it challenging to locate the 4 orphans he sought, especially since he hadn't included them in his mana fingerprint database. However, one person present was within his database, one that could complicate matters. Just like previously, the dark fog entered the dungeon through the door and extinguished the torches that were lighting it up. Once anything was swallowed up, all sounds ceased and the few guards within were left in a state of confusion. Once everything was devoured by the darkness, Roland took advantage of the chaos he created. The captives started panicking, but the altered spell would not harm them. Roland moved swiftly, his steps silent as he navigated through the darkened corridor. His enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly despite the lack of light. He didn't really need to approach any of the guards as his runic spells did all the work for him. There were no screams but only confusion as the guards ended up slamming into the walls and being choked out by invisible hands. It only took him a few moments, but everyone had been disabled and the curtain of darkness could be now dispersed. The prisoners had mixed expressions on their faces as they saw that black smokescreen clearing up. Some looked curious, others were frightened, uncertain of what this third-party person wanted here or what was happening. Roland looked around calmly as he could now see every captured person and noticed one thing. All of them were either somewhat attractive or young, and he didn't want to think about why. Silence enveloped the area as Roland's imposing figure was unveiled. Numerous cells lined the chamber, each constructed from simple steel, offering little resistance to those with higher-tier combat classes. The occupants of the cells began to retreat as Roland surveyed the area. His gaze eventually settled on one cell, where he spotted a child, the same girl who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the lone collectors. Beside her were the other children he needed to rescue, along with an unexpected addition, a pink-haired woman with slightly elongated ears. "Why you? Did you come to rescue me? Please, help me." It was the young woman he rescued from the carriage. It appeared that she had been dragged here and placed into one of the cells. While he didn't reveal his face, his aura was the same. Even when his robe changed colors and was longer than before, it couldn't hide the fact that it had a mighty mage underneath. The young woman was quite frantic to get out, and he wondered why her brother-in-law wanted to take her here. "Listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself." Before she could scream at him anymore, he decided to set a few ground rules. There were far too many people here for him to handle or rescue. At most, he could lead all of them out through the way he came in. From there, he wished to bid them farewell, but after looking at some of them, he decided to offer everyone a choice. "I will open up all of your cells and all of you will follow me outside. From there I will give you two choices. You may either leave and try your luck in the city, or if you wish, you may come with me and we will leave together." This was not something that he had planned, but some of the people here looked like they would not last for long. The children he was rescuing weren't the only ones in danger. There were others who might fall back into the hands of the slave traders. The adults, like the woman with pink hair, could at least seek safety with their families or the guards searching for them. The rest could join him, and he would see through what he had begun, as they were now his responsibility. Roland could sense the fear lingering in the air, mingled with a glimmer of hope at the prospect of freedom. The cells were locked, but he could easily tear them apart, but before that happened, he needed to prepare this place for their escape. From within his spatial space, he took out circular orbs covered in runes and began sticking them to some of the walls. For their escape, they needed a distraction, and this would produce quite the spectacle once they left. The location was cramped, with only a handful of vacant rooms likely used by the guards, making it convenient to set the charges and proceed with freeing the prisoners. As the bars began to bend without any visible force acting upon them, everyone watched in astonishment. "Let's go," he called out in a calm tone, but the people remained hesitant to move. Fortunately, two groups here were familiar with him. The half-elven woman approached his side first, followed by the four children who likely recognized him by now. "Everyone, be calm. This sir isn't our enemy. We can trust his words. Follow me and try to stay silent." After some encouragement, the group finally decided to trust him. Roland led them back through the darkened corridor to the entrance he had used. Their footsteps made no sound, and the rescued captives stuck close together while still wary of their strange savior. Roland remained focused on his task and scanned the area for potential threats. But fortunately, none of the guards stationed outside had noticed anything amiss. Soon, he led them to the dungeon door and waited patiently as everyone ascended while making sure they all made it through safely. Once they were all clear, he quickly placed a few runic charges on the walls and followed them out. The stairs led them up to the secret passage he stepped through, and finally, they were out. "We are really outside? Hey, stop! You're going out of the spell's range." Despite his shouts, the people didn't heed his warnings. As soon as they caught sight of the outside, a large proportion of them started running. This reaction was somewhat anticipated, yet he had hoped they would exercise more caution. Now, he feared their noise would alert other hidden sentries nearby, which left him with little time to escape and keep the young ones safe. It's Plan B then, or perhaps even Plan C, just great. "Master Alphonse, would you like to have some more of the vine? Your glass seems to be empty." "If thou art compelled, it would indeed be a squander to decline." "Quite." Aubert Abram's smile brightened as he snapped his fingers. From the side, a stunning woman with an elven-like appearance moved gracefully to carry out his order. She poured the red wine into the seemingly nobleman's glass, her movements fluid and elegant. Her long red hair shimmered under the candlelight, and her partially elongated ears hinted at a mixed heritage. The man sat in an expensive-looking chair, his attire more militaristic than regal, yet he exuded authority and confidence in his posture and demeanor. As he took a sip from the large wine glass, those around him dared not speak. Besides the beautiful woman and Aubert, various other lovely ladies waited nearby, all with lowered heads, seemingly fearful of catching Alphonse's gaze. "Pray, where hath we left off?" We were conversing upon the recent advancements in our modest enterprise. I trust thou hast successfully procured the cargo. Of course, Master Alphonse, everything is proceeding according to plan. The shipment is ready for shipping, and we have prepared everything just as before. Most splendid. I shall entrust my men with its safeguarding, as is customary. However, there is a matter I yearn to ascertain. What is, Master Alphonse? Pray, do allow me to address the recent commotion concerning the young lady hailing from the Albemarle merchant family. I've been privy to some disquieting tidings. Might this pose an inconvenience? An inconvenience? No, everything will be fine. She won't be a problem. She may have chosen my fool of a brother, but if she is not there to be wed, then my position as the heir will not be impeded. Aubert replied in a confident tone before this important guest. The man was part of the Valerian house, directly under Theodore Valerian, the individual who could alter Aubert's destiny. Everyone knew he was one of the main candidates for the duke position. Despite the forbidden nature of their endeavors, so long as their illegal slave trade remained undetected, the profits gained would enrich the coffers of this noble figure. It was an investment in the future. If the man ascended to the position of duke, their merchant family would attain unprecedented heights. Splendid. The knight commander nodded, and everything seemed fine. Aubert could already envision himself atop the world, with riches rivaling royalty. However, his excitement didn't last long, as a knock echoed against the door to the private chamber. Instantly, he sensed that something had gone wrong, as his people would not have disturbed this important meeting otherwise. "What is it? How dare you interrupt us?" He responded to the knock with a commanding tone. The door creaked open, revealing a panicked subordinate who swiftly entered the room. It was a lone man who resembled a butler, and he promptly reacted to Aubert's nod. He knew speaking out in front of the guest wouldn't be wise. Instead, he approached his master and whispered into Aubert's ear, his expression tense with urgency. "Master Aubert, there has been an intrusion at one of the locations." Aubert's heart sank at the news. Intrusion meant trouble, and trouble was the last thing he needed, especially during such a crucial meeting. To his surprise, before the man could continue with the report, the man Alphonse spoke out instead. "Pray tell, what manner of incursion do you speak of?" Alphonse was a Tier 3 class holder and a superhuman compared to the people gathered here. It wasn't surprising that he was able to hear the news, and it seemed that he wasn't too pleased about this revelation. "It's nothing that you should worry about, Master Alphonse. My people will take care of you." "Indeed? Nonetheless, I am inclined to request enlightenment on this matter, as it pertains to our collaborative endeavor, for which I bear accountability." The knight commander put the large wine glass away, and his demeanor changed. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Alphonse's gaze bore into Aubert with an intensity that made him shudder. Aubert knew he couldn't brush off the intrusion lightly, especially not in front of someone as influential and powerful as Knight Alphonse. "Master Alphonse, I assure you, it's just a minor hiccup, a few meddling fools trying to disrupt our operations. Rest assured, my men are dealing with it as we speak." Aubert attempted to downplay the situation, hoping to alleviate Alphonse's concerns. However, the knight commander didn't seem convinced, and his piercing gaze remained fixed on Aubert. "Be that as it may, kindly instruct your attendant to recount the events that partook." The subordinate hesitated for a moment, glancing nervously between Aubert and the imposing figure of Knight Alphonse. Only after the man that paid his wages gave him another nod did he begin recounting the events that transpired a few moments ago. ***********. Roland tried not to sigh as he watched more than half of the prisoners escape the moment they made their way out of the underground prison. They scattered in all directions, clearly lacking trust in their savior clad in darkened armor. With a shake of his head, Roland quickly shifted his focus back to the group that remained with him. It consisted of the 4 children that he had promised to save, the pink-haired woman, and a few other random people who seemed confused. Roland knew he had to act quickly to get them to safety before the guards realized what had happened below. It's just a matter of time before someone gets seen or caught. Then this whole place will be crawling with thugs or even worse, city guards. There was a big possibility that someone influential in this city was pulling the strings from the shadows. While the merchant family was involved, they could potentially be merely scapegoats with the true mastermind hiding elsewhere. Roland speculated that it was possible this operation was backed by the Thieves' Guild or, even worse, by the nobles residing in the city. Although this type of slavery was forbidden, many individuals in power were willing to turn a blind eye as long as significant profits were at stake. The one that owns this land is that guy. I need to get out of here now, but what should I do with her and the others? The people present were clearly non-combatants. Most of those who had been in the underground dungeon were half-elves. Sun elves and moon elves were renowned for their beauty, but they were unsuitable as slaves. Even when convicted of crimes, the kingdom had agreements with other nations. They sent them back to the lands of their origins instead, where they would be punished. However, half-breeds were often scorned. The elves appeared indifferent to their fate. Despite being only half-elves, they still retained much of their allure, making them a sought-after commodity in the slave markets. I need to go too, Sir Mage, you have my gratitude, but... Wait! The woman that he had rescued wanted to leave as well. She saw the others running and wished to follow. I understand your desire to leave and I won't stop you, but there are a few things you should know. That brother-in-law of yours is probably responsible for all of this. Aubert, I should have known that it was him. I bet you didn't, but his men are spread out through the city. If you run into any of them, then you'll end up in another jail cell. But what should I do? The young woman looked up to him with pleading eyes. Roland hesitated as he didn't want to involve himself in this any more than necessary. However, he recognized that the girl would likely be safe if she managed to return to her fiancé or one of the loyal guards. With so many people now loose, it was a prime opportunity for her to make her escape, and with his assistance it would be possible. Here, take this. This is a concealment scroll. Once activated, no one will be able to see you. He handed her 3 small runic card scrolls which he had previously prepared for his trip. The woman took it hesitantly, her eyes widening in surprise at the magical gift. This is incredible. Thank you so much, she exclaimed with a hint of gratitude in her voice. It seemed that she understood how to use the magical device. Use it wisely and make your way back to safety. Try to avoid any confrontations and stick to the shadows. The magical effect will only work for 5 minutes, so use it wisely. I will, thank you. With a final nod, the woman turned and disappeared into the darkness. The scroll was activated and concealed her from sight. Roland watched her go, hoping she would find her way to safety amidst the chaos of this night. That's one down. Now what about the rest? He was left with a group of children, the oldest probably at the same age of the young man he left behind outside. They were now his responsibility, and to continue with the plan, he needed to rendezvous with Vico. However, before this could happen, a magical explosion echoed in the place he was trying to take these kids to, and it prompted him to sprint in the direction of those sounds. Shit! Did he get attacked by someone? The young man had been given a few scroll cards to defend himself. Roland had hoped that Vico would simply hide somewhere until everything was clear, but perhaps once the captured people dispersed, he also moved out of his hiding place. As Roland approached the building he was trying to reach, he noticed a commotion. A few guards stood in front of a charred person, one that seemingly received a bolt of electricity. It's Big Brother. He is in trouble. One of the children Roland had rescued shouted as their brother was being assaulted. 3 people were approaching him with weapons raised, but their attacks were ineffective as the weapons bounced away from the mana shield surrounding him. The young boy looked scared, his hands trembling as he dropped the rest of the scrolls on the ground and began to panic. "Don't worry, I'll get him." Roland left the kids with a few reassuring words before he approached the three thugs. The building they occupied was more of a warehouse that housed a large carriage and the creature that pulled it. For some reason, it wasn't alerted by the commotion outside or inside, and the reason was probably the collar that it had around its neck. "Hey, who are why, ag?" One of the men turned around to notice Roland approaching them. Before he could do anything, he was flung up against the wall, and his allies quickly suffered the same fate. Their bodies slid down the wall, unconscious from the impact. Roland stood before them, his imposing figure shining from the runes under his cloak. The children's older brother lay on the ground, still recovering from the shock he received. Roland approached him and knelt down, checking for any signs of serious injury. "Are you all right, sir?" "Why, yes." "Good. Get up, we have to go now. Help me get everyone into the wagon, we have to leave." Roland wanted to scold the youth for exposing himself unnecessarily to danger, but there was no time to waste. The place housed the slavers' wagon, used to transport their captives. It was large and well-armored, the perfect mode of transportation out of the city. Even the creature needed to pull it was there, likely hidden from sight. "Everyone, why you are safe." While Roland attended to the creature, the children had a small reunion. The collar around its neck was enchanted, typically requiring a control device to operate. However, with his skills, Roland quickly attuned it to his runes, allowing him to give the creature simple commands, similar to a golem. With it under his control, the plan of escaping this place could commence. With the help of his mana handspell, Roland managed to get the large lizard-like creature into a harness. Fortunately, he had seen a few of these slave wagons before, which made the task easier. Meanwhile, the children had a heartfelt reunion, and with a few convincing words from their eldest brother, they began making their way into the slaver's carriage. The other people, comprised of children between the ages of 12 and 10, followed suit. Some of the captives were still dazed by their ordeal, but they seemed to understand that they were being rescued. Before everyone was on board, Roland took out a few round objects from his spatial bag. He threw them into the distance, with one landing right next to the passed-out thugs. Once this was done, Roland climbed onto the driver's seat and used the reins to order the creature to move forward through the now-open door leading outside. The creature obeyed Roland's commands, its massive form straining against the harness as it pulled the heavy carriage forward. They arrived outside the building and seemingly were clear to continue down the main street. He safely arrived on the main road, and while remaining vigilant, he guided the wagon with the escapees down it. With the help of his sound-canceling spell, he was somewhat able to maneuver through the night towards his last destination, one of the city gates. "I hope this works, otherwise." While inside the criminal's lair, he discovered documents and identification emblems in the form of rings. If his hunch was correct, it might be possible to escape through the gate without further conflict. If the nobility were involved with these slaves, then the guards should recognize the wagon he had borrowed. He only needed to present himself as a new slave trader, and perhaps they would allow him to exit through the front door. There was movement behind him, but with the aid of some spells, even the patrolling guards couldn't detect their passage through the dark streets. "It's good that they don't have any lanterns, otherwise, they would have spotted me by now." He kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, alert for any sign of pursuit or interference. The children inside the carriage remained silent, clearly fearful of their fate. As they approached the city gates, Roland could see the guards stationed there, their forms barely visible in the dim light. He slowed the wagon's pace, trying to appear inconspicuous as he prepared himself for whatever might come next. The guards at the gate were surprised at the wagon that seemingly appeared from nowhere and approached it warily. At first, they seemed hostile, but the moment they witnessed the slave emblem along with the ring on his finger that he obviously showcased, they changed their tune. "Was there one of them coming tonight? I thought it was supposed to be tomorrow. Don't ask stupid questions and let them through. Do you remember what happened to the last guy?" Luck seemed to be on his side, as the guards here were fearful of the men behind the slavers. The gates that had been closed began to open, and he could release the grip on his staff that he was hiding away on the side. As the gates opened, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had worked, and they were now on the verge of escaping the city. He moved the reins and the creature moved forward, but the moment they entered the gate, an unexpected visitor appeared from behind. "Stop that wagon! Don't let them pass!" A man on horseback was charging in their direction, unmistakably a knight. The crest on his armor identified him as belonging to the landowners and the group Roland was attempting to avoid. His heart sank, but it was too late to retreat now. It was time to initiate his backup plan. It never goes smoothly, does it? Roland glanced at the display screen inside his armor. There, he could see all the runic charges he had previously planted in the criminal lair. Alongside them, he had positioned a few sensors to enable access from this distance. He had known that some people had already arrived there, but had hoped that they wouldn't reach this gate in time. After confirming the absence of innocent bystanders, he quickly activated all the bombs that were placed and heard the echoes of the explosion quickly after. The guards at the gate were caught off guard, their attention diverted by the sudden chaos erupting within the city. The explosions threw a massive fireball into the sky that illuminated the streets and shook the ground beneath them. Roland seized the opportunity and ordered the creature to move through the now closing gate. Its large form strained against the weight of the wagon, but it surged forward with impunity. "Stop!" The gate's safety feature was activated by one of the guards, but just as the iron grate was about to fall down, it suddenly stopped in place. It remained there while Roland and the wagon passed through, leaving the chaos and confusion of the city behind them. "Don't let them escape, you fools!" The voice of the knight boomed from behind them and was accompanied by the sound of approaching hooves. The chase was on, and there was quite a way until he arrived home.